Welcome to live coverage of the first ODI between the White Ferns and England from the Basin Reserve here in Wellington. Our coverage, all thanks to Resine quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. Fantastic to have you with us on this overcast day here in Wellington, but looking good, all things considered. Kimberly Downs with you at the moment alongside Jacob Oram. Jacob, how are you feeling about this one?
I'm excited. We know it was a disappointing T20 series for the White Ferns against England. Well, they just finished a couple of days ago, but different format, different teams, couple of personnel changes. Wicket looks good. The weather is supposed to get better, so I'm excited about this one.
Yeah, we'll get into some more of those conditions shortly as we just await the toss here at the Basin Reserve. You've been out and had a quick look, though. What would you be doing first?
I think it's a bat first. It's a good wicket. We saw that there were runs out there. I know the White Ferns stumbled to start with, but as he goes and Brooke Halliday showed there were runs out there, and the English obviously knocked it over easy enough in the fifth T20. But it looks a good wicket. Good grass covering still, but look, it's even, and this outfield's pretty quick. And so I expect runs today, so whoever wins a toss, I would be batting.
Good stuff indeed. England, of course, the world number 2 ranked one-day side. New Zealand number 5. These two teams haven't met since the World Cup in 2022. Let's go to the toss now, thanks to our friends at TVNZ.
Welcome out into the middle for this first ANZ coin toss of the ODI series. Mealy Kerr, captaining New Zealand in ODIs for the first time. 16th White Fern to do so. Congrats, Mealy. Heather Knight, as usual, leading this England side. Trudy Anderson. George McIntosh, 9 from Eastbourne. Good to have you here, George. Do you want to pass the coin to Mealy? Rightio, Heather, here we go.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Oh, it's a head. What did you have for breakfast this morning for that?
I had to ask someone else what to call, so that's the reason I won.
What's the decision you guys have made?
We're going to have a bowl. Bit of a tricky one, but it just feels like a bowl first day with the conditions, and the pitch had a little bit of water after the T20, so going to get out there and hopefully bowl well.
IWC points on this game. Do you like the fact that each game has more on it now?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's really good to get context in the wider ODI build up to the World Cup, I guess. So, look, we haven't played a lot of ODI cricket recently, actually, so getting used to the rhythms and executing your skills for a little bit longer is a real test for us today.
Your ODI teams seem pretty settled. Is that sort of how you feel as captain?
Reasonably. Like I say, we only played 6 ODIs, I think, last year, so it wasn't a huge amount of cricket. T20 has probably been the focus last couple of years. So, look, we've got loads of options again. We've got a real strong squad to pick from again. Selection was really tricky, and that's a really good sign for us as a group that we're pushing each other to keep getting better and keep trying to be successful.
What's the key today going from T20 to one-day cricket for you guys?
Just doing your skills for longer and keeping that energy level up, and when you bat you want to go in and score big. You still want to have that aggressive mindset to go and score runs, but you just got to do it for a little bit longer, and then bowlers, you've got a little bit more time to try and work about around and also have wickets at the forefront of your mind, which is exactly how I want to play in T20 as well.
Great start to the day, good luck.
Thanks, Marty, cheers.
Mealy Kerr, are you happy having a bat first on this wicket that you know so well?
Yeah, we were going to have a bat, so there was no real reason as to why, but it's the third game on it, and I think runs on the board can be very important in women's cricket.
You talk about doing things longer in this format compared to T20. What does that look like for your side?
I think it's being able to absorb pressure for longer periods of time, and it's all about partnerships with both bat and ball, and for us with batting first, that's what we'll be focusing on now, and it's getting yourself in and then making the most of it.
Any changes? We know Sophie Devine's not here. Is there any other changes for your side from that T20 series?
Rosemary Mirror is out today and Hannah Rowe comes in.
All the best, Melly.
Thanks, Marto.
Well, that is the toss. Thanks to our friends at TVNZ, just repeating that news there, that England have won the toss and they have elected, to bowl first. Jacob, does that surprise you?
Well, it does, but then when I hear that wider context that Heather Knight talked about, a little bit of sprinkling the other day after the last T20, so a little bit of moisture in the pitch. It's been under covers from what I understand. Hasn't exactly been blazing hot sun here in Wellington. So, yeah, maybe that came into it for her, that if there's going to be any sort of movement for the new ball for their seam bowlers, it'll be early. But then interesting to note that Amelia Kerr said she would have batted. So you've got two captains with two different trains of thought.
Yeah, we'll take that as an early win for the New Zealanders, shall we, in some regard. She mentioned as well there that Rosemary Mir is out for this game. How much of a blow is that?
I think it's a big blow, and I don't know if it's because of injury or some sort of quote-unquote management, or it's just her turn, Hannah Rowe coming in. But Rosemary for me has been pick of the seamers in the whole country for the whole season, not just in the last couple of weeks during the series. So she brings an extra yard of pace that the White Ferns don't have. She's been accurate. She's taken wickets domestically in particular, and shown that she's really back for this level after a bit of a break from the White Ferns. So I think it's a big loss, but in saying that, Hannah Rowe brings in just some good skills with the ball and a bit of a deeper lineup with the bat as well.
What do you think the keys are going to be for this New Zealand side today? Because you look at it without Sophie Devine as well, as we know, who unfortunately is still injured after pulling up with that quad issue during the T20 series. How do they have to go about their work today?
They just got to score more runs, and I said that through the 2020 series, is that I think the bowling's actually been pretty steady without, dismissing England for, 120 in the T20s. It's the bowling's been steady enough against a really strong top and middle order for this English side. The problem is, and it probably has been for a bit of time now, just not enough consistent runs, especially from the top order. Now, they are quite top-heavy, the White Ferns, with the likes of Bates and Kerr and then Devine when she's there. But just some other contributions from that middle order, players with talent, don't get me wrong, like we saw from Izzy Gaze the other day, but the likes of Plimmer or Halliday or any of those, Hannah Rowe, as I mentioned before, just need to step up and let's see some runs to complement what the big three are doing.
And from an English perspective, they'll be riding a wave of confidence after that T20 series result, but we are in the one-day format now. It is a different game. Do things just go back to base here? Do they just go back to zero and start again?
Well, I think that confidence with the English comes from two things: the success they've had in that T20 series, but they would have been confident even before that T20 series. And I think that it's just the fact that they're so experienced and so skilled. Their players are some of the best in the world. They play all around the world. We talk about our top three. Well, they, kind of have a top eight if you want to look at real top drawer, gold standard world-class players. They're just so deep. So it'll be tough for the White Ferns today, but I'm sure the English will be just looking to do the same thing. Heather Knight alluded to it. It's like how they went about their template with T20 cricket is actually pretty similar in the 50-over format too.
Something else Heather Knight mentioned that I wanted to pick up on is that this England team has actually not had a huge amount of one-day cricket in the last year or so. She said earlier in the week in her captain's press conference she thinks she's only batted about 4 times in one-dayers in the last year. England's only had 6 ODIs in total in the last year. Do you think that will have any impact?
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's that surprised me as well. It does show the priority given to T20 cricket, shorter format, more people in to watch, franchise league, all that sort of stuff. Plus, we know the English play test matches as well. That surprised me. I don't think it'll have a bearing, honestly. Like, we're talking quality players who, haven't played a lot in the last 12 months, but if you looked at the course of their career, have played a hell of a lot of 50-over cricket. Won in 2017, went deep in 2022, semi-finalists. Semi-finalists or finalists, okay, but they went deep. And anyway, I think they'll be fine. I really do. I don't see that being a problem.
Well, the team lists are in for this first of 3 one-dayers in this England tour. We'll start with England, who have Tammy Beaumont and her wealth of experience opening. Maya Bouchier as well, who we saw perform so well in the T20 series, opening alongside her. Heather Knight, Nat Siver-Brunt, Alice Capsey, Danny Wyatt, Amy Jones will keep wicket. Sophie Eccleston, Charlie Dean, Kate Cross and Lauren Bell rounds out the 11. It's an intimidating looking side, Jacob Oram.
It's a very good side, and when you think someone like Dunkley, Sophia Dunkley, can't make that team, or Lauren Filer, who bowled quick the other day in the 5th T20, Danielle Gibson, who was an important feature there. Like, when you almost look at who's not in the team, and Sarah Glenn, who's been so good as a leg spinner, she's out with concussion, that almost gives you a feel for what that actual starting 11 is going to be like. But to have, for me, the focus is on Tammy Beaumont, we're looking at 109 matches, and to come in as a replacement, she didn't play really through the T20s. It's amazing. Good player, but Beaumont, Bouchier, who was the star of the T20s, then you've got the captain Knight, Siver-Brunt, who's probably one of the best players in the world. Amy Jones at 7, probably the best keeper batter in the world as well. So this is a very good side, and it's going to be a very tough day and a very tough series for the White Ferns.
Yeah, like I say, it's an intimidating-looking lineup, an embarrassment of riches when you put it the way that you did there. Let's look at the New Zealand team now. We know there's no Sophie Devine out with injury, and heard at the toss earlier on that Rosemary Mayer is also sitting this one out. So you'll have Susie Bates, Bernadine Bezodenhout, Mealy Kerr, Georgia Plimmer, Maddie Green, Brooke Halliday, Izzy Gaze, Hannah Rowe, Jess Kerr, Leah Tahuhu, and Fran Jonas rounding out the 11 there. I'll tell you what, even without Sophie Devine, that is still a very good-looking side.
Oh, totally, yeah. I mean, what we are seeing from, I mentioned before about the players underneath that top bracket, the Kerr, Bates, Devine, need to start standing up. Well, they are, and they have been at certain times. It's just, the key to moving up to that world-class bracket, like a Knight or a Siva Brun, is doing it more often and turning those 25s or 30s into 60, 70, 100. And that's the leap that the likes of Plimmer, Bezadenhout, Green, Halliday, Gaze, you could actually name nearly all of them. We know that at certain points they've had contributions in match-winning performances, but that needs to just happen more often, and then the White Ferns can go from that, you said before, number 5 in the world, to start challenging for the number 2 or 1.
Yeah, and worth remembering as well, a few of those players still in the very early stages of their international careers. I just wanted to hone in on Izzy Gaze for a second, because she started to show what she could do with bat at the back end of that T20 series. How important is her role going to be today?
Well, it's huge. First of all, with the bat, we've got to remember she's a keeper batter. And with the bat, outstanding. In fact, there are a couple of other little cameos, like shorter cameos in the series, where you thought, yep, there's something here, really is. I mean, I've seen her domestically for a couple of years now, and she can definitely bat. There's no doubt about that. In fact, has opened for the White Ferns, but also quite a lot for the Auckland Hearts. But I just loved the way in that series she came out. She was playing in little laps and being inventive from ball one, which to me showed confidence, or at least fake confidence, trying to just do her thing and play her game, which was great. But I got to say as well, at the same time, like, is she in the team to bat and score runs, or to keep wickets and take those chances? And for me, it would probably be the latter. And so for me today, it's about seeing, those stumping chances, or the little nicks standing. She loves to stand up to the seamers and spinners, obviously, which is great. But just need to make sure we take those chances. It almost goes for the whole fielding unit, because you don't want to suddenly have to take 12, 13, 14 wickets against this English side. Yeah,
and we did see in some of those T20 matches a few errors in the field that were probably a little bit concerning. But let's also look at Mealy Kerr, because I think everyone probably well and truly knows by now that she ultimately will hold the key to what happens during this series. She's taken on the captaincy in the absence of Sophie Devine as well, knows this ground like the back of her hand, a hugely important role in many ways out here today. You know her well, Jacob. I mean, I personally am of the view that she is more than up to that challenge.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you just put her skills aside, and they are immense, like, the thing for me about Mealy is that she's so calm, and so she's just herself. What you see out in the middle is her. She's, there's a little bit of emotion, but it always seems to be in check. She's a very just sort of authentic person, and I think that resonates into her cricket as well. Seriously talented. She's still so young. I like the fact she's captaining. I really do, even though it's a stopgap measure while Devine is injured. But this is a glimpse into the future as well, and she's got the cricket brain as well to be able to do it. So I think it's good signs for her and New Zealand.
Well, let's get now to our PGG Rights and Turf Pitch Report. Time for that one, thanks to New Zealand's turf industry experts. Jacob, you've gone out there and had a look at the wicket. How do you think it's going to play?
I think it'll be a good wicket. I think there'll be runs. We mentioned before the toss, I would have batted. Heather Knight proved me wrong. She won the toss and bowled. But I do think it's a good wicket. I mean, I went out there before play and had a look. Up close, it was nice, and even from way back here in the commentary box, it still looks nice. It's this green-brown colour, which sounds weird, but there's enough green grass on it to suggest it'll help the pace and bounce. Doesn't mean there's got to be sideways movement. I don't think that's going to be a problem. It's just about having the ball coming onto the bat a bit nicer with that grass out there. So it's not a dead wicket. I think it'll come on well. That means there'll be runs, and that's a good thing for the White Ferns batting first.
We're going to head now to the national anthems. it, the national anthems of the United Kingdom and New Zealand. My name's Ben Strang. I'm alongside Anna Corbin for the first time today. How are you, Anna?
Yeah, good, thanks, Ben. Lovely to be here at our hometown, Wellington, at the Basin Reserve.
The home of cricket.
It is, and it's quite a picture. There's a huge amount of high cloud going on, although we know that's probably going to either linger and just warm up, or it may dissipate.
Yeah, so England won the toss, decided to have a bowl. I went out and had a look at that wicket. I talked to the groundsman. He said it's a tame wicket. Do you think that's a strange decision?
Yeah, well, we heard Jake Oram speaking earlier that he felt it was a bat-first wicket, though Heather Knight has won the toss and elected to bowl, so perhaps a little lack of understanding of the local conditions, perhaps. They've been here for a good 5 days or so now. But, you know, both teams now, they see themselves doing what they would have preferred had they won the toss, so 50-50, right?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly isn't going to rain today, is it? You can see this cloud. It's light cloud for Wellington. We've seen many worse days. Not particularly windy. It is a bit chilly. Do you think that's going to... I mean, if they're looking to try to get the ball to swing under the cloudy conditions, is that going to be possible today, or is it a bit cold for that?
Yeah, I think it's probably a little too cold. There's not really that humidity. It's quite a crisp sort of a morning. Like we said, a blanket of high cloud, which will either linger or just lift a bit more. So, like, you know, you normally look for humidity and a bit of warmth. It's not quite there. I think the low this morning was 6 degrees.
Yeah, it was a very, very chilly evening in Wellington. We've got both teams are now heading out onto the field. Opening the batting for New Zealand will be Suzie Bates in her 158th one-day international. She's over 41 in those games, a high score of 168. How New Zealand would love to see an innings like that today. Alongside her, Bernadine Bezuidenhout, who is a 30-year-old born in South Africa, but she's playing in her 19th one-day international. She has 256 runs at just over 18, 150 in her career to date. And again, New Zealand would very much enjoy seeing that today. Opening the bowling for England is Kate Cross with her right arm medium fast. England will be starting with a slip and a gully, a ring field on the offside, and it looks like two fielders, one at fine leg, one at third man. So just going to ring it up to start. Kate Cross, what can you tell us about her?
Well, Kate Cross, I mean, she's relatively experienced these days.
Here she comes. First ball of the innings. Kate Cross, full, and a big swing and miss for Suzie Bates.
Yes, she's fairly rapid, is Kate Cross. She's got 59 ODIs, although this might be her 60th now to her name, and she will bowl a consistent line and length. She will nag away at that sort of off-stump, fourth line stump. And Suzie Bates just sort of in that first ball having a wee flurry at that.
Kate Cross approaches full in the air, just short of the fielder at mid-on, and goes through for 4 runs. Suzie Bates off the mark with a 4 from the second ball of the innings. It was a little bit sketchy.
That was. She's just leant over her front leg and chipped that sort of just short of mid-on the single there. Maybe half a chance, a tough chance. How much they would have loved that start, the English.
Just a little hint of shape for Kate Cross. As you said, in her 60th one-day international, she has 79 one-day international wickets at an average of 25. She takes a wicket every 33.7 deliveries. So a good strike rate. Very close to her 80th wicket there as she approaches the crease again. This one's left alone, short of a length outside off.
Yeah, I like that from Suzie Bates. Just gather yourselves. The first ball, she had a wee flurry outside the off stump, and then sort of half a chance, or better than half a chance on her second delivery. So, you know, the 58 over format, it really does demand a lot more patience, and you've got a lot more time to get yourself settled. So I wouldn't mind seeing a few more left.
Well, we're 1% of the way into the innings. 3 balls. Kate Cross again. This is full on off stump, driven straight back at the bowler and deflected. and they'll get at least one. Susie Bates wants a second, but Bernadine Bezuidenhout sends her back. New Zealand move to 5 for none.
Well, now we get to see Bernadine Bezuidenhout face up her first. Will face her first delivery. She's relatively early on in her international career. Plays her domestic cricket in Northern Districts, South African descent. And really just looking to sort of solidify herself, I think, in this opening role with Susie Bates.
Kate Cross approaches full on off stump, but just defended back to the bowler by Bernadine Bezuidenhout. It was a good length, just back of a length.
Yeah, and I mean, Kate Cross, 59, 60 odd ODIs now. She knows her role. She's quite feisty, I think. Bit of nip and zip off the wicket, and she knows her role well, and she'll be hungry to make an early breakthrough for the English.
Last ball of this first over, Kate Cross, full outside off stump, defended to cover for no runs. So New Zealand 5 for none after 1 over.
The hallway with dated wallpaper. Yeah, some people might call it chic, but to you, it just looks tired.
What's the easiest way to remove old wallpaper, though? Are you putting off your decorating project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resine colour shop for all you need on the best wallpaper, prep and hanging techniques so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
Welcome back to SENZ's coverage of this first ODI between New Zealand and England at the Basin Reserve, brought to you by Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. And England have Lauren Bell coming in for this second over of the game. She'll be bowling to Susie Bates. Lauren Bell in her 9th one-day international. She has 14 wickets at an average of 30.5. The right arm fast bowler. First ball in swing, dropped at short mid wicket. Susie Bates flicks this off her legs, and that is a big drop early.
Yeah, well, it was well struck, and so the night is in a bit tighter in that mid-wicket region, a stationary sort of looking position, and Susie Bates has whipped that off her legs, and Siva Brunt hasn't been able to cling on to that.
Her head is in her hands, Siva Brunt. Gutted with the drop. Full onto the pads. No run for Susie Bates.
But that's twice now, Ben, that we've seen, just even in these early stages, that Susie Bates is sort of falling over her front leg whenever it's the line is a bit straight. The first chance was at mid-on, where she sort of chipped it into that region and it just fell short. And that time, I mean, she struck that well, and it would have been a good catch, but this world-class outfit would normally claim them.
Lauren Bell, wide of the crease, swinging in. Quite sharply it appeared, and this is defended into the offside by Susie Bates. A good amount of in-swing, it seems, from Lauren Bell so far.
Well, that's her role. She is a big in-swing bowler in terms of the amount of in-swing. She's not a big bowler. But I see a role here. She is trying to jam Susie Bates up, keep her line nice and straight, and tuck her right up.
Lauren Bell, narrower on the crease this time, just defended stoutly into the offside. She's taken out the gully fielder. She's got one slip, and as we said, that short mid-wicket, who was so close to getting that wicket first ball. So ringing up the onside, ready for that in-swing and delivery. Yeah,
I mean, she does swing it in, and so there's not really that much point having a gully unless you're expecting her to bowl something short and wide, and that's not what you do in international cricket. She's bowling to her field.
Good lines and lengths so far for Lauren Bell. This is not good line and length. This one has gone down the leg side for wide, but well done by the keeper, Amy Jones.
Well done, Ben, putting the mockers on the bowler, giving us Kiwis a loose
That's what
one.
I'm here for.
Yes, yeah. So the field here, as Ben has mentioned, there's a slip and quite a wide fine leg down on the boundary, a square leg and a stationary mid-wicket. The rest of the inner ring is a ring field.
Lauren Bell narrow on the crease again. In swing on the off stump, defended into the offside. Certainly looks a lot better when it isn't on her legs as much. She's not falling over, is she? But
I think that they've done their homework. They've played a 5-match T20 series against one another, and they'll have their plans pretty well set. And they do know that Susie Bates will gobble up anything short and wide, which they have left that opportunity vacant, so Bell will not want to be putting it in that area.
Lauren Bell launches her run up from the 30-metre circle. This is a lovely shot down the ground. Textbook on drive, just past the stumps. And Susie Bates picks up 4 with the final ball of the over. New Zealand move to 10 for none after 2.
PGG Wrightson Turf has been breeding turfgrass seeds suitable for New Zealand racecourses for over 40 years. They focus on the delivery of high-performance turfgrass solutions. From seed and turf maintenance products to nutrition plans and agronomic advice, their driven team is equipped with the technical knowledge and market-leading products to help you achieve the best possible solution. To find out more about how they can help with your racecourse turfgrass requirements, visit pggwrightsonturf.com.
Welcome back. Coverage of this first ODI between New Zealand and England brought to you by Resene, the paint professionals use. That was a delightful shot to win that over. Yeah. Right out of the textbook.
That's right, textbook stuff that only marginally missed the stumps at the bowler's end, which would have robbed her probably of 4 runs. So she's...
There's nothing worse, is there? Straight drive, hitting the stumps and robbing you of a boundary. Kate Cross. Close to the stump, swinging away, goes past the outside edge and through to Amy Jones. Just getting a hint of shape is Kate Cross.
And that's all you need, really, in an opening bowling role. Just enough. All you need to do is move the ball enough to tickle the edge of the bat or just deceive the batter of the line.
Bernadine Bezuidenhout watches, plays and misses again. It's on about a 5th, 6th stump line. She tries to drive through the offside but can't connect.
Well, Bernie Bezuidenhout, she'll be keen just to get that first run off her belt, under her belt, and get up the other end. She will feel probably that that's her role. Though in this format there's plenty of time.
Full and jags back into the pad. Big shout for LBW, but it looked to be too high. It was a back of a length delivery. They're having a chat about it, considering it, but no, there won't be any referring to the DRS. Just looked a bit high.
A bit high. Was a bit straighter, but we've seen from her previous deliveries that she is getting a bit of movement as well. So there's enough there to put enough doubt in the umpire's mind, and if in doubt, it's not out.
It jagged back a long way, and just looking at that, Bernadine Bezuidenhout is batting perhaps a metre outside of her crease there. She was a long way forward, so perhaps that one was going to slide down the leg side. Kate Cross in again, full, catches the inside half of the bat to mid-on for no run.
It's interesting. We've seen 3 times now that Bezuidenhout she's really pushing at the ball with quite hard hands. I hope, maybe she herself has, we think about that. Maybe Susie Bates would come down, just settle her nerves a bit. There's no need to push too hard at the ball.
Bezuidenhout, again, inside half of the bat. She sort of shuffles across her stumps ever so slightly as the ball is bowled. Can't get it away. Looking maybe a little bit antsy, wants to get off the mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big occasion. You're playing against world number 2 in the 50-over format, and relatively new in the role. So, looking to solidify, desperately wanting to do well.
Good over this from Kate Cross. She's just moving her fine leg a little wider. Wonder if she's suggesting to the batter that a short ball could be on with that move. She comes into bowl again, full on the stumps, defended again to mid-on for no run. So that's a maiden over for Kate Cross. New Zealand are 10 for none after 3.
Hi, Paul here from Waterforce, keeping your lawns, gardens, parks, subdivisions, sports fields and golf courses looking green and lush is what we do best. We're also experts at improving water quality so it's safe to drink and use. We help a wide variety of residential and commercial clients around New Zealand to use their water as efficiently and effectively as possible. Waterforce offers custom design solutions for your individual needs and supplies the best quality products and equipment for the job. Download our home irrigation planning guide to get started at waterforce.co.nz.
Welcome back. It is Lauren Bell to bowl this 4th over of the innings. She comes in to Susie Bates, and this is defended to short cover. Lauren Bell's nickname is the Shard, according to Cricinfo. I'm guessing that's because she's extremely tall.
That would be the one giveaway. The one giveaway. She's also pretty menacing. She's a good pace. Should be one of the quickest out there on the circuit at the moment. Getting up over that 120k per hour.
It is a big long run up starting from just outside the 30-metre circle. This is back of a length and defended again to cover. She's actually made a very good start. She's hitting good areas. Yeah, she's been very consistent. We've had that one wayward one down the leg side. You can feel free to mention that again. It was straight after you had said she'd been so consistent. Well, we'll see what happens next ball. We shall. But there's definite plan here for Susie Bates. It's to just really nag away at that very sort of middle and leg line. She's already chipped a couple up into the onside. Susie Bates again overcorrects. There's a potential mix-up here, but Bernadine Bezuidenhout gets back. She thought there was a single as this ball deflects off the pads to short square leg, but it was never on. No, they really just sort of looked up at each other, that being Susie Bates's call, really, given that it's fallen in front of her eyes. But again, I think just that eagerness from Bezuidenhout to play that support role. She's working hard. Lauren Bell. This is cut away by Susie Bates, just forward of point. It won't quite get there. They'll think about taking 3, and yes, they scamper back for 3 runs. Very good shot. Slightly loose, slightly short, outside off, and Susie Bates doesn't miss out. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't a bad ball, though. When you're bowling to Susie Bates, the offside is what she demands from what she wants from the bowler. And so the first little sniff, because Bell has just been on the legs, ball after ball, and that first little sniff of something outside off, and Susie Bates up to the task. Bernadine Bezuidenhout has just been bought a new bat, so I wonder if that's been an issue for her. The sub fielder is having a good look up near the splice from what I can see. So a new bat, she's on strike. Lauren Bell steaming in from the northern end. It's back of a length and defended into the offside for no run. Yeah, it's no good when you're out there and you've got 2 quicks coming in, and so the ball is hitting the bat hard. This might just be a little rattle there in the splice or something that's not giving her the greatest amount of confidence in her equipment. If you're playing club cricket, it's a dreadful feeling when you've paid so much money for that piece of willow as well. Lauren Bell, final ball of this over, full and just driven to the fielder at short cover for no run. 3 off the over. New Zealand are 13 for none after 4.
I've always tried to make good choices for my family's future and their happiness. Having an enjoyable and safe building experience is about choosing the right builder. So put your family in safe hands and choose GJ's with their proven track record. In over 25 years of business and with close to 23,000 builds, GJ's has completed every home we've ever started, a fact we're very proud of. Make a wise choice and choose New Zealand's most trusted home builder. GJ's, here today and tomorrow.
SENZ's coverage of this first one-day international between New Zealand and England, brought to you by Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Kate Cross continues from the southern end to Susie Bates, defended into the onside. A big stride in front of the stumps from Susie Bates. And and just blocked down to the short mid-wicket.
Yeah, the English, they're really persisting with a very straight line here to Susie Bates. They're really giving her nothing much outside off or to the like. And that just goes to show in this format, it just demands that consistency, which...
Cross, full, outside off, driven to mid-off for no run. Susie Bates is 12 from 16 deliveries.
Which must mean Bezuidenhout yet to get off the mark, because there's been the one wide.
Yeah, Bezuidenhout 0 from 10. It's nervy. You haven't scored from 10 balls in a one-day international.
That's all right. It's all right.
You're still there.
Yep, the longer you bat, the easier it should get. That's the theory.
Full and driven. Very wristy, flicked through mid-on, and that will be 4 more. It's a lovely shot. It looked like she had to wait for it and then work the wrists through the ball through mid-on.
Yeah, and you kind of get the sense here that Susie Bates has cottoned on that they're bowling a very straight line. And so what are her good options? She's made 2 errors so far and got away with those. But now we've seen 2 classical on drives, strong in power. It's going all the way to the boundary. So that's a very good option for Susie Bates when it gets into that area for her.
New Zealand 17 now. Bates on 16. Cross, full, just past the outside edge, and Susie Bates tells herself off for playing at it.
Yeah, she gives her blade a bit of a pump with the glove, growling at herself for just having a slightly different line.
Yeah, this one fuller, sort of a 6 stump line, let's say, about a foot outside the off stump. No reason at all to play at that ball. Susie Bates just sends Kate Cross back as she begins her run up. Isn't ready to face up just yet. This time, it's Kate Cross. Shorter outside off, and this time she does leave it alone.
Yeah, having learnt her lesson from the previous delivery, she decides to raise her bat up high over her head. A very obvious leave. There is a slip and a gully, and of course a deep third man as well. Just protecting the boundary from the edge.
Cross, fuller this time, on the stumps, driven to the fielder at mid-on, but no run. And that is the end of the 5th over. New Zealand is 17 for none. Susie Bates, 16 off 20 balls. Bezuidenhout is 0 from 10. So it's been a decent start, a measured start. They've got away with a couple of things, Susie Bates. Bezuidenhout is working through, trying to get underway. But so far, so good.
So far, so good. I mean, I think the very early stages of a 50-over game is preservation of wickets and assessment and getting the message between the batting pair, what the ball is doing, what are the bowlers doing, what's the pace like, what's the bounce like, and talking to each other about their plans and where they can access some runs. So to have got through this first 5 over the phase without the loss of a wicket, going at a tickle over 3 runs and over, is a reasonable start.
Lauren Bell into her 3rd over. She strides into the wicket, full on off stump, driven straight back to the bowler by Bernadine Bezuidenhout. And I guess the thing is that, winning the toss, Heather Knight electing to bowl, hoping that it'll do something early under a cloudy sky. She'd be wanting to get a couple of these wickets quick smart. Otherwise, you would think New Zealand would be hopeful that they can cash in.
Well, ultimately, it is the role of the opening bowling pair is to make that early breakthrough while the ball's new.
Lauren Bell, short ball, and this is pulled away by Bernadine Bezuidenhout. There is a fielder on the deep square boundary. So she gets one. She is off the mark with her 12th delivery. That'll be a big relief.
Yeah, she struck that very well. She's got down over top of the bounce and been able to play that down into the ground with no risk at all of being caught. It's interesting that Bouchier out there at the deep square leg boundary on the old practice wickets. She is off the rope a fair bit.
Lauren Bell Back of a length, cut away, but the point fielder is able to stop it. Eyeing up that gap on the offside is Susie Bates.
I did miss the TV commentary sort of sharing how big the boundaries are there today, but they do look to be the wicket is right in the middle of the block. So I'm imagining that's probably a good 60, 70 metres out towards...
just eyeballing it doesn't it look like about 70 metres the boundary on the square boundary. Full Yorker length almost, and worked to mid-on, but no run for Susie Bates.
There's never a dull moment at the Basin Reserve, is there? You can hear all the sirens and...
Yeah, this is the world's largest roundabout, right? Or cricket ground roundabout. I don't know how what you describe it as, but...
It's like a compass, north, south, east and west.
This is back of a length again, pulled away under absolute control from Susie Bates. She takes another run. New Zealand move to 19 without loss.
Yeah, that's the second ball in the over that Lauren Bell has dropped it short, but it hasn't troubled either of the New Zealand batters. Really great control, getting into a nice stable position, hitting from high to low. It's very pleasing to see.
And Lauren Bell, final ball of her third over. Fuller, and just defended into the leg side, and it goes through to the fielder at fine leg. Another run for Bernadine Bezuidenhout. She moves to 2. Susie Bates is 17. New Zealand are 20 without loss after 6 overs.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce. As a customer, you want it all. The backing of a national operation with a local operator that knows your water needs. That's why thousands of Kiwis just like John Richmond have chosen Waterforce as their water management partner.
So I would recommend Waterforce for anyone else. They're just pros at what they're doing. They made it pretty seamless and easy, really good to work with, and happy to compromise and change things to suit our system.
Visit waterforce.co.nz today to find out more.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve in Wellington. An overcast, cool day. New Zealand have made a good start, 20 for none after 6 overs. Susie Bates on 17, Bernadine Bezuidenhout on 2. Your coverage brought to you by Resene, the paint professionals use. Kate Cross, just a length ball defended straight back to the bowler for Bernadine Bezuidenhout. She's starting to just look a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, she is. I mean, they've ticked over a few singles in the previous over. You sort of sense that they've come together after the first 5, and as we were talking before, made their assessments and things. I think they will now be looking to lift the scoring rate just a tad. It's not guns blazing time by any stretch.
And it hasn't been bad bowling either. It's been good bowling. Kate Cross full on the legs of Bezuidenhout. She just flicks this to mid-wicket but doesn't get a run. They've been accurate, very accurate opening spells.
Yeah, I mean, they've stuck to their plans, and it's a game of patience. You know, when you've got this much more time, we're so used to seeing the women playing in the T20 format that in the T20 format, I think once you've faced sort of 3 balls, dot balls, the pressure's already mounting.
Got to search for that boundary. Kate Cross, Fuller outside off and driven nicely by Bezuidenhout, but it can't beat the fielder at cover.
Yeah, and in the 50 over format, I think it's more like 6 to 8 dot balls in a row before you sort of get that sense that somebody needs to do something, like a batter needs to sort of get a boundary or take a risk, or is it the bowler that gives up that battle first and they throw in a loose one?
Cross again, narrow on the crease, and this is defended into the leg side by Bezuidenhout. They think about taking 2 as it just gets outside the 30-metre circle, but they're happy with 1. Bezuidenhout moves to 3 and New Zealand to 21 without loss.
And Bezuidenhout, she's very busy. She's really athletic. She's very fit, and she does look to get the momentum going with her running between the wickets, which is a really good way to get going.
Just looking at the, we'll watch this ball. Kate Cross to Susie Bates. A big shout for LBW. It's very leg side-ish. They scampered through for one leg by, and it is given a leg by. Doesn't look like they're going to review. Just looking back at that previous over by Lauren Bell, I think was it Bazudenhout who was batting or Susie Bates, but looking at the GJ Gardner-Holmes replay, she was struck on the toe, and the DRS shows that it would have been given LBW if they had appealed.
Yeah, so we're getting
That's a pretty good shout too there by Kate Cross.
Well, it's just the persistence of that line.
Zudenhout has a swing but misses the one outside off. That is the end of the 7th over. New Zealand to 22 for none. Bates on 17, Zudenhout on 3.
The team at PGG Wrightson Turf are all about the delivery of high-performance turf grass solutions. They've been in the business for over 40 years, so they know what it takes to deliver a top-quality result for your needs. From pro sports turf and turf landscaping through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team knows every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. To find out more about how they can help with your turf grass solutions, visit pggwrightsonturf.com.
New Zealand 22 without loss. 7 overs into this first one-day match against England at the Basin Reserve. England won the toss. They elected to bowl. They elected to send the Kiwis in. Mealy Kerr saying before this started that she wanted to have a bat anyway. She spoke about absorbing pressure, Anna Corbin, and at the moment this opening pair seem to be doing just that.
Yeah, I mean, they won't be disappointed with this start, I think. As I was talking with Ben, the first sort of 5 over, 6 over phase of the 50 over format, it's very much about assessment and trying to determine what's going on out there, what's the wicket like, etc.
With the change in the commentary box, we've also got a change in bowler. Nat Sivabrunt now bowling right arm over the wicket. That one is just defended up to mid-on for no run. Sivabrunt, of course, a vastly experienced player in this setup, vice-captain here at the Basin Reserve today.
Yeah, New Zealand, they'll be determined for runs on the board. When they lost the toss, they were going to elect a bat anyway, so that's promising.
Sivabrunt comes in again, and this time it's cut away, and the gap is found between the cover area there, and they'll run a couple, will the Kiwis. So 2 off that for Susie Bates.
The English, they have been very diligent so far with their line. They've barely strayed from Midland leg. And the couple of occasions that they have given Susie Bates a little bit more width, she has been able to squeeze it out into the offside and pick up some runs, which just alleviates a little bit of that pressure.
Sivabrunt comes in. This time it's leg side, and this time it's just flicked away square by Susie Bates, and that will go all the way to the boundary for looking very comfortable at the moment.
Yes, that's a beautiful stroke. Sivabrunt has sort of gone full into the leg side, and Susie Bates able to flick that off her legs nicely through square. Just too much for Tammy Beaumont, I think, down at wide, fine leg to get around and cut that off.
Susie Bates moves her way to 23 as Sivabrunt comes in again, and this time Bates has a swing at it, but that is easily collected by the fielder in the inner circle on the offside there.
Yeah, I think Susie Bates is probably a little disappointed with herself there, that so seldom has she been given a delivery outside the off, and she had shaped herself up, I think, to try and get that into the leg side and had to correct and just bat it down.
Just a little pause here as Bates checks out her field. Sivabrunt, right arm over the wicket, gets it up into the pads, and she just fends that back to mid-on. That'll be no run.
Yeah, very deliberate field change there, Kim. They've moved a player from the offside into a very straight stationary catching position, close enough to the non-striker, but very straight. It's more like a silly mid-on.
Sivabrunt comes in again. This time Susie Bates tries to cut it away into the offside, but it's collected by the fielder at cover. That'll go for no run. New Zealand 28 without loss.
Imagine a deck where you can invite people around to enjoy the afternoon. The deck looks good and no one slips on the mould. Are you putting off your painting project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resene colour shop for all the help you need on the best wood stains, prep and staining techniques for your project so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resene.
Welcome back to our coverage of the White Ferns v England in this first one-dayer, thanks to Resene quality painting colours for your summer projects. And it's looking like Kate Cross will continue from the Adelaide Road end here at the Basin Reserve. Clearly Heather Knight thinking she's getting some good purchase this morning as she runs in right arm over the wicket to Bazurdenhout, who takes a swing and goes straight through to the keeper.
Yeah, she's done that often so far in her innings, just pushing at the outside off line, sort of risking a little tickle on the bat each time, growling herself a little bit, but not changing tact.
We were discussing in the air break there, Susie Bates has done some really good work, I think, in helping absorb a lot of the pressure as Bazurdenhout tries to find some comfort at the crease. Cross comes in again, and this time Bazurdenhout tries to play with a straight bat, and she has missed that again as it goes through to the keeper. A bit of a wry smile on her face now.
Well, you sensed after about 5 overs or so, New Zealand will have been comfortable with the start they've had. We've had another 3 overs since, and Bazurdenhout hasn't been able to increase her scoring rate at all. She's just 3 off 20 balls faced. So she really does need to search for her way to get up the other end.
Cross bowling well, comes in again. This time it's just defended straight back to the bowler, who might be getting a bit frustrated, has a little shy at the stumps there.
Well, I think you'll find Bazurdenhout, she's standing a good metre and a half outside of her crease because the wicketkeeper is back. So she's really taking sort of that distance between the batter and the bowler out, which minimises the risk of LBW. Doesn't eliminate it, but it minimises it.
Fourth ball of the over for Kate Cross now, right arm over the wicket, and we see it again as she's just hovering around the onside stump there, and it misses again through to the keeper. Again, no run, as Bazurdenhout just can't seem to get bat on ball at the moment.
No, she is in a bit of a pickle here, and Susie Bates has just come and met her down the wicket just to share a few words and try and settle Bernie down.
Cross comes in again, fifth ball of the over. This one's just defended to mid-on. Once again, no run. So no run so far from the over for Cross, with 1 ball to come. She's conceded just 10 runs, has Kate Cross, coming to the end of her 5th over now.
Well, she's showing all her experience there, isn't she? I mean, she just charges on in. You know, she's pretty feisty, but consistency being the key, and she's just so good at that.
Last ball of the over now for Kate Cross, right arm over the wicket. And this time, Bazurdenhout tries to have a big pull at it. So she's trying a variation of shots here, but the result is the same. No bat on ball through to the keeper. That is another maiden over from Kate Cross. New Zealand 28 without loss.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Save with PowerPass this tax time at Bunnings Trade. PowerPass members have saved thousands of hours skipping the registers using self-checkout on the PowerPass app. And they've saved more money on a huge range of products with exclusive PowerPass pricing. Apply for PowerPass today at Bunnings Trade.
New Zealand 28 without loss here at Basin Reserve. You are with SENZ's coverage with Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Nat Siverbrunt is going to continue from the RA Vance stand here at the Cello Basin Reserve. Right arm over the wicket, defended back to the bowler for no run for Bates, who is now 23 off 31 deliveries.
Yeah, it's very evident here the plan to Susie Bates is to continue nagging away at that front pad. They have their stationary silly mid-on, just making sure she sees her shot right through.
Siva Brunt again and hits it straight through to where that silly mid-on was placed. Goes past her, but the other fielder in the inner circle coming around to collect that, so again, no run.
Yeah, I think that the English, they're trying to toy Susie Bates into playing a half shot into that area. She's played 2 beautiful mid-on drives for 4 in previous overs, but also can be a little bit susceptible to chipping it into that area.
Siva Brunt comes in, and again, that fielding position at silly mid-on is getting a good workout. She collects the ball just to her right, no run.
Well, they need to fight hard here, the New Zealand team. They are getting themselves a bit bogged down with the previous maiden. And now with this very clear plan against Susie Bates, they are thinking hard out there, the English woman.
Yes, now Susie Bates has had to figure out how to combat that as Siva Brunt comes it again. This time she just turns it off her hip square, and they will get a run, so that'll come as some relief there as the fielder collects it. Just the single. But hey, it's better than nothing, as they say.
That's right. I mean, that's Susie Bates has won that battle on this occasion, but I sense it could be war.
A long way to go. New Zealand 29 without loss after being put into bat. Just about 10 overs through, 2 balls remaining in the Siva Brunt over as she comes in, right arm over the wicket, and again turned square by Bazudenhout. So she uses a similar option as Susie Bates there. They'll take the one from it.
And this is what Mealy Kerr talked about ahead of the game. It's about being able to absorb pressure for longer periods of time and thinking about the situation and making an adjustment or wearing down your opposition. So we're seeing that to the test here.
Last ball of the over, the second one from Siva Brunt, and that one is just defended into that silly mid-on position for no runs. So 2 runs from the over for the White Ferns, who are now 30 without loss after 10 overs. Susie Bates on 24 and Bernadine Bazudenhout on 4 runs there. Welcome to the commentary box to Jacob Oram.
Thanks, Kim. Lovely to be here. Starting to clear up the weather too, which is nice. Just getting a bit brighter, and a bright start as well for the White Ferns, which I'm happy about.
So you are happy about this start. Probably getting a little bit bogged down the last couple of overs, but no wickets so far, and I guess that's key, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd probably give that statement more context. Yeah, I mean, the run rate at 3 and over, not as healthy as I'm sure these 2 or the whole White Fern squad would want, but the fact there's 10 wickets left is a positive sign, and they're able to nullify that new ball.
Well, it's Kate Cross who will continue for her 6th over, bowling into Bazudenhout, who gets that out to a third man who runs in to collect the ball. They'll just run the single.
She's bowled very well, Kate Cross. So she's into it, as you say, 6th over, and just gone for the 11 runs, which is outstanding in a power play. Bazudenhout in particular has played and missed that a lot. I'm surprised that Heather Knight, who's at a wide first slip, hadn't put in a second slip as well, to just put a bit more pressure on. And if one of those play and misses had been an edge, you'd want those catches there.
Kate Cross right arm over the wicket, this time to Susie Bates, who comes down wicket a bit and has a swing but misses straight through to the keeper.
There's another player miss. I actually said like I would want to bat as well, but Heather Knight has read it better than me, because there is a little bit of movement there. Even that there, I mean, you're right, Bates came down to try and meet the ball, but it's pitched and gone away, and just enough. It's not going around corners, but it's enough to beat the outside edge, and we've seen that probably 10 times already this morning.
The very economical Kate Cross comes in, 3rd ball of the over. This time it is driven straight back to the bowler. So no run there, and just the White Ferns perhaps in a little bit of danger here of just letting things dry up quite a lot.
Yeah, and you know, 3 and over, as I said before, is not where you want to be in a power play. You want to be minimum around 5 plus, let's be honest. Still with 10 wickets left is a good thing, but what a low run rate does is just put pressure on you for the other 40 overs to actually play a step ahead of a normal tempo.
Just the 4 boundaries so far, and we will make that 5 as Kate Cross comes in again to Susie Bates, and she gets that one just backward of square. The fielder is putting in a good chase, but it will go all the way for 4.
It's a nice shot. It's just a bit of width, though. The first time we've really seen Kate Cross err in her line, and it was width, and Susie Bates could free those arms and just slash away over point. And I've got to say well done to you, Kim, because that was an early call where you said that's another boundary. It's a hell of an effort, because that is a misfield for 4, so you are correct.
Tell you what,
must have seen the misfield coming.
Tell you what, I think what had really happened is my laptop was blocking the view of the fielder coming in around from third man here, so I didn't actually see the fielder coming around, and then thought, oh, well, that's a relief.
Well, what I did notice the other
day, that one away.
Daniel McCarty, local commentator who was with me here, said that towards the van stand here, it actually gets slower and slower because it doesn't get a lot of drying. It's always soft.
Kate Cross, and again, at that time Susie Bates goes to play it with a straight bat, but it's missed the bat, beaten there through to the keeper for no run.
See, honestly, that's probably 12 times. I haven't counted, but it feels like 12. And there's been a couple of sort of fat edges that have gone down to third man for runs, but if you had another catcher in that second or wide slip, maybe even into third, they started with a gully, and they'll be kicking themselves, even though it's the 11th over, if an edge goes through there.
Last ball of Kate Cross's 6th over, and this time it pitches more on leg, and it will be wide as it goes through to the keeper, so she will have to bowl that one again.
And again, Bates using her feet, which is something she loves to do, just to put the bowler off her length. I don't know if Kate Cross saw that and was put off, but sprayed it down leg side for a wide.
Kate Cross bowling what should be the last ball of her 6th over, has conceded just 16 runs so far. Comes in. This time she's pitched a lot more straight, and that'll just get defended onto the offside. It'll be no run. So 6 runs from that over for the White Ferns, who are now 36 without loss after 11 overs. Susie Bates, 28 from 40 deliveries. Bernadine Verzurenhout, 5 runs from 26 balls. In the era of T20 cricket, perhaps that would be astonishing, but we must remember it's a long game, this one.
Well, it is, but as I mentioned before, that just immediately, I think, of the pressure that is on not only Verzurenhout at the moment, Bates at the other end, but the rest of the dressing room, knowing that they need to go ahead of what they would normally score at to make up that slack.
Nat Silverbrunt coming in now from the RO Vance stand, and that is defended back toward the bowler for no run.
I mean, we might all forget that start, though. You know, if in, say, 20 overs and Verzurenhout's still there and she's on 70 off 80 and close that gap, but that's a long way to go, and that's some really good batting to close that gap.
Yeah, the beauty of the game, though, doesn't it? It has time for big old swings as Silverbrunt comes in again, and this time Verzurenhout has a good crack, gives it a good pull, and that will go all the way for 4 for Bernadine Verzurenhout, who I think must be listening to us, frankly.
Yeah, it was a front foot pull, really. It was almost like she knew Silverbrunt's just trying to hit that good length. I suppose it was a little short. It was above bail height, and Verzurenhout got that well in front of square. In fact, just probably closer to mid-wicket than square leg, but maybe feeling that heat, that pressure about trying to score, and went looking for a length she could pull. But it was a nice shot, hit it well.
Silverbrunt right arm over the wicket, and that one is just turned away onto the offside. They'll scamper through for 1 run.
He just poked down to third man, but using her feet as well, not down the wicket but laterally. Should have shifted to leg side to expose her stumps, but that meant she could angle it down to a short third man. So immediately you see this over, you know, Verzurenhout starting to think of scoring as opposed to surviving.
Silverbrunt, 4th ball of the over, and this time Bates just gets it out to point, who collects it, no run.
Bates has looked good, though. A couple of straight drives down the ground for 4, which were trademark vintage Susie Bates. And when she's hitting the ball straight with power, you know that she's in good positions and sort of looking to score in the right areas.
Silverbrunt comes in, and this time Bates gets it away past cover, and they'll run a couple here, will the White Ferns. So turning into a very good over actually for the White Ferns, currently 7 from it.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot more of these overs though to get up to a score which will be competitive and needed. But if they can just chip away, you know, with a boundary every couple of overs and run hard, and the odd one turns into 2, then what they were at the time, 3 and over, can easily get into the 5s, 6s, and you're away.
Last ball of the over for Siverbrunt, and this time Bates just tucks it away onto the onside. They'll scamper through for another run. So they're running well now, I think, the White Ferns. 8 from the over, New Zealand 44 without loss.
I've always tried to make good choices for my family's future and their happiness. Having an enjoyable and safe building experience is about choosing the right builder. So put your family in safe hands and choose GJ's with their proven track record. In over 25 years of business and with close to 23,000 builds, GJ's has completed every home we've ever started, a fact we're very proud of. Make a wise choice and choose New Zealand's most trusted home builder. GJ's, here today and tomorrow.
Kiwi for sport.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve. New Zealand 44 without loss after 12 overs, and after a good shift from Kate Cross coming in from the Adelaide Road end, 6 straight from her. We'll now have a change in bowler, and Lauren Bell will come back bowling from a different end this time. Her first 3 overs went for 11 runs, no wickets. She comes into Susie Bates, who just defends that one onto the onside for no run.
They'll save a number of overs with Bell through the death period as well. We saw that in the 2020 series. Almost not a death specialist, but someone they definitely lean on or go to. A lot of slower balls, basically an off-pace bowler towards the end with Amy Jones standing up. So they'll be trying to save a few up their sleeve of Lauren Bell for later on.
Comes in now, second ball of the over. Lauren Bell, right arm over the wicket. That one's just chopped down to point to collect, and again no run as they get a bit of a feel for what Lauren Bell is now trying to do.
I was quite keen to see Filer bowl again today. I don't know if you saw her the other day, but she was fast, had some good pace and bounce, troubled even the likes of Mealy Kerr the other day, which was not great to see from a Mealy Kerr New Zealand perspective, but to see that sort of fire and, you know, that different element to normal was great.
Bell coming in again, right arm over. That one's hit back straight down the ground. Will be collected by the fielder at mid-on, who has a bit of a go at the striker's end. Won't get anything from it though, just the 1 run for the White Ferns. New Zealand fans might be very pleased then that Filer is not.
I think for sure. Well, Filer and Gibson sitting this out, and Dunkley, but in terms of the seamers, and Bell coming back in, who was just rested for that 5th T20. And also Kate Cross, who we've already seen a lot of today with her 6 overs. So just replacing quality with quality, really.
1 from the over so far as Bell comes in for her 4th delivery. This time it is pulled away by Bezuidenhout, who they will run a single there. Just the single. Thought they might have come back for 2, but they're much smarter than me because they got that ball in from the field actually pretty quick.
It's nice work out there by Boucher, I think it is, but it's a big boundary out there. The same pitch for the 3 games here at the Basin Reserve, and so the boundaries have stayed in the same place, and out towards that embankment side is actually a decent hit, and it's good. I like it. Big pockets, heaps of runs available.
Bell comes in this time. It goes out to the fielder at mid-off, comes back in for no run. Tell you what, the crowd is also building very nicely here at the Basin Reserve. Easter Monday. Very happy Easter to you all. You'd be through all the chocolates already, wouldn't you?
Oh my God, I felt sick last night. I think I ate. We did a treasure hunt for our kids, and then they repaid the favour last thing at night for my wife and I, and I regretted it about 10 o'clock.
Lauren Bell bounces in. This time it is pulled away backwards of square by Susie Bates, where it is collected by the fielder running in from the boundary. They'll get the 1 run from it, so 3 off the Lauren Bell over. New Zealand 47 without loss after 13.
Stay in the fence, she says. Stay in the fence and it would look so much better. But you have to admit, you're not sure where to start. Are you putting off your painting or staining project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask at your local Resine colour shop for all the help you need on the best stain, paint, prep and painting techniques so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
You're with SENZ's live coverage of the first one-dayer between the White Ferns and England from the Basin Reserve in Wellington with Resine, the paint professionals use. Back to Nat Sivabrunt, who will run in from the RA Vance stand end for her fourth consecutive over. New Zealand 47 with loss after 13. Right arm over the wicket. This one's hit nicely by Susie Bates, but it is hit straight to the fielder at mid-on, and that will be no run.
Sivabrunt will be very keen to make amends for that drop catch. What was Bates' song when that catch went down? Maybe only one or two, right? At short mid-wicket, Sivabrunt put it was flying. It was a smart chance off Lauren Bell early.
Sivabrunt comes in again to Bates, who plays a similar shot, gets a similar result, straight back to mid-on, and that'll go for no run. Interestingly, though, from the last Sivabrunt over, they have taken out that fielder that they had placed there at silly mid-on, specifically for Bates.
Yeah, I never understand why that field. Well, I do, but I don't ever see it really paying dividend. It's just to keep someone in an eye line and hopefully have batters go a bit squarer, but didn't quite work out today for England.
Sivabrunt this time it is defended by Bates. Again, out to mid-on. No run from it. So 3 dot balls to start Sivabrunt's fourth over.
And I think it's win-win so far with these 3 balls. Bates will be really happy with how she's hitting. 2 of the 3 have been absolutely smashed to Eccleston at mid-on. So his ball striking's great, but they're all dot balls. So both parties probably pretty happy.
Sivabrunt comes in this time. Susie Bates gets around the corner past the keeper, but it will be collected by the fielder running in from fine leg. They'll get one. Oh no, that'll be called wide. So they'll get a run. They'll get the wide.
Sivabrunt was almost unplayable in the 5th T20 the other day. Just nibbling it round. Opened the bowling on that occasion. Picked up 2 early wickets, but bowled really well. Just today, just going for a few more runs. Couple of wides so far.
Thought she might have had some bat on that, Susie Bates, but she did not. Bezuidenhout now to face Sivabrunt. She runs in, right arm over the wicket. And again, we see a bit of a play miss from Bezuidenhout, who is struggling a little to find some flow here.
Well, that's exactly how she got out the other day in the 5th T20. Sivabrunt just back of length outside off and trying to run it down to third man with a slip and play, gutsy shot. This time, thankfully for Bezuidenhout, didn't find that edge through to Jones.
Penultimate ball of the over for Sivabrunt, and this time Bezuidenhout gets some good bat on it, but it'll just be collected by the fielder at mid-off for no run, but it'll be nice for her, no doubt, to just feel some bat on ball.
Yeah, we said 11 off 32, so that strike rate hovering around 30, which is pretty much where it's been the whole innings, really. Or actually, it was less than that up until a boundary last over from Sivabrunt.
Last ball of Sivabrunt's over, and this time it'll be cut backwards of point. They'll go the 1 run, so they will get the run and the 1 off wide from it. New Zealand 50 without loss after 14 overs.
Looking for a big tractor to get the job done? Then you can't go past Kubota's M72. Available from 130 to 170 horsepower, there's a M72 that's right for you. And every new machine includes a big 5-year warranty, making the Kubota M72 the tractor of choice. Speak with your local Kubota dealer or visit kubota.co.nz to learn more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
Welcome back to SNZ's coverage of this one-day international between New Zealand and England, brought to you by Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Lauren Bell from the southern end. An attempt to pull it away, and it ends up going to slip off the helmet. Ben Strangham for Kim Downs with Jacob Oram. Bit of bounce from that one.
Yeah, that's, I have to see it again. I don't know if that was a top edge or off the shoulder or something up into her helmet. Definite.
Top edge.
Yeah.
Into the side of the helmet as she was turning.
Yeah, got her pretty well too, Bezuidenhout. I think a little bit shaken up the way she And she knows she's getting a concussion check. She's halfway off already. In fact, they've decided to take drinks, I think, Ben. Just a bit shaken up as Aiden Howard from that one.
Yeah, she basically turned straight away, didn't she, and started to walk towards the physio.
Yeah, I think she's okay. In fact, she's just got a drink bottle and chugging away. But I think realised what getting hit on the head means. She got hit on the head the other day in the 5th T20 as well. But definite top edge. Wasn't really a bouncer, just a top edge into her helmet, and thankfully looks okay.
Yeah, they are taking a close look, and the drinks are out on the field. In fact, the ground staff are coming on to have a quick look at the pitch. So perhaps we'll take a short break and be back with you in a second. New Zealand are 50 for none in the 15th over.
I've always tried to make good choices for my family's future and their happiness. Having an enjoyable and safe building experience is about choosing the right builder. So put your family in safe hands and choose GJ's with their proven track record. In over 25 years of business and with close to 23,000 builds, GJ's has completed every home we've ever started, a fact we're very proud of. Make a wise choice and choose New Zealand's most trusted home builder. GJ's, here today and tomorrow.
Our trade.
SENZ. It's the Black Caps and White Ferns summer of more. More action, more vibes, more epic crowd energy, more sixes, more catches, more good times with your mates, more culture, more fans, more you had to be there moments. 32 matches, 9 cities, and 6 international touring teams, including the England women's team and the Aussie men's team. Don't miss the Black Caps and White Ferns summer of more. Get tickets now at nzc.nz. SENZ.
Hi, Paul here from Waterforce, keeping your lawns, gardens, parks, subdivisions, sports fields and golf courses looking green and lush is what we do best. We're also experts in improving water quality so it's safe to drink and use. We help a wide variety of residential and commercial clients around New Zealand to use their water as efficiently and effectively as possible. Waterforce offers custom design solutions for your individual needs and supplies the best quality products and equipment for the job. Download our home irrigation planning guide to get started at waterforce.co.nz.
SENZ.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Racing season starts now. Charge out the gates with $50 in bonus bets on us. Join TAB, deposit $10 and get $50 in bonus bets. Sign up at tab.co.nz. New customers only. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
Welcome back to SENZ's coverage brought to you by Resine, the paint professionals use. Just a slightly early drinks break there as Bernadine Bezuidenhout has bought a new helmet after taking one on the side of the helmet. It was a back of a length ball, maybe belly button height, and she's top edged it into the side of her helmet. But she's okay. She's ready to go. She's had a drink. Both teams have taken their drinks break, and Lauren Bell will continue from the Adelaide Road end. She gallops in, narrow of the crease, full and driven to mid-on. They're going to scamper through for a quick single. That's positive cricket from Bernadine Bezuidenhout.
It is, and it's nice to see after getting one in the helmet. Next ball, you're able to get that weight going forward again into the ball and play a nice shot. And some good running as well. And if Bezuidenhout's not going to be able to find that boundary too frequently, then the running has got to be the key.
New Zealand 51 without loss. Susie Bates facing. She's 33 from 51 balls. Lauren Bell, full, worked to mid-wicket. No run, very wristy from Susie Bates as she tries to work it away.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword because I like Susie Bates better when she's hitting straight down the ground, but I think we've already seen a number of shots today get hit straight to mid-on, mid-off, so you feel like you want to go squarer. Either that's through cover or probably for Bates it's through mid-wicket, but just can't find that gap. Even though she's hitting it well, just can't tick it over.
Bell, shorter this time, pulled away straight to the fielder at fine leg. She moves to 34. Do you think it's just a lack of pace in the wicket is making it hard to generally play those squarer shots? It seems to hold up ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think so. Well, a lack of pace on the ball, full stop, off the pitch. But also a lot of the time it's just placement as well, and you've got to give Heather Knight and the English seamers credit as well for their field placement as well, which is something I've noted throughout the international series so far, that they just seem to have the fielders in the right place more often than not, which is actually a skill in itself.
Bell, back of a length, cut away, backward of point. The fielder at third man picks that up and fires it in. That was Tammy Beaumont. So another run for Bezuidenhout. She moves to 14 now. New Zealand 53 for none.
Just slowly picking it up, Bezuidenhout. 14 off 36 now. Still not where she wants to be or needs to be, but it's creeping in the right direction in terms of strike rates.
Susie Bates batting, it looks like about a foot outside of her crease. Well forward. This is back of a length and just defended back to the bowler for no run. That is the end of the 15th over. New Zealand 53 for none. Bezuidenhout on 14. Susie Bates 34. Lauren Bell, none for 17 from her 5 overs so far. I guess the key here then is they've done a good job. They've seen off the new ball. They've got 35 overs to go. One of these two needs to cash in and go big, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, well, hopefully both of them, or if it's only one of them, they need someone else to stick around with, say it's Bates or Bezuidenhout, continues on to stick around for those big partnerships. The problem is that while the English seamers have done a good job and are world class themselves, you've got probably one of the best bowlers coming on right now in Sophie Eccleston. Yeah. And you've still got Charlie Dean up your sleeve as well, who is such a weapon in the T20 series. So it only gets harder, and they will squeeze. The fielders will get in there and it will be hard to score, and so it almost presents a different challenge in itself.
This Basin Reserve wicket has been taking turn a little bit more than usual in the last few months, so we're about to see if Sophie Eccleston can get something out of this wicket. It is used in those 2020s. This is tossed up in a reverse sweep straight away from Bezuidenhout, but she can't get it past the fielder. No run.
And that's how she'll play. I would say her power is more square of the wicket than straight down the wicket. She'll probably just dance down there and clip one over mid-off for 4 after I say that, which would be nice, but we'll look for those sweeps and reverse sweeps.
Eccleston full on leg stump, worked just past mid-wicket. Will they turn for 2? No. Susie Bates says stay there. But it's well worked away by Bezuidenhout. She moves to 15 now. New Zealand 54 without loss.
And that shows the dominance of this English position, plus how much trust they have in Sophie Eccleston. They only had one fielder on the boundary then, and that was Boucher, where the ball went to a square leg. For Bates now, point, Danny Wyatt drops out as well, but a lot of faith.
And this is cut by Bates. She can't beat the fielder at short third. No run. Yeah, Eccleston, good pace through the air, not exactly tossing it up. She's really firing in these deliveries. Coming around the wicket, the left-hander. On off stump and defended back to the bowler.
Yeah, she's a little quicker than your normal finger spinner, but she's very accurate. Very accurate. And the left arm angle and release point helps, of course. But a world-class spin bowler.
Susie Bates charges down the wicket, gets to the pitch of it, pushes to mid-on and gets the single.
It's good running. It is good running. Used her feet, so Bates, who was running to that non-striker's end, which was the danger end, was already halfway there. So now went a bit late. Throw did go to her end. She was running at the keeper's end, but safely home. Again, it's what New Zealand have to do. If the runs aren't going to flow, they have to steal those runs.
Bezuidenhout 15 from 38. This is hit her on the pads. There's a shout as it dribbles off to short, fine leg. They're thinking about reviewing. Is it high? Given the 10-second call, and they decide against reviewing. So that is the end of the over. New Zealand are 55 for none after 16.
Dreaming of falling asleep quickly and having the best rejuvenating sleep you've had in years? A Temper electric adjustable bed from Bedpost is the ultimate lifestyle enhancement. It's preset 0G position that will transport you to the perfect relaxation zone with a flick of a button, positioning your body at zero gravity, meaning you'll enjoy relieved muscle tension, improved circulation and breathing, all for the best night's sleep. Find a store near you and discover these amazing beds and mattresses at bedpost.co.nz.
Lauren Bell will continue from the Adelaide Road end. SENZ's coverage brought to you by Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Umpire Chris Brown just checking where the bowlers have been running over the wicket, and I guess the batters as well. Chris Brown is umpiring in his I think it's his 9th Women's One Day International.
Very experienced umpire. In fact, side note, I went through the Cricket Academy with Chris Brown way back when, along with Chris Gaffney. So our academy intake was almost better known for the officials than the players that came out of it.
Lauren Bell runs in again, charged by Susie Bates. She had to wait on it. It was a shorter ball. She's halfway down the wicket. Manages to play a pull forward of mid-wicket. Thinks about coming back for 3 as it's fielded on the boundary, but they'll take 2. She did very well to adjust there.
Yeah, the charging pull shot, never easy. You're shortening the length of the pitch off a bouncer. And it was way outside of stump. In fact, a cut shot might have been an easier shot, but still okay. Got it forward of mid-wicket, and Siva Brunt diving way to her left, couldn't stop it. Kate Cross does well to restrict it just to 2 runs.
New Zealand 57 without loss. Bell, fuller this time, defended into the offside for no run.
It's a good area, that. It's a challenging defensive shot. Interestingly, they put the slip back in, or did I just forget the slip was in there? But the 17th over, and that's a sign of how much England are on top in terms of run rate. But also maybe still a little bit in this pitch. Also the fact that Bell is going okay. So an attacking option here by Heather Knight, putting herself back into slip.
Only the 3 fielders outside the circle. This is back of a length again, and this is hoiked. A charge and pull from Susie Bates, and it will just get to the boundary at forward mid-wicket. She started to try to take it to the bowlers here, Susie Bates. Moves to 41 from 60 balls. New Zealand to 61 without loss.
Yeah, and she needs to. Run rate at 3.7 is not enough. That basically means you're going to score about 180, something like that. That's not going to be enough. So Susie Bates knows they need to get well and truly closer to that 250, and that needs to start now. They've been in long enough, these two. That was a carbon copy of the shot 2 balls earlier, this time away for 4.
Bell. Oh, it's a lovely delivery. Length ball which goes past the outside edge. Again, Bates tried to come down the wicket, but this looks like it's nipped away very nicely.
It's good bowling, really is. Oh. Yeah. Bates again coming down to put... It's almost a cross-seam delivery as well. It's not a proper cross-seam, but it's definitely scrambled. So Bell managing to hit the strings and showing again here the night. Well done at the toss, winning the toss and leading to bowl. There's movement in this pitch.
Lauren Bell, length ball, worked into the leg side. Well played by Susie Bates. She'll get 1. She moves to 42 from 62 deliveries. New Zealand are 62. It was almost the traditional leg cutter, wasn't it? It went away so far.
Yeah, and the fact that Bates was coming down the wicket and had done the ball before and swung away for 4, it's good adjustment by Bell. Just dragged her length a wee bit wider, or line I should say, a wee bit wider.
Zooting out, 15 from 39. She backs away well outside leg stump, trying to play through the offside, and Lauren Bell elects not to deliver that ball.
It's brilliant. Basin Howard almost jumped. Yeah, I don't know if you heard that. I think Bell just said that's a tactic. Oh. So just as Bell was about to deliver it, just into her gather, her leap,
it almost looks like she's backed away, doesn't want to face the ball, doesn't it?
Not only did she back away, she actually stood up upright, so out of her stance. So it kind of looked like she was, wait. Basin Howard was saying, wait, I'm not ready. So Bell stopped bowling, but Basin Howard was actually ready to go.
Bell this time as Besadenhout walks across, and it's a wide ball down the leg side.
See, that ball would have been perfect to the line, to the positioning where Besadenhout went last ball, where she jumped. Honestly, you would have seen another set of stumps past leg stump previously. It was quite funny, actually, in the way Bell stopped and didn't quite realise it was a tactic.
We had the fielder at mid-wicket was on her haunches just laughing at what she'd seen. Okay, this should be the last ball of Lauren Bell's 6th over. Full and worked backward of point. There could be 2 here. And yes, Besadenhout does a good job of turning and taking 2. She moves to 17. New Zealand are 65 without loss after 17 overs.
Every day, right across this great country, Kennards Hire help loads of customers and their customers enjoy the feeling of a job made easy. Like Paul, who perfected the finish on his concreting job thanks to a vibrating handheld screed from Kennards Hire. Happy, Paul? So whether you've got a big job or an even bigger job, get that Kenoth feeling.
Kennards make your job easy.
Sophie Eccleston will come into her 2nd over. SENZ's coverage of this one-day international brought to you by Resine, the paint professionals use. Susie Bates on strike. She charges, hammers this to mid-off, but can't beat the fielder. So again, positive intent from Susie Bates.
Yeah, lovely shot. It is. If you looked at that just as a shot, it's a great shot. Great use of the feet. Got to the pitch and smashed it straight to mid-off. Problem is it's dot. And that's what England care about.
Sophie Eccleston into her 59th one-day international. This is back of a length, cut away. Not her best ball, but an easy single for Susie Bates, who moves to 43. New Zealand to 66 now.
I've really enjoyed watching Susie Bates go about her work today. She's been positive without. Sometimes Bates can almost err a bit onto that reckless side of things as she gets a bit panicky trying to score runs, but today has been nice and controlled. Strike rate around about 70, but that'll only keep going up.
Besadenhout moves across and sweeps backward of square as it runs towards the boundary, but it's well fielded. Susie Bates thinking about coming back for a 3rd, but will just get the 2 there, Besadenhout, and she moves to 19. New Zealand to 68 now.
It's a good shot. Still only the 1 on the boundary for Besadenhout, which is forward of square. Bouchier out there. So Lauren Bell at short fine leg 45 is inside the ring. So if Besadenhout can access that angle, there's runs down there.
Reverse sweep this time goes fine with the fielder at short 3rd. Very well played by Besadenhout. Just doesn't have the pace in the outfield to scurry away for 4, but they get another 2. Besadenhout moves to 21.
It's good though, and that's what we were saying earlier about her power or her options will be square or behind the wicket. And even with a slip in, she's happy to play the reverse sweep. Plays it pretty well.
Positive intent from Besadenhout. Around the wicket comes Eccleston again. Slightly shorter this time, arrowing in off stump. No run.
It won't be the first time Eccleston's seen this sort of approach against her. And you don't become one of the world's best without having adaptability up your sleeve. So it'll be interesting to see how she goes about it now.
Fuller this time, swept away, and it'll just be the single for Besadenhout, who moves through to 22. New Zealand 71 without loss after 18 overs.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce. As a customer, you want it all. The backing of a national operation with a local operator that knows your water needs. That's why thousands of Kiwis just like John Richmond have chosen Waterforce as their water management partner.
So I would recommend Waterforce for anyone else. They're just pros at what they're doing. They've made it pretty seamless and easy, really good to work with, and happy to compromise and change things to suit our system.
Visit waterforce.co.nz today to find out more.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve. You're with SENZ. Our coverage of this match brought to you by Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. And we have a bowling change. Charlie Dean, the 23-year-old from Hampshire. This is her 26th Women's One-Day International. She has 48 wickets at an average of 17.6.
And an economy rate of 4.3. Those are outstanding numbers. If you can get That's nearly 2 wickets a game, 48 and 25. I mean, that's some serious stats that, where you can basically, you're bowling your 10 overs and pretty much getting 2 for 40.
Strike rate of 24. 1 wicket every 4 overs she bowls. The off spinner. This is hoiked over wide mid-on by Bezuidenhout. That's a lovely start for Bernadine.
That's a really good start, not allowing Charlie Dean to settle. We've just talked about how good her stats are. Well, it doesn't matter because it's the first ball and she needs to bowl with 10. England only really going in with 5 bowlers, plus Heather Knight, who's better than probably an emergency bowler. But
Dean, Bezuidenhout goes again, doesn't really have any control of that as it goes backward of square. She gets away with it and gets 1.
Maybe a group discussion, or at least a partnership discussion here about attacking this bowling option, not letting Dean settle. This time Bezuidenhout down the wicket, trying to just, or hit it anywhere on the leg side really, just a top edge that bounces just short of deep square.
And again, Bates charges and fires it to mid-on, so it certainly does seem like there's been some kind of conversation. Maybe this is the bowler to target.
Yeah. They haven't targeted any of the other bowlers, so someone's got to go.
Charlie Dean bowling with good pace. Another flatter off-spin bowler. Bates goes again. Doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, but manages to scamper through for 1, firing it to mid-on. She moves to 44, New Zealand to 77.
Well, it's pretty obvious. It's 4 balls have been attacked, every single one of them. So, not that Charlie Dean is a weakling, but maybe saying someone's got to go. And the off-spinner to the 2 right-hand batters is the one.
Bezuidenhout looks for the reverse sweep. Looks like she's Q-ended it to point for no run. Didn't quite get hold of it as she would have liked. Bezuidenhout 27 from 47 deliveries. It's the last ball of Charlie Dean's first over, and mid-on heads out to a long-on position. Also a deep square and a cow corner. She charges and tries to work it into the onside, but can't beat the fielder at mid-wicket. New Zealand to 77 for none after 19. So starting to see some positive signs of intent from these batters. A 77-run partnership. All in all, they'll be pretty pleased with where they're at. Yes, Bezuidenhout in particular could be scoring quicker, but she seems to be starting to find her legs.
Yeah, well, interesting, they attack. Charlie Dean will try to use their feet, try to hit with power, but she only goes at 6s, which shows how good Charlie Dean is as well. But yeah, you're right, it's a good start. I mean, just looking at the projected scores now, 6 and over from here gets them to 263, and I think that's well within their grasp. I do. From this point, you're basically talking about 31 overs.
Eggleston onto the legs of Bates. Potential stumping there, but Bates is able to get back. She just caught herself in a bit of a tangle, Susie Bates.
Just toppled over trying to leg glance it. I think maybe trying to, shape to sweep a wee bit, just the way she lifted her bat. But didn't sweep in the end, just tumbled over. But 263 from here, basically 30 overs with 10 wickets in hand, 2 set players, should be doable.
Charging this time as Bates works it to mid-on, but can't come through for a single. Eggleston almost fielded that off her own bowling, and I think that meant Bates didn't push for the single.
I do think 260 is what they will require, though, as well, probably more. So if they want to get up around 270, 280, or maybe even touching on 300, they're going to have to seriously put the foot down. But again, they've got 10 wickets left.
Looped up, an outside edge, and this may run away. Fielder is chasing after. I think it's Charlie Dean chasing after. It gets it just before the boundary. Bezuidenhout thinks about coming for a third, but Bates is happy with 2. She moves to 46. Oh, I tell you what, looking at the GJ Gardner-Holmes replay, that looks very close to a stumping. Her bat's not down.
No.
Her bat is not down, and it wasn't sent upstairs. Eggleston, this is worked away by Bates for a single on the leg side. She moves to 47, but they've missed one there. Chris Brown didn't refer it upstairs. There was no real appeal by the bowling side.
I think that's more the case, was that there was no real appeal. I don't remember an appeal and Brown turning it down. It was more the fact that because it was a messy play, it hit thigh pad, it hit glove, bounced down, rolled back. Bates is nearly falling over. I don't think there was much.
Eggleston, Yorker length, just defended into the leg side by Bezuidenhout.
But definitely missed. I mean, that is out. Her bat, as she went to get her ground again, Bates was sort of swinging her bat. It wasn't sliding, it was swinging it back in over the top, and it was a good inch or two off the ground. Got lucky.
I think that's the third time Bates has been lucky in this innings. Eggleston. Oh, this is swept away very fine by Bezuidenhout. She walked well across her stumps. It won't go for 4, but she does get 2 for it. So she moves on to 29 from 50 balls. New Zealand at 82 after 20.
The land of the long white cloud, home of thoroughbred champions and the Karaka experience. New Zealand Bloodstock's iconic sales has for years unearthed the next generation of racing royalty. From blue blood thoroughbreds to other exceptional types, buyers converge on Karaka each summer seeking their next champion. Let NZB open the door to Karaka and experience the passion and expertise of New Zealand's top breeders. Your winning journey begins at Karaka. nzb.co.nz.
CNZ's coverage of this first one-day international brought to you by Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Charlie Dean continuing from the Adelaide Road end. And Bates charges and flicks this to the person at Cow Corner, gets 1 run. And Bates moves to 48, but it's been a fortunate innings, Anna Corbin.
Yes, well, as I've just handed over, Bates a strike of luck there, although no one out there will necessarily be aware.
Dean to Bezuidenhout, who charges and tries to work at leg side, and they do scamper through for a single. Is it leg buys, or was it off the bat? Off the bat.
Yeah, good piece of that. Yeah, there's been a few lucky opportunities within this innings. They've just missed out on a stumping and no one really appealed.
Dean to Bates. Bates backs away, works it into the leg side for a single. So Bates dropped in the second over off the bowling of Lauren Bell. It was the LBW shout, which was 3 reds according to DRS, would have cannoned into leg stump, but no one really even appealed for it. And then a stumping chance in the last over, which again, the wicketkeeper didn't really appeal for it, didn't think it was out. Dean Bezuidenhout tries to scoop this one up and over. This is they get through for a single. Will this be buys? It's wide. It's called a wide.
Yeah, so the White Ferns, they pick up a couple, having been a wide. You really get a sense now that they are trying to up the scoring rate in this sort of the middle phase of the game, I like to call it, where you're really trying to accumulate.
Charlie Dean, well outside off. Oh, beautifully worked by Bates. Very purposefully, very fine on the offside. Thinks about coming back for 2, but it's well fielded by Tammy Beaumont. Susie Bates with 50 from 73 deliveries. 6 fours. A fine innings from Susie Bates.
Yes, absolutely. Susie Bates has batted very well in this innings. She's had luck go her way, but she rolls over 50 runs individually. I'm sure she will be looking to make sure that this is a big score.
Pulled away by Bezuidenhout. That is Susie Bates' 34th one-day international 50, going along with 1300s in the format, averaging over 41. Much needed for the White Ferns in this game. Charlie Dean, last ball of her second over. This actually may be another wide. Doesn't appear Bezuidenhout got anything on it, and it is called by umpire Chris Brown. So another 2 runs to the tally. New Zealand on 89. Make that 90.
It's really interesting, Ben, that Dean seems to be persisting with the Midland leg line, and you can tell with how straight their fine leg fielder is positioned.
Charged and gone, stumped. Susie Bates charged down the wicket, attempted to get to the pitch of it but couldn't. It goes past the outside edge. No hint of turn from Charlie Dean, and that is easy work for Amy Jones behind the stump. She is stumped this time, and over later she goes for 50.
Well, she has. She's danced down the wicket and she's danced straight past that delivery. No real demons in the delivery or anything, and Amy Jones is able to just wait for the ball to come through and calmly take the stumps. Bates will be hugely disappointed to end her innings there after such a long period of fight.
We'll take a short break. New Zealand are 90 for 1 after 21 overs. Basin Reserve on 30 and Amelia Kerr is the new batter without having faced the ball.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Racing season starts now. Charge out the gates with $50 in bonus bets on us. Join TAB, deposit $10 and get $50 in bonus bets. Sign up at tab.co.nz. New customers only. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve in Wellington for this first one-day international between England and New Zealand. Your coverage brought to you by Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. The big wicket of Susie Bates, out for 50, New Zealand 90 for 1. Eccleston resumes. Zuidenhout sweeps but can't get it past the short fine fielder. Zuidenhout starting to find some form. She's 30 off 53 now. For a long time she wasn't even striking above the 50% rate. She's had to hit a couple of boundaries, been very positive. Cuts away but can't beat the point fielder.
It was interesting. I ducked out in the break when I wasn't on air and bumped into Robbie Kerr, so Amelia Kerr's father, and quite pleased with the start that the White Ferns have made.
Zuidenhout tries to sweep, or tries to play a ramp rather. It's not given as a wide. It was leg side of the leg stump, but through where the batter was naturally in their stance, so no wide given.
And we talked about how they were a little bit bogged down early on, but he did say that Zuidenhout will enjoy the spin.
This one's a wide though.
And I think we have seen her warm up a bit since the change in bowling. We've got Dean and Eccleston, who are both very tidy slow bowlers for the English. Eccleston being the #1 ranked bowler, of course, in both formats, T20 and ODIs.
Seems very confident with the sweep, the orthodox sweep, the reverse sweep. Happy to try to use the pace of the ball as she steps across and sweeps through fine, and Amelia Kerr scampers through for a single. Zuidenhout moves to 31, New Zealand are 92 for 1.
And we see the TV replay now. They're just checking upstairs when Zuidenhout missed and it went down the leg side. It wasn't called a wide. It looks to just brushed her pad, saving the bowler from an extra delivery and a...
Amelia Kerr playing her 69th one-day international. She averages 44. And she's off the mark immediately, working this into the leg side for 1. New Zealand moved to 93 for 1.
And of course, taking the reins today is New Zealand's captain at her home ground, her turf.
You mentioned you talked to Robbie Kerr. I talked to Joe Murray a while ago, and I'm just remarking of how much extra maturity Amelia Kerr has got now, as this is cut to point for no run compared to in her younger days. New Zealand now 93 for 1 after 22 overs. After this, it'll be Kimberly Downs with Anna Corbin.
Looking for a big tractor to get the job done? Then you can't go past Kubota's M72. Available from 130 to 170 horsepower, there's a M72 that's right for you. And every new machine includes a big 5-year warranty, making the Kubota M72 the tractor of choice. Speak with your local Kubota dealer or visit kubota.co.nz to learn more. Kubota, shaping New Zealand.
You're with SENZ's live coverage of the White Ferns up against England in their first one-dayer at the Basin Reserve in Wellington, thanks to Resene. The the Paint Kiwis Trust. An intriguing setup at the moment. New Zealand 93 for 1 after Susie Bates was dismissed by the bowling of Charlie Dean, who has the ball in hand again. This time she's bowling to Kerr, and that'll be a wide first up for Charlie Dean.
Yeah, the English today, Kimberly, they have been bowling a very straight line. And we're just seeing a few wides creep into their game now.
Dean bowling again to Kerr, who just gets it nice and on the pads, and that will go for no run.
So before the handover, we were just talking about Mealy Kerr taking the reins, home ground.
Dean back into it. This time Kerr manages to get it off her pads square, and they'll scamper through for 1 run. Zadenhout now on strike. She is 31 at the moment off 57 deliveries, so a slow start for her, but she's getting into her work now a wee bit.
Yeah, Charlie Dean will get through her overs with Sophie Eccleston at the other end.
Yes, Charlie Dean, the 23-year-old. This time Zadenhout tries to have a pull at it, and it will just go behind her on the onside there, and they'll scamper through for another run. So it's not convincing, but they are keeping that.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say that's a little bit of a mischance there. It's just dropped short. And the way they have that fielder positioned is so fine.
Amelia Kerr will just play that one off her pads square again. So another run, keeping the runs coming while the spinners are on at the moment.
And with the loss of a wicket too, it normally, can really slow down the momentum, but who better to have come to the wicket is Mealy Kerr. She won't settle with dot balls.
Yeah, well, the phrase steady the ship is used frequently in cricket for a certain Kane Williams, and Mealy Kerr gives a similar effect for the White Ferns. Zadenhout this time just cuts it out towards point there, no run.
Yeah, so normally with your fine leg fielder with a spin bowler, they're more at a 45-degree angle. They're much finer than that. And I think that's to do with the line she's bowling.
Charlie Dean comes in again, and this time it is worked to mid-off, where the fielder will have a shy at the stumps, but batters have definitely made their ground there. So that'll be 5 from the Charlie Dean over, including the wide. She's conceded 19 runs with the wicket of Susie Bates off her 3 overs so far. New Zealand 98 for 1.
Dreaming of falling asleep quickly and having the best rejuvenating sleep you've had in years? A Temper electric adjustable bed from Bedpost is the ultimate lifestyle enhancement. Its preset 0G position that will transport you to the perfect relaxation zone with a flick of a button, positioning your body at 0 gravity, meaning you'll enjoy relieved muscle tension, improved circulation and breathing, all for the best night's sleep. Find a store near you and discover these amazing beds and mattresses at bedpost.co.nz.
You're with SENZ's live coverage of the White Ferns against England, up against England. Repetitive much with Rosine. Thanks very much. The paint professionals use. Sophie Eccleston, she's putting me in a spin. I think that's the reason why. Resumes from the RA Vance stand here. This time goes to Kerr, who gets the ball away onto the onside. They'll run a couple there, as Kerr looks to make her way into this game.
But the conditions here, the outfield seems quite lush, and there just doesn't seem to be the value in the big shots. Normally, on a drier wicket that would race out.
That was in fact Zadenhout, so my apologies for that. This time, no, she tries to sweep Eccleston, and she has been given out. LBW, Bernadine Zadenhout has to go. 35 runs off 62 deliveries, 8 seconds on the DRS timer, but she does not look for a second like thinking about reviewing that. She is walking from the field, and New Zealand are 100 for 2.
Yes, she's looked again to play square of the wicket on that occasion, and it's bounced up into her ribcage directly in front. And she looks at her partner at the other end, who says, sorry mate, we're not using a review on that decision.
Yes, the GJ Gardner replay did make that look very plumb indeed. Sophie Eccleston getting the job done here as the spinners make an impact in this New Zealand innings. Come in, Charlie Dean's taken Susie Bates. Now Sophie Eccleston takes the wicket of Bernadine Zuidenhout. So both openers dismissed for New Zealand now.
Well, the opening partnership, they have fought hard for New Zealand. It was slow going. They have seen off the pace and shine of the new ball, resisting to give away their wickets, and they've set a good platform, though we now have two new batters to the wicket who will need to rebuild somewhat.
Yes, Georgia Plimmer comes in for New Zealand. 12 matches to her name, an average of 14, which does not quite show the quality of player that the 20-year-old is. Wellington Blaze as well, so very familiar with this ground. High score of 23 for Georgia Plimmer. That was against Sri Lanka last year, as Sophie Eccleston looks to continue, and that one will be wide.
I really noticed. So Sophie Eccleston really mixes up her pace. That one a lot quicker through the air. She's dragged it down the leg side. Georgia Plimmer gets a bit of a let off on her first ball.
Eccleston comes in, and that is defended by Plimmer. We're just looking at that LBW again on the GJ Gardner replay. Showed it would have been umpire's call even if she had reviewed, although not quite as plumb as I thought on first look, but nicking enough of leg stump to certainly be out. So Eccleston comes in again, and that one's just played out to the offside for no run.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see New Zealand really just sort of knuckle down here and fight hard to build this next partnership.
Eccleston and again to Plimmer, who again works that onto the offside for no run, as she just looks to settle in here at the Basin Reserve. She was a late call into the T20 squad, Georgia Plimmer, after Sophie Devine's injury, but was always going to come into this one-day side. A good young player, as Eccleston comes in for her last ball over the over again. That is just defended nicely onto the offside for no run. So a successful over for England, that one with the wicket of Bernadine Zuidenhout coming from it. Eccleston now has figures of 1 for 19, New Zealand 101 for 2 after 24 overs.
Every day, right across this great country, Kennards Hire help loads of customers and their customers enjoy the feeling of a job made easy. Like Cameron, who used a Kennards Hire mini loader to turn a simple dirt patch into the ultimate backyard sandpit for his sweet little tricklets. Love it, girls? So, whether you've got a big job or an even bigger job, get that Kennards feeling.
Kennards make your job easy.
Welcome back to SENZ's coverage of the White Ferns up against England this first one-dayer, thanks to Resing the Paint Kiwi Trust. Charlie Dean resuming from the Adelaide Oval end as first ball is just defended on the onside from Millie Kerr for no run.
It is tricky to share with our listeners too much in between these overs as the spinners, they just charge on through.
Yeah, they're getting through their work quickly, aren't they? Charlie Dean again down to Millie Kerr, who again just gets it away, but for no run. The fielder coming in from mid-on to collect that. From mid-wicket to collect that. Third ball of the over already for Charlie Dean, and this time Millie Kerr just looks to play it off the pads a little bit square, and they'll run through for a single.
Yeah, it's lovely to see these two Wellingtonians batting together on their home ground, and I won't get much time, but there was an innings in the Super Smash where Mealy and Georgia Plimmer batted together, and it was just a real fantastic innings where they worked together, and Mealy was just such a good leadership role.
Yes, that leadership role will be very important as Charlie Dean comes in again to Plimmer, who again just works it onto the onside, and the fielder at mid-wicket collects that, no run from it.
Yeah, and in that innings the Wellington players found themselves in a bit of a pickle, but I really felt they worked together and got home.
Charlie Dean again into Plimmer, who just plays that one back down the wicket to Dean, who is bowling very well here at the Basin Reserve.
I'd liken Georgia Plimmer to a real similar talent to Litchfield from the Australian women's team.
This time, Plymouth has a swing at it, pulls it away. And they're able to run through for one run from it. So they'll get a couple from the over of Charlie Dean. Will Mealy Kerr and Georgia Plymouth. New Zealand 103 for 2, halfway through the innings.
Hi, Paul here from Waterforce. Keeping your lawns, gardens, parks, subdivisions, sports fields and golf courses looking green and lush is what we do best. We're also experts at improving water quality so it's safe to drink and use. We help a wide variety of residential and commercial clients around New Zealand to use their water as efficiently and effectively as possible. Waterforce offers custom design solutions for your individual needs and supplies the best quality products and equipment for the job. Download our home irrigation planning guide to get started at waterforce.co.nz.
The White Ferns 103 for 2 at the Basin Reserve, halfway through their innings after being put into bat by England. Sophie Eccleston will resume from the RA Advanced stand, bowling there to Georgia Plymouth, who works it off her pads, just tucks it in behind her there. They'll scamper through for one run.
Yeah, tight single there, though it is Mealy Kerr's call from the non-striker's end. I just think she perhaps was a bit deceived how sprightly that little fine leg fielder is.
Eccleston bowls it in now and again. Mealy Kerr just turns it off her pads square, and that fielder at fine has to come back and collect the ball, and they'll get another run off it.
So it's a real tactic when spin bowlers bowl in tandem through the middle overs. It is to speed the game up.
Eccleston does just that again, and this time it is played onto the offside and collected at cover for no run.
Yeah, they speed the game up through the middle overs, so that all of a sudden as a batting pair, you're like, where on earth did all those overs go?
This time Eccleston gets it nice and full, and Plymouth just defends that one onto the onside for no run. And they do seem to be going by very quickly, so the New Zealanders do have to be very aware, like you say, of the English tactics here. Eccleston comes in for her penultimate delivery of the over, and once again that is just defended towards point. It'll go for no run, and they're doing a very good job of keeping things very tight, the spinners, through these middle overs.
Yeah, well, this will be the 10th over of spin bowling that we've seen on the trot. Just trying to hurry things through.
Eccleston with her last delivery of the over. Again, it just goes out to that point region, so it'll be 2 runs off the Eccleston over there. New Zealand 105 for 2 after 26.
No time for dinner because the big game's on. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with Mick Delivery. Dinner sorted, and you won't miss a thing. That's a real win-win. Mick Delivery, delivering your Macca's favourites straight to your door. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Bunnings Trade is here to help you this tax time with 134 Trade. Call 0800 134 872 for on-the-spot product inquiries, fast quoting and on-site delivery. Tax time sorted. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
The England spin attack will look to continue as we get into the 27th over here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. The first one day between the White Ferns and England, brought to you by Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. New Zealand 105 for 2. Mealy Kerr, Georgia Plymouth batting still. Early days for them. Amelia Kerr will face. She's 5 runs off 8 deliveries so far. Georgia Plymouth 2 off 12 as Charlie Dean comes in for the first ball of her 5th over, and that is played very, very nicely indeed. All the way for 4 from Mealy Kerr.
Well, before this over started, Siva Brunt and Heather Knight came together with Dean and they made some alterations to the field. They've adjusted the leg side, but that doesn't bother Mealy Kerr at all as she skips down the wicket and accesses through extra cover.
Dean coming in again, that'll go wide.
We've seen it slide down the leg side a number of times. And I just think it's that insistent sort of wanting to bowl middle and leg. It's just drifting down.
Dean, this one gets a bit fuller, and Mealy Kerr, we've seen her do that bit, just try and play it a little bit square off the pads. It'll go for no run, collected very easily by the fielder in the inner circle at point.
Well, she can tickle that finer off her hip they've made that available to the batter now.
Dean comes in again, and Mealy Curry again just has a little nibble at it, going on to the onside for no run. New Zealand 110 for 2 here at the Basin Reserve. And this time Mealy Curry tries to get a bit creative, and she has a little go at scooping it behind her. It won't quite make the boundary for 4 as Kate Cross comes around and does the fielding. It will be called wide though. So they'll get a couple of runs out of that, and Charlie Dean will have to bowl that one again.
That she will. You just see Mealy Curry, she really did try to get the faintest of lap on that delivery just to access this gap that's down at fine leg now.
And Charlie Dean pushes it more onto the on-stump that time, but Mealy Curry again tries that little lap shot, and it'll go down to Kate Cross. Again at fine leg. They'll get a couple from it, will the Kiwis?
I do wonder if we will see a few overs of pace come back in these middle overs. These two spinners have bowled 11 or 12 overs on the trot here.
Yes, Dino.
Be interesting if they do look to persist with spin for much longer, as Charlie Dean bowls in again to Mealy Curry. This time she has a little pull at it. It'll just go backwards of square, and they'll get the one run from it. Whether we might see a Heather Knight come into the attack at any stage?
Well, they've just used the 5 bowlers so far. There's 3 seamers, and Dean and Eccleston are doing the lion's share of the slow bowling.
Last ball of the over for Charlie Dean, but it won't be, because that will also go down leg. That'll be called wide, and once again she'll have to bowl it again. So that's the 3rd wide of this over for Charlie Dean. It's turning into a relatively long one.
Yeah, she's bowled a few wides, but like I said, I think it's just she is working hard to bowl to a plan. She is trying to bowl into the legs of the New Zealand batters.
Come in, this one will be the last ball of the over, but that has worked away very nicely. Cut from Georgia Plimmer onto the offside. A couple of fielders are chasing it. The ball is slowing up, and they will make it just before it gets to the boundary. So it won't quite get there for 4, but they will run 3 in the end, the White Ferns. So quite a productive over from then in the moment. I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to try and do the maths on that one, counting up the whites as well. New Zealand 120 for 2 after 27.
My maths tells me that's maybe 15 off the over.
I trust your maths more than mine at that stage.
I've been looking at my notes.
This is why I work with a professional. You can tell me what I need to know. Thank you.
This is analysis. I don't know if it's mathematical analysis.
We're rolling with it. New Zealand 120 for 2 after 27 overs. 18 extras is an interesting little stat for mine at this stage. Mealy Curry not out on 12 off 13 deliveries. Georgia Plimmer 5 off 13 as well. So just settling in at the moment, this pair. Eccleston will again continue from the RA Vance stand, and that one is hit through the onside. Again, it'll trickle down deep towards the boundary, but it won't quite make it. As Plimmer will get a couple of runs for her efforts.
Yeah, she hasn't quite timed that, but in the same breath, I feel as though there isn't quite the value for your shots out there in that outfield. It's slowing right up. It's very green.
Yeah, we've seen that a bit, particularly down at that boundary near the commentary stand where we are. And Jacob Ora mentioned earlier as well, it has been slowing up a lot down there in the T20s as Eccleston bowls again, and Plimmer just works that one off her pads square, and they'll get through for 1 run.
But I don't mind that. It just means that you can't rest on your laurels as a batting pair. You do have to peg your ears back, run hard, and turn 2s into 3s as often as possible. It'll be just the same for the opposition.
Eccleston coming in again, left arm, and that'll just be defended, collected by the keeper for no run. So 3 from the over so far.
Of course, Eccleston being a left arm orthodox, they've stacked the offside. It's a bit like a wall of China in the offside.
She bowls again. That's just defended this one back down the wicket. Slightly on the onside. And Eccleston will collect that fairly easily for no run.
So they're just enticing Mealy Kerr. If you want to try and pierce this offside field, then by all means give it a nudge.
Eccleston comes in again, left arm. This time it's pitched more on the onside and worked away, but straight to that fielder at mid-wicket. No run.
Now you can see from the English, they all seem to understand what the plan is. When something happens or it's, a hint of something.
Last ball of the over from Eccleston. This time it's just worked around the corner a little bit from Mealy Kerr. And they'll scamper through for 1 off that final ball of the over. So 4 from that Eccleston over. New Zealand 124 for 2 after 28 here at the Basin Reserve.
Got a hybrid or electric vehicle? Hybrids and electric vehicles require regular maintenance. Pitstop has always been at the forefront of mechanical repairs and servicing, and now they're even further in front by offering a dedicated service package for your hybrid or EV. So maintain your range capabilities, battery integrity, and keep your eco-friendly vehicle running smoothly. Book your hybrid or EV service today at Pitstop.
Pitstop, you've come to the right place.
Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the White Ferns up against England, their first one day, thanks to Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. And we will be continuing with the spin here. We've been having a conversation earlier, Anna Corbin, about how long they would keep this going, when they might look to reintroduce a bit of pace. But for now, they seem happy enough to keep going back and forth between Dean and Eccleston. So we're just...
Though they are making some alterations. You can see Charlie Dean intends to bowl around the wicket this over, and now they have put in a cheeky little leg slip. So there is a plan against Mealy Kerr and her lap shot. Shot. All of the above. We did see her try to play that lap shot a couple of times in Charlie Dean's last over, so you can understand what they're getting at there. Justine runs it now. And Mealy Kerr has a pull at it. It'll go just backwards of square, and they'll run through for 1 run, collected by the fielder running in from the deep there. So the English, they think Mealy Kerr is vulnerable, and obviously Georgia Plummer as well, as they haven't made any alteration to the field despite changing ends.
And this time Charlie Dean runs in, and Georgia Plummer has a good crack at it. The ball does go high, but it'll land safely on the onside as mid-wicket will come around to collect it. They'll get 1 run from it, living a little dangerously there for Georgia Plummer.
Yeah, she just sort of knelt down on one knee and tried to slog sweep, and it balloons up, but it's into a vacant area and safe enough.
Charlie Dean, right arm coming in to Mealy Kerr, who just plays that one onto mid-on, no run.
So the strategy behind putting in a little leg slip is eliminating the lap shot from Amelia Kerr's armoury. So it's
Charlie Dean again into Mealy Kerr, who pulls that one away square, but there is a fielder coming around who will collect it on the boundary. So a lovely shot, but she'll only get 1 run for her efforts.
And of course what that does is it makes more real estate out there on the leg side. So far Mealy Kerr has just adapted with a sweep shot.
Charlie Dean into Georgia Plummer now, who cuts it away, and it'll make it past the fielder in the covers there. The ball once again scurrying towards the boundary. A couple of fielders chasing afterwards, though. It'll pull up again and be collected just inside the boundary. But some good running from the Ferns, who run 3 from it. And that's just what we were talking about before, Anna Corbin, just making the most of those runs, even when you're not necessarily going to get the 4 with the outfield slowing up rather the way that it is.
Well, it's not going to be any different for the opposition, so they just have to run their little hearts out.
Charlie Dean now again into Kerr, who comes down the wicket a bit this time, works it onto the onside. They'll scramble through for 1. Charlie Dean's taken a little bit of a tumble from the looks, so we might have a little pause here. No, she's up and about. She's all right. Never mind. End of the over.
Nothing.
7 from it. Just a little bit of drama. to be thrown your way. 7 from Charlie Deans over there. New Zealand 131 for 2 after 29.
That gloomy second bedroom. All it needs is brightening up. So how do you get started? Do you need to seal the walls before you paint? Are you putting off your painting project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resine colour shop for all the help you need on the best paints, prep and painting techniques for your project so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
The White Ferns 131 for 2 at Basin Reserve against England, and we will now have a change in strategy from England as Nat Sciver-Brunt comes back into the attack. She's bowled 4 overs so far today, 19 runs from them, an economy rate of 4.75 for the 31-year-old, but a right-arm medium pace in her 101st ODI for England, which speaks to the experience that she has. She comes in from the RA Vance stand end to Mealy Kerr, who just tucks that one in behind her. They'll run 1 as the fielder finally comes in to collect that.
Yeah, so Sciver-Brunt replacing Eccleston just means that they are saving a few overs. She's from Eccleston. She's bowled 7.
Sciver-Brunt, a very handy player to have in your side. Number 1 ranked one-day batter. Number 2 in the world for an all-rounder. And that time she bowls into Plymmer, who also, again, just tucks it in for that fine leg fielder to collect. They'll run 1 again.
Yeah, I don't mind. This is fairly standard in your 50-over format. Get through a chunk of your overs with your slow bowlers. Bring your pace back. See if you can get a wicket. That'll be the job expected of Sciver-Brunt.
Sciver-Brunt right arm over the wicket to Mealy Kerr, who just defends that one. Will go for no run.
It also breaks up a little bit the predictability of the pace. You know, when the slow bowlers have been bowling in partnership and it's, you know, sort of one pace, although they do mix it up a little bit. It does start to get a little predictable, and the batters, they can come up with their plans. So now bringing pace on to just break that plan up.
Sciver-Brunt in again to Mealy Kerr, who can only defend that one onto the onside for no run. Kerr and Plymmer just steadily building here.
They are, and they'll know their role here. They do need to knuckle down and build another partnership. You do need a good couple of partnerships from your top order in order to build a big score.
Penultimate ball of the over for Sciver-Brunt now. Mealy Kerr turns that one square, and they'll get another run for their efforts there. So 3 from the over so far, 1 ball to come.
Yeah, and just a good opportunity for them to accumulate. They've been out there not too long, so just again assessing, and they'll be working out what their plans are.
We heard from Jacob Oram earlier in the coverage, a fairly flat pitch today. Plenty in it. You'd hope for the batters as Sciver-Brunt comes in, and this time it is pulled away by Georgia Plymmer. The fielder at fine leg there comes to collect it again. It's a nice shot, but they'll just get 1 from it. 4 from the over off Sciver-Brunt. New Zealand 135 for 2, 30 overs gone.
The hallway with dated wallpaper. Yeah, some people might call it chic, but to you, it just looks tired. What's the easiest way to remove old wallpaper, though? Are you putting off your decorating project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resine colour shop for all you need on the best wallpaper, prep and hanging techniques so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
Welcome back to SENZ's coverage of this first one-day international between England and New Zealand. We're at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. The sun is starting to peek through. I'm alongside Jacob Oram. It's been a double change in the SNZ commentary box. Our coverage brought to you by Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Jacob, how do you think things are shaping up?
Look, I think I think the White Ferns will actually be pretty pleased with where they're sitting right now after 30 overs, and considering after 10 overs they were on 30 without loss, but still 2 down, which is 8 wickets left, of course. Run rate right now is 4.5, and that will only continue to go north if this partnership continues. The likes of Mealy Kerr stays in and is able to capitalise on the start. For a while there I was thinking 250, 260. I now think, if we double it from here and more, I'm thinking 275, 280, which will be a challenging target on this. Starting to take some turn. We saw that example of that is because the leg slip was put in there with Charlie Dean bowling in that last over. So that suggests there is some nice turn for the spinners. Obviously we know that with Mealy Kerr and Fran Jonas, they have got those options in their lineup as well.
Mealy Kerr, we know she's a powerful batter. Georgia Plymmer coming in. She seemed to have found her timing quite quickly. She hasn't necessarily been finding boundaries and that sort of thing, but powerfully hitting to boundary fielders.
Yeah, I mean, striking it just under 75, which to start your innings, especially against slower bowling, is a really good effort, and quality slow bowling as well in Eccleston and Charlie Dean, although Charlie Dean is going at over 7 and over, which is a great thing for this New Zealand side. But yeah, Plymouth's been playing a lot of cricket though as well, and I think this is the beauty of the New Zealand A series, which has been running concurrently with this. England A is, well, they've just finished this series, but England A, New Zealand A at the same time as this full series. So it's provided the likes of Plymouth and Lee Casperk, who's not playing today, with those playing opportunities. So you'd like to think they're match fit, they're into it, they're kind of, they're in match mode, and you're seeing that with Georgia Plymouth today, I think.
So New Zealand are 135 for 2 after 30 overs. Susie Bates, she made 50 from 74 balls before she was out stumped from the bowling of Dean. Bernadine Bezuidenhout, her opening partner, she made 35 from 62 deliveries until Sophie Eccleston got her LBW. Amelia Kerr is on 18 from 25. Georgia Plymmer, 14 from 19. They're the unbeaten batters at this stage. The wicket takers, Sophie Eccleston, 7 overs, 1 for 25. Charlie Dean, 6 overs, 1 for 43. And as we come out of the drinks break, it will be Kate Cross. She's bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16 thus far, the opening bowler. And she is bowling to Georgia Plymmer. Full outside off, big swing, but no contact for Plymmer.
And nice keeping as well. Amy Jones is so good behind the stumps, and this is what she does. Once the new ball's lost its hardness, she stands up to pretty much everyone, except probably Filer the other day in the T20, but she will stand up and she'll do a great job because there's swinging bat coming through and she gloves it no problem.
Cross, a good length outside off stump, and this has worked down to the fielder at third man for 1. And I was just watching them warm up before the game and seeing they had this, it was almost a stump with bits of rubber coming off the side of it, and she was standing up to the stumps and taking the catches, and very, very impressive.
Well, impressive her keeping, and it's impressive the amount of resources and toys available for the English side with their kit bags. They've always got the cool tools, I tell you.
Cross to Kerr, short ball, and Kerr pulls this one to fine leg in full control for another single. New Zealand moved to 137.
She's one of the better keepers I have seen going round, and that's men's and women's cricket. Seriously, that is her hands just brilliant, and the confidence to stand up to all of the bowlers, or seam bowlers I should say, is almost provides you with another weapon, because it takes out the ability for the batters to move down the pitch. We've already seen one stumping today.
Cross from the Adelaide Road end. Fuller this time in the air towards mid-on. Not in control of that at all, Georgia Plymmer, but she gets away with it. It's a dot ball.
Just looking at that ball there, just showed a close-up of the ball. I think it was Capsey wiping it down at mid-on. Definitely slow ball. Plymmer threw that way too early. Thankfully, bounced safe of mid-on, but that ball looks still used. A lot of gold Kookaburra writing still on it. Very new still.
Cross Fuller this time on leg stump and worked into the leg side, forward of square, and they will come back for 2. Good running by these two Wellington teammates. Georgia Plymmer moves to 17.
I was just thinking that the two Wellington teammates batted a lot. Even I'm thinking to the Super Smash, which Kerr played all a part of. Her and Plymouth had a number of good partnerships where they just stabilised that Wellington Blaze middle order. And it was like Plymouth grew in stature batting with Kerr at the other end. Same thing here.
Cross to Plymouth again. Big shot for LBW, and she is given. It was a length ball on the stumps. It looked to have nipped away ever so slightly past the outside edge of the bat. Georgia Plymouth looks at Mealy Kerr at the other end and just knows there's no point in reviewing that.
It's beautiful bowling. It's a bit high. I'd like to see that side on, but it's just reward for Kate Cross, who's been outstanding. That pitched on about middle, and it just straightened, as we've seen 100 times already today with her shape. Straightened down the line. The line is no problem. The height I would like to see again, but Plymouth, I just talked her up in her confidence batting with Kerr at the other end. Nice job by me. Sorry, Georgia. And New Zealand now 139 for 3.
Georgia Plymouth falls for 17 from 24 balls. New Zealand 139 for 3 after 31 overs. And I think you can also chalk that one up to Amy Jones, standing up to the stumps. Georgia Plymouth was so deep in her crease.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just good cricket all round by England. A good bowling change. That was Kate Cross's first over back in this spell. Good bowling, of course, being able to still get a little bit of movement. You've got to have the skills to be able to execute that. But then, like you say, Jones standing up, forcing Plymouth to stay in her crease. I think Kerr wanted to have a chat about that height in particular, but Plymouth maybe felt now that she was plumb, and the fact it was given out means the chances of overturning it are pretty slim. So she just turned and trudged off.
Nat Siva-Brunt from the north end of the ground. This is worked into the leg side by Amelia Kerr. She moves to 20. New Zealand 140 for 3. That brings Maddie Green to the crease, that wicket. 31-year-old from Auckland. Jacob Oram has just pointed me to the GJ Gardner-Holmes replay. Talk us through that LBW shout.
Well, the thing to talk about is when you see the ball tracking.
This is defended by Maddie Green, first ball she's faced.
So it's pitched on middle and off, so a really good line. Yep, that's a red dot. It struck her in line, a red dot. The ball was going about 3 inches over the bails, which is a green dot. If Plymouth had reviewed that, as I think Kerr had wanted her to, or at least have a discussion about it.
It almost looked like she was jogging after her, wasn't it?
It would have been not out. Plymouth.
Siva-Brunt to Green, full on the legs, and worked to find leg for a single. She's off the mark with her second ball.
Well, we thought that at the time. In real time, I thought, geez, that's a great line. You knew the line was fine, just the way that Plymouth tried to play it. Jones was standing there, wasn't going down leg side. So that was never going to be the problem. It was all about the height. But obviously, in the heat of the moment, Plymouth obviously thought, no, that's good. That feels it out. But it wasn't. It was not out.
Length ball defended straight back to the bowler.
That's a big wicket. We talked at Drinks, which was only a matter of, 2 or 3 overs ago, that the platform that was created, that was a good little partnership. We talked about Plymouth's strike rate. She was straight into her work, looked good. The partnership was going well. And all of a sudden, that just needs to start again here with Maddie Green and Mealy Kerr.
Mealy Kerr, 20 from 28. Back of a length and worked into the leg side. That is easy for Mealy Kerr. She moves to 21. New Zealand 142 for 3.
It's a big partnership. The two remaining experienced batters for this New Zealand side. I mean, Halliday did a good job, steady job during the T20s. We saw Gaze and how good she could be in that last T20. So there's still some batting to come. Hannah Rowe, the all-rounder. Jess Kerr can hit the ball.
Back of a length and just defended down the wicket for no run. New Zealand 142 for 3 after 32 overs.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce. As a customer, you want it all. The backing of a national operation with a local operator that knows your water needs. That's why thousands of Kiwis just like John Richmond have chosen Waterforce as their water management partner.
So I would recommend Waterforce for anyone else. They're just pros at what they're doing. They made it pretty seamless and easy, really good to work with, and happy to compromise and change things to suit our system.
Visit waterforce.co.nz today to find out more.
Kate Cross coming into bowl from the southern end. Millie Kerr, an outside edge, or perhaps pad, and they scamper through for a single. We'll just wait to see what umpire Chris Brown says. He says leg by. And if that last shout was too high, that was almost certainly too high as well. Same length ball.
Oh, same delivery though, isn't it? Chris Brown, I'm sure, would have seen the replay of it missing on the big screen as well, and he's probably thinking, I'm not giving anything else out. They can bloody challenge it and we'll work it out that way.
Unless it hits them on the full.
Yeah.
It's not out. Kate Cross to Maddie Green. Oh, and this nips away, and that is beautiful glove work from Amy Jones, whipping the bails off ever so quickly.
Gee, she's bowled well today though, hasn't she? Like Kate Cross, the areas she has bowled in, I mean, that's just outside off stump. The amazing thing is it's still seaming. We talked before about the ball still looks new. Good keeping, standing up, bails whipped off, but great areas to bowl in when you've still got a little bit of movement away. And the slip goes in now. Heather Knight seeing that's jumped herself into slip.
A very fine first slip. This is worked into the offside, and they scamper through for a single. Does Maddie Green. She moves to 2. New Zealand are 144 for 3.
Knight will be a little bit annoyed with that one. She just brought herself from that cover point. Kate Cross had been fuller than that length there. It was just back of a length, so it really negated the seam movement. Maddie Green's able to just to bunt it into that cover, that vacant cover point area.
Kate Cross to Millie Kerr. Very short and pulled away, well controlled to the square leg boundary. That is 1 run. Millie Kerr moves to 22. New Zealand 145 for 3.
In fact, we're just seeing on the monitor, TVNZ, they are playing replays of Jones versus Gaze with their keeping technique, which is not overly fair.
Cross, second to last ball of her over, just outside off, beats the outside edge again. When she finds that length, she is and that line just outside off. It's good luck.
Another play and miss, and here we're. So they're comparing the split screen with Jones and Gaze. It's like splitting the screen with, say, Fran Jonas and Eccleston. You know, you're taking the world's best, and maybe that's the point, to be the best, and that's probably understandable. This is the technique and the method you've got to use.
Fuller this time, driven to mid-off, but it won't get her any run, Maddie Green. So New Zealand are 145 for 3 after 33 overs.
No time for dinner because the big game's on. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with Mick Delivery. Dinner sorted, and you won't miss a thing. That's a real win-win. Mick Delivery, delivering your Macca's favourites straight to your door. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Racing season starts now. Charge out the gates with $50 in bonus bets on us. Join TAB, deposit $10 and get $50 in bonus bets. Sign up at tab.co.nz. New customers only. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve, SENZ's coverage of international cricket, brought to you by Resine, the paint professionals use. Nat Silver-Brunt to continue from the RA Vance stand end. Millie Kerr is 22 from 31 deliveries. She's facing up. Short ball. This is ramped over to the third man boundary. The fielder takes it. 1 bounce and they get 1 run. Millie Kerr moves to 23. Very, very short. When they go short, there's just a real lack of pace, isn't it? The ball just sticks.
Yeah, that's a good thing for Kerr there, because if there was pace in there, that's going straight to third man. Lauren Bell down there came in but fell a couple of metres short. Not a chance, but definitely there's another yard on the bowling. It's getting caught.
Silver-Brunt works into the legs, and Maddie Green takes the single through square leg. 6 fielders inside the ring for Maddie Green. It's fairly aggressive captaincy to not have too many out.
Oh, I love it. It's saying to Maddie Green, we're putting pressure on you. You've got to start again. The run rate here for New Zealand's dropped a couple of by about 0.2. Not much, but it's dropped since the wicket of Plymouth, which you'd expect.
Length ball, Millie Kerr defends into the leg side, no run.
But Heather Knight's saying while this partnership's getting going, we're going to make it hard for you to score and to tick the runs over through singles, through good running. Basically saying to Maddie Green, if you want to score, you've either got to get it third man fine leg, that's width, that's not great bowling, or you're going to have to try and take a risk in front of the wicket, but we have our fielders set there for that.
You've got mid-on, mid-off, cover and mid-wicket all straight inside the circle to Amelia Kerr as she drives to that mid-wicket fielder. Basically, they've had those 4 fielders inside the ring the entire game and said, do your worst.
It's really good, first of all, execution by the bowlers, but also great confidence by the captain to keep mid-on, mid-off up. Not to have balls hit straight in the air.
Length ball defended into the leg side again by Amelia Kerr. She scampers, initially thinks maybe there'd be 2, but will only get the 1. She moves to 24.
I think that shows, first of all, that the English haven't overpitched too much, but I think it also shows a little bit of the position the White Ferns have been in, where they maybe have chosen not to take those risks to go aerial and straight, which is a genuine option in the modern game.
Full into Maddie Green as she defends to mid-wicket. New Zealand 148 for 3 after 34 overs.
Imagine a deck where you can invite people around to enjoy the afternoon. The deck looks good and no one slips on the mould. Are you putting off your painting project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resene colour shop for all the help you need on the best wood stains, prep and staining techniques for your project so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resene.
SENZ's live coverage of international cricket brought to you by Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. New Zealand 148 for 3 after 34 overs. Kate Cross continues from the Adelaide Road end into her 9th over. And this is a very good delivery and given LBW. And the mirror image to the ball that was bowled to Georgia Plimmer a few overs ago. Amelia Kerr consulting with her batting partner and wondering whether to review. That one, of course, 2 overs ago was high, and Amelia Kerr has elected to send this one upstairs just before the DRS timer gives out.
Thankfully as well.
It looked high again.
It did, but Amelia Kerr is that important to where this innings is going. She has to make use of that, even if it's a half chance of her being not out. She needs to use that 2 card to play.
Kate Cross causing carnage with her bowl, and that looks not as high as the
right.
Georgia Plimmer ball.
It's a weird one because this hasn't straightened down the line, has it? This is just carried on, and Kerr's just sort of played on the inside of it. It's beaten her outside edge. There's no edge on it, unfortunately.
Just have a listen to the third umpire, TV umpire. She is indeed out. That is TV umpire Kim Cotton confirming that Kate Cross has the dismissal of Amelia Kerr. Gone for 24. Chris Brown was correct, the umpire, to give her out LBW, and that is a big moment for the English team and for the White Ferns. Not what they needed getting into this home stretch.
No, definitely not. Credit to Kate Cross, who's bowled so well. That's 2 for 22 off 8.1 overs now, and that's exactly how she's bowled. Those figures are not fake. She has bowled that well where she justifies and deserves those figures. Great lengths. The ball has moved away predominantly. That one there holding its line, as I said earlier, and weirdly Kerr playing on the inside of that, trying to hit the ball to mid-wicket, but the outside edge, and that was hitting below the bail. So good decision, Chris Brown, especially after getting one wrong in Cross's last over. So he did well, had the confidence to still put his finger up, and it was the right decision.
Brooke Halliday is the new batter for New Zealand, 28-year-old from Northern Districts. Left-handed batter, very rare in women's cricket in New Zealand. This is her 27th one-day international. She has 510 runs at an average of 24. 350s among that. Kate Cross coming around the wicket. There is a first slip in place. Full on the legs. Defended into the leg side by Brooke Halliday for no run.
That's a good point. I think there's only 3. I may be wrong. Someone will tell me if I'm wrong, I'm sure. But I think there are only 3 left-handers in the domestic game, which is quite unbelievable, really. Brooke Halliday, obviously one of them. But always nice to have that left-right hand switch, of course. Make the bowlers change and adapt. Fielders do more running.
This is back of a length and works into the leg side by Halliday for a single. She's off the mark. And New Zealand moved to 149 for 4. Just before the game, hour and a half, 2 hours before the game, I watched Brooke Halliday. She was the first person in the nets. And she was hitting dozens and dozens of balls, getting ready for the day. Started one-handed, top hand, working on her driving.
You were here, really?
I was, yeah. Committed. Kate Cross, back of a length, worked into the offside for no run.
Yeah, great work ethic, Brooke Halliday. And a good player. Some areas of the ground I'd love to see her open up, primarily a lot of the leg side. And for a lefty, seems a bit weird to say that, but very strong through mid-off cover, which is a nice place to be strong in with that straight bat. Plays really well through that area.
I thought you might have been talking about my work ethic for a second there, being here so early. But
yeah, that's what I mean, both.
This is pushed to mid-off. A very good single taken by Maddie Green. She hit that very firmly, and the fielder at mid-off is able to cut it off. New Zealand bring up the 150.
And that's not the first time. How many do you reckon we've seen get absolutely smashed to mid-on, mid-off, and either be a dot or just a 1? That'll probably be about 15 to 20 times. New Zealand's hit the ball well today, just haven't been able to find that gap.
First slip still in place for Kate Cross, and she beats the outside edge of Halliday. That looks like it's nipped the other direction. Great bowling from Kate Cross. She's 2 for 24 from her 9. New Zealand 150 for 4 after 35.
Trying to choose new flooring or a new rug for your home? Choices Flooring Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home, select your flooring styles or rugs from the thousands of colour, style and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can then see your favourites right in your own home. Send your favourite options to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote, and you're on your way to finding the floor you've been searching for.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve. SENZ's coverage brought to you by Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Siva Brunt, full to Maddie Green and pushed into the offside for no run. Siva Brunt into her 8th over. She's gone for 29 runs. No reward for that, no wickets. Undoubtedly one of the world's best all-rounders. That's Siva Brunt. And again, very short, and is given 1 for the over. I think Maddie Green was hoping that would be given a wide. She's tried to ramp that up over the third man region.
There's actually some, I mean, you did right, one of the best in the world, but then it got me thinking about her competition for that title. There's actually a hell of a lot of world-class, top-draw all-rounders in the women's game at the moment. Flooded with them.
Fuller outside off, tries to work it through the point region but can't beat the fielder at cover point. I think anyone would immediately think of Elise Perry.
Yeah, that was one I had in mind. There's a couple in the New Zealand team. Kerr and Devine for sure. Marizanne Kapp from South Africa. She's out, bats about 4 and opens the bowling.
A Jacques Cullis type for the women's team.
Yeah.
Siva Brunt again. Fielder is pushed out at the cover boundary, but this is just defended into the offside, no run.
I'll keep thinking of others. There's got to be others, but yeah, Siva Brunt's right at the top of that list for me. I think to that WPL, she'd be one of the first in the auction and the draft, and obviously playing with Kerr, that means that Mumbai Indians women's side's got 2 of that list we just mentioned in their ranks.
Fuller this time on the legs, worked into the leg side to mid-wicket, and they scampered through for a single. Well taken by Maddie Green. She moves to 5. Nat Siva Brunt in women's One-day internationals. This is her 101st game. She has a batting average of 46.6 and a bowling average of 31.2.
Yeah,
that's astonishing.
Well, that 46 with the bat is amazing. 31 is still very, very good. Not quite at the level of that batting, and she is a batting all-rounder, but still does a great job with the ball.
Around the wicket to Halliday, who pulls forward of square. They'll come through for a single. She moves to 2. That is the end of the 36th over. New Zealand are 152 for 4.
Hi, Paul here from Waterforce. Keeping your lawns, gardens, parks, subdivisions, sports fields and golf courses looking green and lush is what we do best. We're also experts in improving water quality so it's safe to drink and use. We help a wide variety of residential and commercial clients around New Zealand to use their water as efficiently and effectively as possible. Waterforce offers custom design solutions for your individual needs and supplies the best quality products and equipment for the job. Download our home irrigation planning guide to get started at waterforce.co.nz.
We're back at the Basin Reserve. Coverage brought to you by Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Kate Cross full on leg stump, and Brooke Halliday defends it back down the pitch. Kate Cross into her final over. She's got 2 for 24, including 2 maidens in the 9 overs so far.
That's an amazing stat in itself. 2 maidens in today's game, and bowling through the power play as well. One of those maidens to Poseidon out, where she played and missed it 4 times in the 6, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, very, very well.
Cross round the wicket, attacking that off stump. This is lifted sharply, and Amy Jones, again, just reiterating what you said, Jacob, about how good she is with the gloves. Takes it high above the stumps, whips the bail off in the same motion.
It's such a weapon. Standing up so you can hear the keeper breathing right behind you. And that ball's bounced and seamed, and you can't hit it, but the keeper can still catch it. Just shows that you're under pressure.
Cross. Straightened. That looks like it's gone just over off stump. Kate Cross has a broad smile across her face. She knows she's bowling well, and she knows she's very close to that 3rd wicket of the day. What a delivery.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't think that's nipping away. I think it's just that the angle. It's just holding a good line around the wicket. Kate Cross is to the left-hander. Halliday just playing down the long, not quite in line herself at the moment.
Cross fuller this time. Plays and misses, does Halliday, and again, bail's whipped off by Amy Jones.
It's so good to know as a bowler, wouldn't it? No matter where you bowl, because that's full. That's almost a Yorker length ball. So we've had a good length, the back of a length, and then almost a Yorker, and Jones is just pouching them every time. Bails off. What's the problem?
The pressure on that back foot for the batter. Just don't lift that back foot. Don't lift that back foot. Cross from the Adelaide Road end again. Fuller on off stump, driven to mid-off for no run. Better this time for Halliday, but still no reward.
Well, that's her area. If she is able to get into that position and that she can get a length like that she can drive, she hits them so well. Great timing. That's what a lot of left-handers do, look good or time the ball well through that area. But last ball for Cross's spell. If this is a dot ball, that's her 3rd maiden out of 10.
Brooke Halliday drives uppishly to short cover. It is another maiden. New Zealand are 152 for 4 after 37 overs, and that is a heck of a spell from Kate Cross. 2 for 24, including 3 maidens in her 10-over spell. That's world class.
That is very much world class. 24 runs, 2.4 and over, when you've bowled 6 of them through the power play. Well, 5, but you bowled 6 up front. So you've bowled through the power play. You've come on to not only break a stabilising partnership when Plimmer and Kerr were going on, but to actually dismiss both of them. So you broke the partnership to get Plimmer LBW, and then your next over you get Kerr LBW as well. And she's still seaming the ball around. There is a bit in this pitch, and she's bowled so well. And that's an outstanding spell for Kate Cross and the England team.
Charlie Dean is back into the action. She's swapped ends. This is tossed up very full outside off and no run. She was bowling from the Adelaide Road end earlier. She's bowled 6 overs for 43, but she does have the crucial wicket of Susie Bates. She bowls again from the northern end, and this is pushed straight back to her. by Maddie Green.
And it was a crucial wicket. Bates looked very, very good today. Struck the ball well. Seemed to have been playing with some confidence, hitting straight. Happy to hit the ball over the top as well. Number of boundaries.
So we do have a long on in place and a deep cover, and in fact this is cut out to that cover point boundary rider. Maddie Green takes the single and moves to 6. New Zealand 153 for 4.
That run rate down to 4.1 now. So that Plymouth Kerr partnership I was talking about before was about 4.6. What would that have been? That would have been 6 or 7 overs ago. Probably when we came on, actually. Yeah, 7 overs ago. So it's plummeted back down to about 4.1 at the moment.
Dean trying to turn this away from the left-handed Halliday. They've brought the slip in. There's only 2 fielders out at a deep mid-wicket and a deep cover point. Otherwise, everybody's inside the ring, cutting off the singles. This is on leg stump and defended back to the bowler.
I'm just trying to find on my app how the hell I find out how many dots Kate Cross bowled. But the app seems to be a bit abbreviated.
This is it comes down the wicket, does Halliday. She makes room for herself on the offside. That is a lovely shot for 4 through extra cover. Well played, Brooke Halliday. She moves to 6.
Yeah, lovely use of the feet, Brooke Halliday. We've mentioned a couple of times before how strong she is through the offside, in particular mid-off cover, and that split both of those fielders. Bet Kate Cross on the left and bet Alice Capsey on the right. Great timing.
This is back of a length and tries to cut. Has she edged it? They're celebrating. Yes, she's given. Brooke Halliday, next ball. Gone for 6. Caught behind by Amy Jones. Terrific glove work again from the England wicketkeeper. And New Zealand are 157 for 5 now after 38 overs. After this break, it'll be Kim Downs with Jacob Ora.
What's tougher than tough? NHP's ISO range of industrial plugs, sockets and switches. With over 400 options covering 10 to 50 amps and 3, 4 and 5 pin configurations, NHP's industrial strength options range of plugs, sockets and switches is diverse and excellent value. IP66 and UV stabilized as standard with chemical resistant versions available. You won't find a tougher range for your industrial, commercial and domestic applications. Extreme temperatures, indoor or outdoor, NHP's ISO range is tough. ISO tough. Available at your local electrical wholesaler.
You're back with SENZ's live coverage of the White Ferns against England. This first ODI brought to you by Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Just had one of our Macca's deliveries of the day. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with Mick Delivery. Charlie Dean to secure the wicket of Brooke Halliday, who's just been confirmed out after checking. She did indeed make contact with that ball. So some superb work from Jones with the gloves. Once again sees Brooke Halliday depart for 6 runs off 13 deliveries. New Zealand 157 for 5 and in a wee spot of bother here with 12 overs left in their innings.
Well, I've got to admit, I didn't realise she had reviewed it. I thought it was fairly straightforward. The whole English side went up straight away. That doesn't necessarily mean she has hit it. It could have been anything, the noise, but definitely was an edge. And Amy Jones just completing what has been a masterclass today, and in particular the last probably 10 to 12 overs of glove work, standing up, admittedly a spinner. But that was an arm ball. The ball before Halliday used her feet, got down to a half volley, drove it for 4, beautiful shot. Next ball, Charlie Dean fires it in a bit quicker and almost kept coming with the arm around the wicket. And Brooke Halliday kind of stepping away, trying to cut that length, but the arm came in and it was a healthy edge. Great glove work.
That'll bring 19-year-old Izzy Gaze, wicketkeeper batter, in for New Zealand. 9 matches for Izzy Gaze, a high score of 26, an average just shy of 10. Lauren Bell is into the attack and straight away has that ball beating Maddie Green for nothing.
I think I've said now for the last 3 partnerships that this is a big partnership. But with wickets falling regularly, unfortunately for this White Ferns side, they really need, even if this is the 39th over, even if it's 5 or 6 overs of just stability, and even if you score it's 3 or 4 and over, just to stop the bleeding at the moment.
Lauren Bell, right arm over the wicket. That's cut away nicely down towards third man. And the Kiwis will get 1 run from it for Maddie Green, so that'll bring Izzy Gaze On to strike for the first time. We saw a vast improvement in her batting through the T20 series, culminating in a nice innings in that final T20 here in Wellington. As Lauren Bell comes in from the Adelaide Oval end to Gaze, who just defends that onto the offside for no run.
It defends well. That's a textbook forward defence. Moved well. Obviously saw it out of the hand early. Nice stride forward. High front elbow if you want to get technical. Lovely shot. And I was talking about partnerships. So wickets have fallen at 139. That was the third wicket Plymmer. Amelia Kerr 148. And then Brooke Halliday just gone 157. So there's not getting those starts, not building.
Bell in to Gaze, who gets that one backwards of square, and the fielder at Fine League will come up and collect that. So she'll get a run. She's off the mark. Is he, Gaze?
I just asked in the last over as well how many dot balls Kate Cross had bowled. 47. Ben was able to confirm with his better understanding of websites than me. And 47 out of 60 balls, dot balls. You've had a good day if that's the number.
We'll come back to that soon as Lauren Bell bowls this time to Maddie Green, who works that towards point, thought she was going to get a run, has turned around, gets back safely in the end for no run. Yeah, that was a remarkable spell from Kate Cross, who, if you didn't realise, has been in and around the game and at a senior level for a very long time. She was actually playing senior women's for Lancashire at the age of 13. Kate Cross, 13. All her skills on show today. Lauren Bell comes in for her last ball of this 39th over to Green, and she has just hit that one straight back to Lauren Bell. And she is gone now for 7 of 23 deliveries as Lauren Bell gets her first wicket of the day in the last ball of that over. New Zealand looking in trouble now.
Yeah, a lot of trouble. That is the last of the recognised, well, the specialist batters, I should say. Gaze did so well. We know what she can do, and Hannah Rowe can definitely bat. But in terms of the top order batters, Maddie Green, and she's gone for 7, just turned the bat, just tried to get on the leg side a little too early. And we've seen movement from Cross and Bell, and even Siva Brunt. There's still something in this wicket. And it just nipped away and caught that leading edge, and the simplest of catches. Caught and bowls aren't easy, except that one. that has just popped up and just sat up and said, catch me, just over head height. Bell could stop her follow through and pouch it easily. And unfortunately for New Zealand, there's 6 down now for 159.
Yeah, 11 overs still to go for New Zealand. Just the 4 wickets in hand now as things start to look a bit tricky indeed. So Hannah Rowe will come in now, the 27-year-old right-hander.
This is where she needs to grab it. This is an opportunity. I know New Zealand is now under pressure, and England's good, and they'll squeeze and all those sort of things. It'll be hard, but it's allowed to be hard. It's supposed to be hard. But this is where, like Gaze did the other day in the T20, Hannah Rowe has to take this opportunity.
Charlie Dean continues from the RA Vance stand. Hannah Rowe just plays that back down the wicket to her for no run. 52 matches Hannah Rowe has played in one-day cricket for New Zealand. She has got a 50 to her name. That was against South Africa last year. So Dean comes in again. Apologies, that's to Gaze, who just defends that one as well for no run.
Look, Hannah Rowe can bat. I mean, I've seen it domestically and even internationally in the nets where she has the shots, she has a technique. She's better than a number 8, put it that way.
Dean into Gaze again. That one just played off the pads square, and they'll get through 4-1 run.
But at some point, that word potential has to leave the conversation when describing someone. And I think at her age and being around for so long, Hannah Rowe needs to flick that switch and turn potential into reality. And this might be the start of it here. There's 63 balls left. Let's say she's out there the whole time and she faces half of them. Let's just say 30. It could be a 50 or 30, just like Gaze did the other day.
Charlie Dean comes in, and that'll be wide for Hannah Rowe to start with, and the ball is racing away fine, and the field is putting in a good chase there to stop it getting to the boundary. But they're running well here, the Kiwis. It looks like They will run 3 for that.
Yeah.
So an expensive wide from Charlie Dean, who has just erred down that leg side a few times.
Yeah, well, erred altogether. We waxed lyrical about her stats when she first came on, only going at just over 4 and taking nearly 2 wickets a game. Although, to be fair, she has got 2 wickets this game as well.
Dean now 2 guys who just defends that back down the wicket for no run.
Sorry, Kim, but it's gone for 49 into her 8th over, so that's 6.5 and over. So more expensive than she's used to, but still those 2 wickets.
Yeah, 2 big wickets as well as Dean just bowls that one again for no run.
Yeah, big partnership, big little period here for New Zealand. This could either go one or 2 ways. It could be all out before 200, or if they get something going, it could still get New Zealand to sort of 220, 230 maybe.
Dean with wickets of Bates and Halliday to her name as she just bowls that one into Gaze, who pushes it out towards mid-on, and they will run 1 off the last ball of the over, so it'll be 5 from it. The New Zealanders 165 for 6 after 40 overs. Anna Corbin with us after the break.
The land of the long white cloud, home of thoroughbred champions and the Karaka experience. New Zealand Bloodstock's iconic sails has for years unearthed the next generation of racing royalty. From blue blood thoroughbreds to other exceptional types, buyers converge on Karaka each summer seeking their next champion. Let NZB open the door to Karaka and experience the passion and expertise of New Zealand's top breeders. Your winning journey begins at Karaka, nzb.co.nz.
You're with SENZ's coverage of the first one-dayer between the White Ferns and England. New Zealand 165 for 6 as Lauren Bell comes in for this 41st over, right arm over the wicket to Izzy Gaze, who just pushes that one out to mid-on for no run. Welcome back to the commentary box, Anna Corbin.
Yes, thank you, Kim. A few wickets have fallen in my absence. We'll put that down to Jake Oram, shall we?
Yeah, it's a welcome return to the commentary box, actually, to stop jinxing the players. Thank you very much.
Ready to build a partnership here.
Bell comes in for her second delivery of the over, and this time Gaze is pulling it square. It'll land, went a little bit up, but lands safely in front of the fielder deep at square there, so they'll run 1 from it.
Yeah, that's good awareness from Izzy Gaze. She knows that the boundary at square leg is protected, and she just sort of half hit that shot so that it would fall short and get herself up the other end in the safety of non-striker.
Hannah Rowe facing now, yet to get off the mark as Lauren Bell comes in, and she just plays that very calmly indeed onto the onside. A little bit square as well does Hannah Rowe to get off the mark.
She does, and she's so tall. I'm convinced it's only about 4 paces for her to make it up to the other end. For those listening, I think she's probably 6 foot, maybe even a touch over. Long blonde ponytail. Makes it difficult for bowlers, I think, having to bowl it at taller batters.
Bell comes in to Izzy Gaze this side. Again, they're making the most of that onside. It gets past the fielder at mid-wicket, heading out towards the boundary, but they'll collect that, England. It'll just be a couple of runs for the Kiwis, but some good running, which they desperately need at this stage.
Yeah, I'm afraid to say a little too much, but I do have to say that Izzy Gaze is looking comfortable at the wicket. I think she's filled her boots with confidence with her last outing.
See if the Jacob Oram curse lives on with Anna Corbin in the SENZ commentary box. Bell running in right arm over the wicket to Gaze, who just plays that one nicely towards that point area for no run.
Yeah, and she's looking organised. She's looking calm and composed, well balanced when she goes to strike the ball. And she's just a youngster. She's just 19. I have to say, in the last couple of seasons, I think she has worked phenomenally hard on her game and her fitness.
Last ball of the over for Bell, and that one, Izzy Gaze plays a lovely shot down to third man. Again, it'll just go for the 1 run, but very tidy.
It's very good. Like, she's just gone into the line of outside off and just trickled that down for an easy run down to third man, and that just shows composure. It shows that she's aware of where the field is, and she's just looking to turn that strike over. It's very impressive.
So 41 overs gone, New Zealand 170 for 6 and looking to get a bit of a wriggle on in these last few overs of the innings. Just a reminder, England won the toss. They did elect to bowl. They're probably pretty happy about that decision at the moment. A good opening partnership for New Zealand between Bates and Bezuidenhout before Bates was stumped for 50 off the bowling of Charlie Dean. Bezuidenhout then out for 35 LBW by Sophie Eccleston, who is just coming back into the attack now from the R.A. Vance stand end. And that one is bowled to Gaze, who pushes it towards mid-on. And did Hannah Rowe just assist that a little bit?
Oh, I don't.
The non-striker's end?
No, I think she just waved her bat out of the way, allowing that to get down to mid-on. Eccleston just with the 3 overs left, so I expect she'd probably bowl those here. World number 1, the left-arm spinner bowling to Rowe, who pushes that one out to the onside for an easy single. So just starting to think ahead to closing out the innings with the bowlers. Eccleston has 3. I think Lauren Bell has got a few left, and Siva Brunt has 2. We haven't seen Heather Knight bowl today. It's just...
Eccleston in to Gaze, who again pushes it through that mid-on area, and it's collected by the fielder who comes in from long on for the single.
So we're getting into that stage where they're thinking about their complement of overs and closing out the innings.
Eccleston quickly, and again that one's defended by Hannah Rowe for no run.
Although I do think that the English side will be chomping at the bit to bowl out New Zealand and head into the second innings with the momentum and things in their favour.
Eccleston in again. Hannah Rowe just defends that one to the fielder at cover, so that'll be no run again. A very tidy over from Eccleston, as you would expect from a bowler of her calibre, to be fair.
Yeah, and interesting now. They're just dropping cover out to protect and to try and minimise the chance of closing the over with a boundary.
Last ball of the Eccleston over, and that one's just up on the pads of Hannah Rowe, who manages to get bat on it, but no run. So a very tidy over indeed from Sophie Eccleston. 3 runs from it. She has figures of 1 for 28 off her 8 overs. New Zealand 173 for 6 after 42.
Racing season starts now. Charge out the gates with $50 in bonus bets on us. Join TAB, deposit $10 and get $50 in bonus bets. Sign up at tab.co.nz. New customers only. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Welcome back to the White Ferns up against England in this first one-dayer. Just the 8 overs to go of New Zealand's innings, 173 for 6. Nat Siva Brunt now bowling in from the Adelaide Road end to Izzy Gaze, who gets that one through point for a single.
Yes, New Zealand, they're building well here. They're turning the strike over. I suppose really what they'll feel is lacking is just the odd power strike, picking up a 3 or a boundary. Very large boundaries here today at the Basin Reserve, and a lush, slow outfield.
Does feel like it's been a long time between boundaries as Siva Brunt comes in again, and Hannah Rowe get that one very, very fine. The third man fielder coming around there to field that. Not entirely sure that's where she wanted to play the shot, but they'll get a couple.
There was a pretty thick edge down to third man, pretty fine. Third man's position there more for an intentional off the face of the bat, gliding down to third man, but a edge that time.
So Brunt again into Hannah Rowe. That one's a little bit uppish and will just go to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run.
We are seeing a number of the New Zealand batters sort of looking to turn the face of the bat on the ball and sort of just chipping it back a little bit, heart and mouth.
Silverbrunt right arm over the wicket, and this time it's a lovely lofted drive from Hannah Rowe. We were just saying we hadn't seen many boundaries, but that one will go over mid-off all the way for 4. That's got to be a Macca's I'm loving it moment. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with McDelivery.
In fact, Kim, that was a 6. It has wedged itself against the boundary Toblerone, as we call them. The English fielder signalling that made that all the way.
We're just having a look on the GJ Gardner replay here, and Anna, you are absolutely right from the looks of that. That has gone straight into the boundary rope.
The eyes of a hawk, I tell you.
I believe it.
But great courage from Hannah Rowe. The temptation has been left there for her to hit over the top, and she's equal to the task.
That'll be a big confidence boost as well for Hannah Rowe as the New Zealanders look to get a wriggle on, because they're in a tough little position at the moment. 176 for 6 at the latter stage of this game. They'll be wanting to up that scoring rate, but just the 4 wickets in hand. Spending a long time.
They're just making sure it hadn't bounced ahead of the boundary. I'm going to keep calling it a Toblerone. It's a triangular.
It's in the spirit of Easter, isn't it? Toblerone.
Bit of chocolate.
Get the chocolate in.
Haven't bought a single Easter egg this year.
Oh, what's going on? I'll get you some at the break. We are taking a wee while about this. I do understand wanting to get it right, but I do also think if the field has signalled 6, then we can probably go with that.
He's
No,
corrected it.
It's gone back to a 4, so still great shot from Hannah Rowe. Good sign of intent for that 4 as Silverbrunt comes in again, and this one she'll just come down the wicket for no run.
Yeah, again we see that little sort of pop up chip back toward the bowler where we gasp a little bit and think, oh no, don't carry.
Yes, no.
And that maybe indicates there's a little bit of hold in the wicket.
Silverbrunt last ball of this rather eventful over now, and Hannah Rowe's spinning on it, trying to pull it, but it goes wide, so Silverbrunt will bowl that one again. Another wide on the England tally.
Yeah, early in the innings they'd started so well and so disciplined with their lines. I feel as though they've been insistent on bowling very straight, which has brought about a number of leg side wides.
About 24 extras from England at the moment. This time she goes again. Hannah again is pulling. That one goes down to fine leg. They'll get 1 run from it to finish the over. So Silverbrunt, 9 overs bowled, no wickets, 40 runs. New Zealand 182 for 6 after 43 overs.
I've always tried to make good choices for my family's future and their happiness. Having an enjoyable and safe building experience is about choosing the right builder. So put your family in safe hands and choose GJ's with their proven track record. In over 25 years of business and with close to 23,000 builds, GJ's has completed every home we've ever started, a fact we're very proud of. Make a wise choice and choose New Zealand's most trusted home builder. GJ's, here today and tomorrow.
Into the 44th over of this New Zealand-England one-day, thanks to Rosine the Paint Kiwis Trust, the world's best one-day bowler, Sophie Eccleston, bowling from the RA Vance stand, left arm spin into Hannah Rowe, who I don't think she had any idea what was going on there. It goes through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, and got herself into a bit of a muddle. I think there's this desire to want to get going, but also knowing that this partnership's just so crucial for a good total.
Eccleston in again to Rowe. This time she plays a nice cut shot through the covers. She's got 3 fielders chasing after it. It will be to no avail though. A lovely shot there from Hannah Rowe that'll go all the way for 4. Much needed for New Zealand.
That's right. That's a second boundary in quick succession from Hannah Rowe. You sense that they are wanting to increase the momentum in this innings and build themselves something to bowl at. Being a bowler should be keen for that to be the outcome.
Right, how will Eccleston respond? Left arm, she goes in, hits the pads. There's a bit of a half-hearted appeal, but nothing too much to worry about there.
No, that's drifting a fair amount down leg. There's no menace in that.
Wait for the DRS timer to run out. No, we won't. Eccleston will go again before it's even run its course. This time she beats the bat and Jones will knock off the bails, but there was no danger of a stumping there.
Jones whips off the bails, quickly underarm throws it back to Eccleston, who's turned her back and has to take cover like cricket balls falling from the sky.
Two balls remaining in the over. Eccleston back into row, no run. Again, looking a little bit skittish, does Hannah Rowe, but at the moment getting the job done, boundary-wise at least. They wouldn't mind picking up another one off this last ball, though.
Yeah, I think she was desperate to access this deep mid-wicket region, but it's protected.
Last ball of the over, and this time Hannah Rowe comes down the wicket towards the ball, hits it out towards long on. They'll get the one from it, but just the one. So 5 off the over. New Zealand 187 for 6 after 44, and the England bowlers just doing a very good job of keeping a stranglehold on the scoring of New Zealand at the later stages of this innings.
Yeah, well, I think it's probably in Hannah Rowe's natural armoury to want to access the onside, but it's well protected. There's a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket and a deep mid-on, and I feel as though she's shaping up to hit it there and then thinking to herself, oh, no, I don't want to hit it in the air out there. I don't want to give them my wicket. So she's having to adapt and change. It's just the 6 overs left to go in the innings.
Projected score for New Zealand at their current run rate of 4.25 is 212. They get 6 and over from here up to 223. 10 and over would take them up to 247, which you'd have to think they have to aim for against what will be a very good England batting lineup. Nat Sciver-Brunt from the Adelaide Road end to Hannah Rowe, who plays that onto the onside for no run.
Yes, she's shaping up there. That became awkward as it crept up on her. She'd opened up that back leg, trying to access the onside, but it's just come through a little quicker than expected. She's not able to work that away.
Sciver-Brunt, right arm over the wicket, and this time Hannah Rowe plays it nicely into the offside. Fielder coming in from a kind of deep cover position there to field it. They'll just get the one.
Yeah, Izzy Gaze hasn't faced for a little while. I sense New Zealand would prefer the score to be ticking over, fewer dot balls.
Sciver-Brunt running in to Izzy Gaze this time, who pulls it just backwards of square. There is a fielder coming around to collect that, so again, just the single.
Yeah, the English, besides the extras, I feel they've been relatively tidy in the field. Sciver-Brunt dropped Susie Bates early on to a very firmly struck shot at mid-wicket.
Sciver-Brunt into Hannah Rowe, and this time she's up high and cutting it. She's on her toes, and she's a tall player, as you mentioned, so getting up nice and high there to go into that point area, just the one from it.
So aside from that wee drop, there have been a couple of half chances, but when we watch replays, they have fallen short, and they've probably had a good attempt at them.
Yeah, I do wonder as well, England, a couple of opportunities to review where they would have had wickets, but they didn't. So whether they will end up ruining that as Sciver-Brunt bowls in to Izzy Gaze, who pulls that one. Again, it'll well protected though in that boundary, so it'll just be the one run.
Yeah, it's interesting. In both instances, there was a stumping opportunity with Susie Bates, where the replay showed, in fact, her bat hadn't been down, but there was no appeal at all. And another LBW shout where the replay and the projections showed that had they gone up, it should have been out, was hitting.
Last ball of Sciver-Brunt's over, and this one Hannah Rowe gets on the up, but it won't clear the fielder in position there on the offside. Straight to her, and Hannah Rowe has to go. 191 for 7.
Yeah, a bit of a devastating blow at this stage. They're really just building momentum with a wee partnership, a wee cameo, but yet another delivery there that's just held up a bit, and it's just been chipped up to mid-off, and Hannah Rowe has to go.
16 off 20 deliveries for Hannah Rowe, who you'd have to say in this latter stage of proceedings have been the one to threaten the boundary the most so far, so she'll be disappointed in that. Nat Siver-Brunt will end her 10-over spell 1 for 44 with that wicket. 5 overs remaining. New Zealand 191 for 7.
Yes, yeah, I agree. Hannah Rowe looked like she was just getting going. She's got the long levers. She's got the power to hit the boundary, which is what the New Zealand team so desperately need at the moment.
Well, regular wickets have been the theme for England as Sophie Eccleston comes back into the attack to Izzy Gaze, who pulls that one square. They'll go through for 1 run. Jess Kerr is the new player at the crease for New Zealand.
There's still the best part of 6 overs left. 5 overs, sorry.
One of those. I abused your maths before. Sophie Eccleston in now to Jess Kerr, who can't get an eye on that at all. That'll just be no run. 29 matches this is, for Jess Kerr. This is her 30th. She's got a high score of 28, which was actually against England back in 2021. Average of about 11.5. Wellington Blaze, of course, so familiar with this ground as Eccleston bowls in again, and Jess Kerr gets some bat onto the onside, but no run.
I was just looking at the way the innings has played out, and since our opening pair departed the Basin Reserve, there's been just the 4 boundaries.
Eccleston to Jess Kerr again, who again can only find that fielder at mid-on.
So one can only hope that the opposition find it as tricky to expose the boundary rope.
Eccleston, and again to Kerr, and this time Kerr gets it away very nicely on the onside. That'll go for a much needed 4 for Jess Kerr and for the White Ferns.
She says, Anna Corbin, what are you talking about? The boundary rope's well within my grasp.
Down on one knee, Jess Kerr. Eccleston doesn't waste her time getting back into it though, and Jess Kerr that time just hits it down to long on for 1 run. So it'll be 6 from Eccleston's final over. So she's got through her 10 overs. 1 for 39 has Eccleston. Just the wicket of Bernadine Bezuidenhout, who was out LBW for 35 for her, but has bowled a very economical spell. New Zealand now 197 for 7. Ben Strang will be with you next.
PGG Wrights and Turf has been breeding turfgrass seeds suitable for New Zealand racecourses for over 40 years. They focus on the delivery of high-performance turfgrass solutions. From seed and turf maintenance products to nutrition plans and agronomic advice, their driven team is equipped with the technical knowledge and market-leading products to help you achieve the best possible solution. To find out more about how they can help with your racecourse turfgrass requirements, visit pggwrightsandturf.com.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve. Coverage brought to you by Resine, quality paint and colours for your summer projects. And Jess Kerr slams this one down the ground to long on for a single. She moves on to 6. New Zealand 198 for 7.
I don't mind this. Jess Kerr, this is her time in the innings. She won't be afraid to give the ball a good whack.
Lauren Bell over the wicket, full Yorker length, and just missed by Izzy Gaze. Couldn't clamp down on it.
Yeah, well bowled. Izzy Gaze perhaps yorked herself a little bit there, coming down the wicket to meet it. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. She stayed still. It might have just been a nice little half volley, but not to be.
Still really positive fields from Heather Knight. She's got 5 people inside the circle. This is full again, and Hit to mid-off and a slight misfield. It may run away. In fact, it does. That is 4 runs for Izzy Gaze. Much needed for the White Ferns, and that takes them up over the 200 mark. 202 for 7 now.
Well, it's the right time in the innings to swing the bat. They do need to set their bowlers a relative target for the English to chase and for themselves to defend.
Izzy Gaze facing up to Lauren Bell. Lauren Bell narrow on the crease, very, very short. Not quite sure how Izzy Gaze has actually reached that, but she's pulled it to the deep square boundary for 1.
Yeah, well, I don't understand how that's not a wide. So,
well, I guess she hit it, didn't she? So,
well, true.
You just need to leave it alone.
That's your one. That's your one. But it's like it's meant to be directed a little more.
From here, it looked about a yard over her head. Lauren Bell, again, this is Fuller on the stumps, worked wide of mid-on. They think about coming back for 2, but Izzy Gaze slips as she turns, so they just get the 1 there for Jess Kerr. She moves to 7.
That's good. Just the 1 dot ball in this over so far. So depending on what happens in this remaining delivery, it could be a very healthy over for New Zealand. Field remains up on the offside. No protection out through cover. Everyone back on the leg side.
Lauren Bell, last ball of this 9th over. Oh, and she's bowled. Izzy Gaze is bowled. She attempted to play a scoop shot. Fine on the leg side, but missed it, and it's cleaned up middle and leg stump. Izzy Gaze, she falls for 18 from 23 deliveries. New Zealand are 204 for 8 after 47.
Yeah, a bit of a shame, I have to say. She's stepped away, exposing all 3 of her stumps, trying to access the space in the leg side. But Lauren Bell, too good for that, and she pitches it right up. No chance of missing the stumps. And I say a shame because it's 204 for 8. There's 3 overs to go, and we're in this predicament where it can either go very well from here and end up with 220 or 30, or facing being bowled out.
Very tough situation indeed for this New Zealand side. Charlie Dean will bowl the 3rd to last and the last over from the R.A. Vance stand end. She bowls to Jess Kerr. This is back of a length, and Jess Kerr backs away and pushes this down to long on for a single. 205 for 8.
Jess Kerr, fantastic hand-eye coordination. She has come from a background of various different sports. Cricket was late for her to be drawn to. Interesting in that household.
It is the cricketing household in Tawa.
I think it's mandatory to enjoy cricket in that house.
Back of a length and worked into the leg side by Lea Tahuhu, the new batter. They think about 2. There's a slight misfield at backward square leg, but they only take the 1.
Yeah, so New Zealand, with Tahuhu and Jess Kerr in the middle, neither, both are very abled.
Dean, shorter again, and Jess Kerr powerfully strikes this down to long on, fielded by Wyatt, and they get 1 run.
Yeah, they're both very able with the bat, and in past games, they have had opportunities to bat a bit higher up than this. So
Dean gets through overs incredibly quickly. Tahuhu in the air. Wyatt takes the catch, diving forward at long on. Tahuhu tried to clear the rope and hit it into the R.A. Vance stand, but didn't have the power, and very well taken, well judged by Wyatt near the boundary rope, diving forward just above the ground, fingers under the ball, and another wicket for England.
Yes, Tahuhu, she's struck that very well, either too well or not quite well enough. And again, it's just probably not quite where she was hoping the ball to go. She's probably trying to pierce between mid wicket and mid-on. But regrettably, she has hit that straight into the hands of Danny Wyatt, who just sort of plops herself forward, making sure she collects it and protects it from the ground.
New Zealand are 207 for 9. Fran Jonas is the new batter. I feel like Fran Jonas has been playing for so long, but she's still just 19.
Yeah, she's just a youngster.
This is her 19th one-day international. Not renowned for scoring runs. In those 19 matches, she has 7 runs. High score of 5. I can tell you the White Ferns would be thrilled if she can have a new top score today. Charlie Dean, full on off stump, worked to mid-wicket for no run. 1 ball left in this over.
Well, even if they were able to secure all 7 of those runs, would be useful, particularly if she's turning strike over and getting Jess Kerr up the other end.
Full again and worked into the offside, but again no run. That is the end of the 48th over. New Zealand 207 for 9.
Stay in the fence, she says. Stay in the fence and it would look so much better. But you have to admit, you're not sure where to start. Are you putting off your painting or staining project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask at your local Resine colour shop for all the help you need on the best stain, paint, prep and painting techniques so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve. We're nearing the end of the first innings of this first one-day international. New Zealand 207 for 9 with 2 overs to go. Jess Kerr facing up. This is full outside off and she drives but misses. Lauren Bell into her final over. She has 2 for 41 from 9.
Yeah, Lauren Bell, she's bowled beautifully in this return spell at the death. And just goes to show, you know, what an athlete she is and how well she knows her role at different stages of the innings. Different line and length from the opening spell.
Lauren Bell runs in, so fast bowled. Jess Kerr is gone. New Zealand are all out. The White Ferns all out for 207. In the 49th over, Lauren Bell gets her 3rd wicket of the day. And after a fairly positive start from New Zealand, a pretty underwhelming finish.
Yes, it's that all too familiar feeling, I hate to say. They will feel as though they have sold themselves a bit short after a very sort of positive, although conservative start to the innings. But after the 3rd or 4th wicket falling, they've just lost wickets at regular intervals and struggling to put any kind of partnership together that builds a score that you would say puts them in a good position to defend. But 207 is what they have, and that's 207 more than what England have at this point.
And as you said to me earlier, Amelia Kerr is the leader of this team today, and she has, let's say this season, she's made a career of defending small targets with the Wellington Blaze, hasn't she?
Absolutely, and I think a huge amount of that comes down to belief and instilling belief into your players. You know, they'll be in the changing room and they will be saying, right, that's what we've got, and we have to work hard. We have to get in behind each other and bowl our little hearts out and catch our little hearts out and dive around and scrape around, because this is the task ahead of us.
So New Zealand make 207 all out in the 49th over. Susie Bates and Bernadine Bezuidenhout with a really good start to the innings. They had a 90-run partnership in the first 21 overs of this game. Susie Bates removed for 50, stumped off the bowling of Dean, and Bernadine Bezuidenhout made 35. Millie Kerr fell for 24, Georgia Plymouth 17, Maddie Green 7, Brooke Halliday 6. Isabella Gaze came in and scored 18. Hannah Rowe was powerful for her 16. Jess Kerr, the last out, on 9. Leah Tahuhu only made the solitary run, and Fran Jonas not out on 0. Kate Cross phenomenal spell from the opening bowler. She was 2 for 24 from her 10, including 3 maidens, and as Jacob Oram mentioned earlier, 47 dot balls. Unplayable at times. Lauren Bell, the other opener, 3 for 41 from 9.2 overs. Nat Siver-Brunt, 1 for 44 from her 10. Sophie Eccleston, incredibly accurate spin bowling, 1 for 39. And Charlie Dean took 3 for 57. We'll be back shortly. England will require 208 to win this one-day international.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
For 22 years, communities across Australia have welcomed the Lexus Melbourne Cup on its journey leading up to the race that stops a nation. Towns, communities, sporting clubs, schools and charities are encouraged to apply to be a host of the 2024 Lexus Melbourne Cup Tour to experience the magic of the People's Cup and the chance to win $50,000 for your chosen charity through the National Sweep. Come join the tour in 24. Apply now at melbournecuptour.com.au. Applications close April 17.
That gloomy second bedroom. All it needs is brightening up. So how do you get started? Do you need to seal the walls before you paint? Are you putting off your painting project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resine colour shop for all the help you need on the best paints, prep and painting techniques for your project so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
Every day, right across this great country, Kennards Hire help loads of customers and their customers enjoy the feeling of a job made easy. Like Paul, who perfected the finish on his concreting job thanks to a vibrating handheld screen from Kennards Hire. Happy, Paul? So whether you've got a big job or an even bigger job, get that Kenoth feeling.
Kennards make the job easy.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce. As a customer, you want it all. The backing of a national operation with a local operator that knows your water needs. That's why thousands of Kiwis just like John Richmond have chosen Waterforce as their water management partner.
So I would recommend Waterforce for anyone else. They're just pros at what they're doing. They made it pretty seamless and easy, really good to work with, and happy to compromise and change things to suit our system.
Visit waterforce.co.nz today to find out more.
I've always tried to make good choices for my family's future and their happiness. Having an enjoyable and safe building experience is about choosing the right builder. So put your family in safe hands and choose GJ's with their proven track record. In over 25 years of business and with close to 23,000 builds, GJ's has completed every home we've ever started, a fact we're very proud of. Make a wise choice and choose New Zealand's most trusted home builder. GJ's, here today and tomorrow.
The team at PGG Wrightson Turf are all about the delivery of high-performance turf grass solutions. They've been in the business for over 40 years, so they know what it takes to deliver a top-quality result for your needs. From pro sports turf and turf landscaping through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team knows every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. To find out more about how they can help with your turf grass solutions, visit pggwrightsonturf.com.
Trying to choose new flooring or a new rug for your home? Choices Flooring Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home, select your flooring styles or rugs from the thousands of colour, style and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can then see your favourites right in your own home. Send your favourite options to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote, and you're on your way to finding the floor you've been searching for.
Tax time is running out. Don't miss amazing value on our wide range of power tools, workwear and much more. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Conditions apply. See website for details.
Thanks to Resine. Quality paint and colours perfect for your summer projects. This is the White Ferns against England, the ODI series.
Welcome back to SENZ's coverage of the White Ferns up against England in their first one-dayer at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. Our coverage thanks to Resine, quality paint and colours, perfect for your summer projects. If you are just joining us, New Zealand were put into bat and they have been dismissed for 207. England will be chasing 208 for victory in this first ODI in Wellington. Susie Bates, the pick of the New Zealand batters, she reached 50 before she was stumped by Jones off the bowling of Charlie Dean. Bernadine Verzurenhout as well, 35 off 62 deliveries out. LBW bowled by Eccleston. The pair putting on a 90-run partnership for that first wicket. And things were looking okay at that stage, Jacob Oram, before it started to go downwards a little bit, eventually losing their third wicket in Georgia Plymouth when they were on 139 and losing ultimately their last 7 wickets, if my maths is right, for 68 runs.
No, you're correct, because I'm looking at it now on the app. Look, they had set it up. I think at the time, it's around about the 30 over mark, and I jumped back in with the microphone on, and we were talking about, a score from here, and it was double it and you've got 270, and with 2 down we thought that is a viable option, and unfortunately from that point on it was just wickets falling too regularly. Couldn't get anything started, no partnerships with the middle or lower order. Everyone kind of got started, so 7, 8, 15, 16. There were plenty of starts, but they weren't able to carry on. So what was looking like hopefully around about that 260, 270 just completely fell away in 208. You would likely think on what's not a bad wicket, but against a very strong England batting team is a bit light.
The England bowling perspective, only 5 bowlers in the end were used. Kate Cross taking 2 wickets for 24. Lauren Bell, 3 for 41. Nat Sciver-Brunt, 1 for 44. Sophie Eccleston, 1 for 39. And Charlie Dean, 3 for 57. Bell and Dean picking up the bulk of the wickets, but you'd have to say Kate Cross was the pick of the bowlers.
Oh, she was unbelievable. Yeah, she was a joy to watch, actually. Just to start within the power play, keep her standing back, but just seaming it away primarily from the right-hander. There was one over in particular to Bernadine Verzurenhout, which was a maiden but 4 play and misses outside, beating Verzurenhout's outside edge. And she came on for her second spell, so she bowled a first spell of 6 and then a second spell of 4, and she was the one who broke the partnership between Plymmer and Kerr, but Amy Jones was standing up and you could just feel the pressure that was being exerted with some outstanding bowling and some good wicket keeping and great field sets by Captain Heather Knight. But Kate Cross was outstanding. The pick of the bowlers, 2 for 24 with 3 maidens. What do we say at the time? 47 dot balls off her 60 legitimate deliveries, which is a crazy stat in itself, but well supported. I thought Bell was really good. Sciver-Brunt does her thing. Well, Eccleston, we know how good she is. And then Charlie Dean went for 6.3 and over, but picked up 3 wickets and did her job. So happy days all round if you're an English supporter.
And not that it changes anything, but one of the interesting things I thought during that New Zealand innings was actually the use or lack thereof of reviews from both teams, because there were a couple of opportunities there where England should have had Bates pretty cheaply that they missed out on not reviewing, but also on the other side of things, Georgia Plymouth, who was given out LBW and walked straight off, only for then the ball to be shown to be going on to miss the wickets.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, most of the time you'd actually be critical of players and captains to use it too flippantly, just, we'll review that, it's a good appeal, it feels right, and it's almost a waste. Whereas today you saw people not using it at all, which is very uncommon. Georgia Plymouth's one in particular was a real shocker, because at the time you thought this game's in the balance. It was just when New Zealand was creating a bit of a springboard to go from and to maybe get around that 260, 270. Amelia Kerr was at the other end, was trying to get her attention to have a discussion, never quite came together. I think Plymouth did turn around and kind of catch eyes, but keep walking off, and it proved to be fatal because it was going over the bails by quite a bit.
And when it comes to this New Zealand batting effort as well, I think part of it in a way can be summed up by their boundary count. 14 boundaries, 6 of which was scored off Susie Bates, all of them 4s, although we thought Hannah Rowe might have had a 6 there, but alas, never mind. Just that inability to really push on and accumulate.
Yeah, and that's, look, when an innings is kind of like fits and starts, that generally means wickets are falling regularly. You know, if you get a good partnership going, although you didn't, you know, you saw a few boundaries with the opening pair, even though they were a little slow, you saw some boundaries, especially off Bates's bat, the way her and Basin, how it started. But unless you can, because a partnership puts pressure on the opposition. That means they're not getting wickets. They're having to rotate their bowlers to try and find that breakthrough, and generally will mean that the batting team is on top. Now, when the batting team is on top, they're scoring runs, they're hitting boundaries, they're running well between the wickets. New Zealand just couldn't get that momentum going today. And try as they might, again, they all kind of got starts. They couldn't quite gel together, wickets tumbling around them, and that's why their boundary count was so low. It also is because England bowled so damn well. Kate Cross and Eccleston in particular. You know, pretty good bowling lineup, but that's the difference between getting 207 and maybe 237.
Well, let's look then at what they've got and what they now have to do, because defending 207, it's not an impossible feat by any stretch of the imagination, but it will be difficult.
Well, yeah, and I know which team I'd rather be in right now. You know, like, there is one team most definitely on top, although it's not a fait accompli. You know, it's not a... Look, it's below par score, but it's not game over stuff already, for sure. We've seen Kate Cross in particular, and even Lauren Bell when she came back out. There is some movement there, and I read it wrong. A couple others read it wrong as well. In fact, Mealy Kerr read it wrong as well, because I thought bat, Kerr thought bat. Knight won the toss and said bowl, and well played here the Knight, because it was still nipping around out there. And so if there's anything left in that wicket, the likes of Hannah Rowe or Leah Tahuhu, Jess Kerr will hopefully find that. And you never know. It's a funny old game, isn't it? It's a great cliche, but if you can get them 3 down, if they can be 30 for 3, 40 for 3, you know, 207 will look a little bit further away.
Ben Strang did mention in the commentary earlier as well that, you know, if you're going to have hope about the New Zealand defences, that Mealy Kerr has made something of a habit of being able to defend lower totals when she's at the helm.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me about that. Coaching with the Hinds, we've had a tied game here during the Super Smash where Mealy actually got 5 wickets. She's a good bowler. She's actually a pretty savvy, smart captain, I think, as well. I think I said right at the start, this is a glimpse into the future, and I think it's going to be I think she'll make a good captain. I'm not saying she's finished article right now, but I think in time she'll make a good captain, and we'll get to see a little bit of that today. But if she can pull the right strings, again, though, it's all about getting early wickets. If England get a platform and they're 50 for none or they're 80 for 1 or something, I think it's probably game over. But you never know. We probably thought that in Nelson during that T20 there, didn't we, as well, where England were cruising and then fell over for a White Ferns victory.
From an England perspective, like you say, they are clearly on top at the moment. But in saying that, a chase of 208, it can be a little bit tricky, because you're in the situation where there will be a certain expectation that you should get it fairly easily. Like you say, the New Zealanders could cause some disruption with a couple of early wickets. How would you be going about this chase if you're coming out to open for England?
Well, I know it's easy to say, but you just tell your players to play the way they normally would, you know, and that's whether you're setting or you're chasing 280 or, like this game, you're chasing 207. You wouldn't want to adjust what you normally do. And, you know, I'm thinking, you know, the likes of Bouchier, who was so good in the T20 series, you're not going to try and, you know, sort of negate her attacking prowess that we saw in that series. You'd just be like, go and do the same thing, you know. And if she goes off at 7, 8 and over, she kills the chase like that. If it doesn't come off and she gets out early, well, that's just part and parcel of the way you're going to play. There's enough quality around them with Beaumont at the other end opening, and Knight and Siva Brunt and everyone else in their middle order, that they bat deep enough where they should be able to trust their normal processes.
And this is where a player like Tammy Beaumont, her experience will really come into play as well. The 33-year-old, this is her 110th match since she debuted in 2009, and you would expect her to bring all of that guile when she comes in today.
Yeah, and she's actually in not bad form either. I was with that New Zealand A team. We had a warm-up game and she smashed us down there in Queenstown, and then was it the first T20 in Dunedin, got runs for England before the WPL players came back. So, look, she's in good form. She's so experienced, we know that. Plays pace really well, and spin, to be fair. But, you know, when she's going well, there's not many areas you can bowl to her with seam-up deliveries. So, crucial player. And again, I come back to it, early wickets. If they can knock over Bouchier, who's in form, and Beaumont, the experienced opening pair, then they've got a chance, the White Ferns.
Beaumont, if you think, now where have I been hearing that name around? Probably for her test exploits last year. Different format, of course, but did get a double ton against the Aussies at Trent Bridge.
Second double ton in her career, I think, as well. So she knows how to score big runs.
And that is putting it mildly. And you would think as well, Heather Knight, the captain, will be coming in. She'll be feeling fresh. Didn't end up bowling during that New Zealand innings. Did that surprise you at all, that they just stuck to the 5 bowlers?
I think if you had said to me at the start of the day, they're going to only use 5 bowlers, I would have been like, okay, that's fine, they're all good. But when, you think about Charlie Dean going for, she was over 7s for a long period of her spell, you probably would have thought Knight would have got an over or 2 just to break it up, and maybe it's not Charlie Dean's day, but it comes back to the confidence that this English team have in themselves and everyone around them. And Heather Knight was like, she was either like, I don't know, obviously I wasn't out there, but she was either thinking, no, do your job, or it was, I trust you to do your job. And either way, Charlie Dean kept going, and next thing she's got 3 for, and carrying on with her strike rate in international cricket, and performed well.
207 all out, the White Ferns here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. England will need 208 to win this match. It will be Tammy Beaumont and Maya Bouchier who will be coming in and attempting to make that score. Anna Corbin, do they have enough?
Well, they have to, really. I'm pretty sure that in that innings, the New Zealand team will have a number of things that they would love to remedy, but 207 is what they've got, and that's what they've got to work with. And with a great deal of belief and diligence, they can get the job done.
England did a very good job of setting restrictive fields. The New Zealanders could never really get away, could they? Is that something that New Zealand needs to try to emulate?
Well, it was pretty apparent that the English team had done their homework and they had some plans. They had some plans against Susie Bates. They knew what they wanted to do against Amelia Kerr. They shut down Amelia Kerr's lap shot by putting in a leg slip, which is not something that you see very often in the one-day format, and particularly in women's cricket. So, they had some very clear plans, and you could see them gel together. It was like the bowler knew what their role was, and everybody out there in the field also knew what the job was, and they could celebrate the success of dot balls and, when the ball had been played into the areas of the field that they were wanting the batters to risk.
The New Zealand bowling attack, very, very varied. 3 pace bowlers, 3 spin options. How important, where do you think this is going to tend to, just from what you saw from the English team?
Well, I think we'll see Jess Kerr and Hannah Rowe open up. Their role will be to put the English batters under pressure straight away and hopefully pick up 1 or 2 quick wickets, just to, rattle the cage a bit and put them under immediate pressure.
The players are heading out onto the park now, so we'll be underway very shortly. Just quickly, I just wanted to ask you, we have about 15 seconds, but Amelia Kerr, how important is she and her leadership role here?
Oh, hands down. She has a big role to play, but she's a great student of the game, and I have every confidence that she will rally the team together and give us their best shot.
After this, with the first ball from the second innings of the English innings, we'll have Kim Downs and Jacob Oram.
The hallway with dated wallpaper. Yeah, some people might call it chic, but to you, it just looks tired. What's the easiest way to remove old wallpaper, though? Are you putting off your decorating project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resine colour shop for all you need on the best wallpaper, prep and hanging techniques so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resine.
Well, New Zealand will attempt to defend 207 after being dismissed for that score in their first innings. The first ball of the second innings about to get underway here at the Basin Reserve. You are with SENZ's coverage thanks to Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Jess Kerr will open the bowling, right arm over the wicket, and that'll go straight through to the keeper past Tammy Beaumont, who is opening for England alongside Maya Bouchier.
Nice start for Jess Kerr. Bit of swing as we expect. Into the right-handed Tammy Beaumont.
Take a few more of those.
Well, it's a good skill to be able to control that swing straight away. You know, you'd almost forgive Jess Kerr if it swung miles down leg side and the odd wide or two to start.
Right arm over the wicket again to Tammy Beaumont, who is able to push that one into the offside for no run.
But her control is very good for a swing bowler. As I say, normally you can spray it a wee bit as you're understanding how that kookaburra ball is going to come out on the day, how much it's swinging, what the wind's doing to the swing, but she's onto it straight away, which is, as I say, a really good skill.
Kerr comes in again to Beaumont, who just leaves that one to let it go through to the keeper. And I suppose, Jacob, one of the issues at play here for the New Zealanders is a bit of scoreboard pressure, which they need to be able to build.
Yeah, for sure. They need to, if they're not going to get those early wickets we talked about earlier, they need to be able to just restrict the runs as much as they can. And that's just through some good, basic, good bowling and some fielding that backs that up, and then that run rate.
Kerr this time trying to get it more onto the pads, but Beaumont will just play that very safely down to the fielder at mid-off.
Sorry, Kim, that will just help the required run rate to just creep up. You know, at the moment it's, what is it, just over 4, obviously, 4.1. But if it starts getting up around about that 5, just over 5, next thing they could push it to 6 or run a ball, then suddenly you do create that scoreboard pressure.
Kerr comes into Beaumont, and what do you know? She has, I'm not sure she intended to do that, but she has just bowled that straight through her. Tammy Beaumont in the 5th ball of the England innings has to go. You wouldn't have expected it. England 1 wicket down, although that will be reviewed.
The umpire, Chris Brown's just signalled to have a look upstairs. It was a full toss. I think that's what caught Tammy. It's not your normal shin high full toss, or else we wouldn't be talking about that is very close.
The ball just passing, I'm going to call it hip height, but for the sake of this.
But they take it from, or they guesstimate it from the crease line. So where you start. So the fact that Beaumont has come down a couple of strides.
The GJ Gardner replay on show at the moment, like Jacob Oram says, it's a full toss. It didn't bounce before it got to the batter, and that has now been confirmed. So while the height looked to be an issue, it won't be. And that, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and call that one of the Macca's deliveries of the day, straight off, purely because of the context of this match. You spoke about how New Zealand needed early wickets. It's certainly not how any of us would have expected the first one to fall. Even Jess Kerr looks a little bit surprised at that, but the end result is that Tammy Beaumont is out for a duck.
She is, and that is exactly what New Zealand needed. It was a terrible delivery, let's be honest. That is just about a no ball in terms of height. It was that much, or that full, just below the waist high, and I think that's what actually helped in a way. You're not expecting that. You're really not against quality opening bowlers. And you could almost see Tammy Beaumont in the close-up. Her eyes widened as she saw how high it was going to be, how full it was going to be, but couldn't get onto it and knocked the bails off. And England's one down.
Right, last ball of the over from Jess Kerr. That one does manage to actually find the pitch, and that's just played out towards the point region by Heather Knight, who's come in, the captain, a little bit earlier than she would have anticipated for Heather Knight, the 33-year-old, her 135th ODI. So they've replaced experience for experience. In England, at the end of the first over, is 0 for the loss of 1.
I've always tried to make good choices for my family's future and their happiness. Having an enjoyable and safe building experience is about choosing the right builder. So put your family in safe hands and choose GJ's with their proven track record. In over 25 years of business and with close to 23,000 builds, GJ's has completed every home we've ever started, a fact we're very proud of. Make a wise choice and choose New Zealand's most trusted home builder. GJ's, here today and tomorrow.
Electrical wholesaler.
You're with SENZ's coverage of the White Ferns v England. First ODI at the Basin Reserve with Resine, the paint professionals use. Hannah Rowe now opening the bowling from the Adelaide Road end to Bouchier, who just plays that one nicely down to third man for 1 run. So England now officially on the board.
Yeah, but it's good signs. Good start by Hannah Rowe. Good line and length with a bit of swing away, reminiscent of Kate Cross. Probably a little fuller than what Kate Cross was hitting consistently, but it's a good sign. Maddie Green's in there at first slip next to Izzy Gaze, so there for that nick.
1 for 1. England, just the start that the New Zealanders needed as Hannah Rowe comes in again, this time tonight, who has a bit of a swing at it. Did that catch an inside edge?
Yeah, well, she went to pull it. It was short of a length by Hannah Rowe. She went to pull, but almost a little bit slow off the pitch and pulled it into her front pad, which meant it rolled away behind the stumps.
Well, this is a dream start, Jacob Oram, for New Zealand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one more here. Imagine that. Single figures for 2 down. That is exactly what New Zealand needed.
Rowe comes in again to Heather Knight, who's just defending that one, tucked in her feet for no run.
But I think what we've seen from New Zealand now for a period of time, and more recently over this series, the T20 series, the bowling's actually been pretty steady. The bowler, you can't complain about what the bowlers have provided. Okay, you're going to get the odd day where a bowler may go for a few more runs, but I think as a whole, generically speaking, bowlers are going okay. Getting some wickets, not going for many runs, just at the moment, not enough runs on the board.
Rowe again, right arm over, defended once more by Heather Knight for no run. Hannah Rowe, pretty experienced, playing her 53rd match. She's got 53 one-day wickets to her name, an average just short of 29 for her bowling.
Yeah, it's a pretty good average. Would have liked a few more wickets to go with that opening bowler mantle, but looks good so far. Just having a look at that replay of that last ball, getting nice and high, looks stable on release, and then there's some swing there as well. So good signs, Hannah Rowe.
She comes in now for her penultimate delivery of the over, and that time she's beaten Heather Knight. The ball goes through to the keeper, another dot ball.
That's a beautiful ball. It's different to Kate Cross. Kate Cross is almost a seam bowler, really. That one there, I mean, that has seamed. That's gone actually quite a lot as well, but it's a little fuller, weirdly, even though Hannah Rowe's taller than Kate Cross. Hannah Rowe bowls a little fuller, I would suspect. But both, well, we knew how tough Kate Cross was to play earlier today, and Hannah Rowe started very well.
Rowe comes in now for her last ball of the over, and that is another beauty of a delivery. Again, it beats the bat of the England captain, Heather Knight. So that over from Hannah Rowe will go for just the 1 run. England 1 for 1 after 2.
Choices, choices, choices.
What choices, John?
Just one choice.
Wait, what?
It's the obvious choice, the new Fish and Paykel dishwasher.
That's right. We've got it for the incredible Magnus Benro. Price of just $898.
It's too low, they said, but they had no choice.
But it has choices, lots of them, 7 wash programs, and even an auto wash mode to choose the right wash cycle for your dishes.
So come to Magnus Benro and wash your dishes. Thank you.
R18, bet responsibly.
England 1 for 1 here at the Basin Reserve for this first one-dayer between the White Ferns and England, thanks to Resine, the paint the Kiwis trust. Jess Kerr back with ball in hand from the RA Vance stand, having taken the wicket of Tammy Beaumont in her first over. She bowls that one full into Maya Bouchier. It's defended back down the wicket for no run.
Well, it's a great start for New Zealand. Both Kerr and Rose starting very, very well. And the good thing is they've been straight on the money. Good areas to be bowling, except probably the worst ball has been the wicket ball.
I think you mean our Macca's delivery of the day there.
Yeah, I do. But the other thing that Amelia Kerr would be pleased about, the White Ferns captain, is the movement that we're seeing from both ends in the air especially.
Kerr and again to Bouchier, and that one looks like it's just gone between bat and pad. She's missed it through to the keeper, and I tell you what, the New Zealand bowlers, they are looking threatening here.
Started very well.
Just outside of the bat, sorry.
Yeah, that has moved a lot, though. The in-swing of Jess Kerr and Bouchier maybe playing for too much in-swing off the back foot. And the ball just sneaking past the outside edge and the outside of the off stump as well.
Kerr and again, and this time Maya Bouchier gets bat on ball, but she's only able to push it onto the offside. No run.
Yeah, no real timing, which is strange. I don't think she mishit one in the last few innings of the T20 series. just not quite the same movement or the efficiency in what she's doing at the moment, Bouchier, and I think that's a sign of maybe a bit of movement in this pitch still, but also how well Kerr and Rowe have started.
No runs off the over, or in fact off Jess Kerr at all, full stop. But just as I say that, there goes another one. Oh, and she's hit that out into the offside. The fielders collected it and got it back in, but it wasn't a great throw. Thought there might have been a chance for a run out there, and then they will get home safely for one.
Oh, definite run-out chance. And Heather Knight knows it. The look back at Bouchier down the wicket was just one of, thank God that throw was off target, because she knows, Heather Knight knows. Plymouth did amazingly well. It was just a push off the front foot, almost a half drive. Oh.
We're just looking at a GJ Gardner replay at the moment that is just showing the ball hitting the stumps almost simultaneously with the foot. So that will be confirmed not out.
Yeah, I'll try and explain that, because that was almost a by accident run out there.
Yeah. We'll explain that after this delivery from Jess Kerr, and this time that is tucked away onto the onside. A much easier single for England.
So Bouchier's just half driven it to forward point. Plymouth, who was at kind of cover point, went round, great bit of fielding on her knees, dived away, collected it cleanly, threw from her knees. Unfortunately, her throw was offline, which pushed Gaze back to her right. Gaze got it in her right hand, and then without looking at the stumps, just flicked it behind her.
Could have had the run out there. Jess Kerr bowls again, and this time it has been lifted high over long on, and England will have their first boundary of the innings off the bat of Maya Bouchier. Jessica Kerr's second over goes for 6 runs. She is 1 for 6 as England look to get this innings going.
That's a beautiful shot, that. It's the first real miss. Kerr just got a little bit straight, a little bit full, and it's almost a straight drop kick, really, off her toes by Bouchier, and that's the form she's in. And that's great timing. It was just one bounce into the rope for 4 over long on.
So England now 7 for 1 after 3 overs. Hannah Rowe will have the ball back in hand from the Adelaide Road end. Her first over went for just the 1 run. Looked very threatening indeed, did Hannah Rowe. She's bowling to the right-handed Heather Knight, who swings around, pulls it round behind her, down to the fielder at fine leg. They'll get 1 run from it.
Just to finish that long-winded potential run out, so Gaze got taken to her right hand, 1 hand take, and then without looking with her back to the stumps, she was probably 2 or 3 metres from the stumps, just flicked it behind her. And I think because she'd been taken away from the stumps, Heather Knight probably got a bit complacent, didn't she? And just instead of sliding into the crease, realised, oh, I'm home and hosed, it's a bad throw, I don't have to slide, I'll just run in. But Gaze did throw the wickets down with her back to them, and literally Knight's heel just landed before the bails came off.
Hannah Rowe, right arm over into Bouchier, who just tickles that one onto the offside for no run.
Bottom line is, it was a chance. 2 fronts. First of all, the bit of fielding was outstanding by Plymouth. Unfortunately, her throw, the ground fielding, her throw was just off. And then Gaze did very well to potentially even turn it into a quarter chance run out.
I think she's probably heard all your praise of Amy Jones and gone,
yeah,
actually,
have a look at this.
Yeah, I think that's good. Show you what I can do. Hannah Rowe runs in to Bouchier, who just plays that one back down the wicket.
And good signs as well here with that swing, and Mila Kerr's put herself in its second slip. So the first over, just seeing a replay there with the movement, a lot of swing on offer away from the right-handed batters, and so Mila Kerr's come from a cover point into second slip. And Hannah Rowe just needs to keep the ball there, does not need to do anything different from what she did in the first over, which was just hang it out outside off stump with a bit of swing.
No Rosemary Mair in the mix today. Hannah Rowe comes in again, and this time it is defended by Bouchier onto the offside, no run. So very tidy from Hannah Rowe so far. Yeah,
and that's perfect right there. That is just a good length ball on off stump. If that does anything, it is catching the edge, and with the keeper in 2 slips there, you've got chances for that to carry and to be taken as well.
So New Zealand creating chances early on in this England innings, which is what they need to do. They are defending a total of 207 here at the Basin Reserve. Rowe comes in again. This gets high on Maya Bouchier, who pulls that one backwards of square. And the boundary, the fielder coming in from finally does a good job of getting round to it, but unfortunately then has a little misfield. Brooke Halliday, I think it was, and knocks it into the boundary rope, so that will be 4 for England.
Yeah, Hannah Rowe trying the bouncer, which I don't mind. It's actually not a bad area for it as well. It was about head high, but that's the form Bouchier's in. She's able to hit a good bouncer away for 4. Halliday gave it her best. Not to be away for 4. Now this is the crucial ball, the backup ball. Can she find that area again with a bit of swing?
Into Bouchier, who, well, she got it where she wanted it, didn't she, Hannah Rowe? But Bouchier is able to fend that safely onto the offside, just backwards of point for no run. So England now 12 for 1 after 4 overs.
Need a taxi? Call Auckland Co-op Taxis 09 300 3000. Catching up with friends, entertaining with colleagues and clients. Need a safe ride home after the party? Do it all with one call. 09 300 3000. Auckland Co-op Taxis, part of Blue Bubble nationwide.
Safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Auckland Co-op Taxis 09 300 3000.
Into the 5th over of the England innings here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. Jess Kerr bowling it to Heather Knight, who just fends that off into the offside for no run. 12 for 1 after 4 overs. Jacob Oram, not a bad start for the Kiwis.
I think it's a great start, really. They've not let England get off to a fly. The run rate's under control. Well, it's under the run rate required. I mean, the perfect start would have been another one. 12 for 2 would have been perfect.
Jess Curran again, right arm over the wicket. This time it is cut away by Heather Knight. That is a lovely, lovely shot through point all the way for 4.
It's a lovely shot, it is. It's another I don't mind the length. You want Jess Kerr to be pitching it up so she can try and swing it and bring those stumps into play, but there's just a bit of width. And Heather Knight's too good to let that one go along. And that's the problem with a lower score, is that with one shot there, that's basically the required run rate for the over, and one shot there. And so Kerr knows she has to be bang on the money for these next 4.
Kerr running in from the RA Vance stand, gets it onto the pads of Heather Knight, who just fends it into the offside for no run. But like you say, pressure's off a little bit for this over now. Yeah, just one shot, goes to the boundary. I mean, even at the start of the innings, the run rate required was 4.1, just under that. So there's not a lot of risk required to keep up with that rate. So you get a wide half volley that you can slash away through point. Makes your job a lot easier. An average of just under 37. Heather Knight, as she defends that one back towards the bowler for no run. Vastly experienced, we do know this. Heather Knight. Average just shy of 32 when it comes to one days against New Zealand.
Is that all? I genuinely
Take
thought
that, yeah.
My time with the White Ferns, man, she just always got runs. Maybe that was a sign of me as a coach, to be fair. Maybe I should have learned.
Kerr in again tonight, who gets that one down towards that third man area in the inner circle fielder. No run.
That's a good comeback since that 4 by Kerr. Just got her line back again, so asking harder questions with each delivery. Knight. No more width.
So it's the last ball of Jess Kerr's 3rd over. England 16 for 1. Kerr comes in right arm over the wicket to Knight, who drives that lovely drive for no run to the fielder at mid-off.
It was a lovely shot. Lovely shot for none. We saw that actually quite a few times from Susie Bates in particular at the start of the New Zealand innings. Nice technique, hitting the ball well, good power, but ultimately the scoreboard says a dot. And Heather Knight already looking. No, she's only 6 off 14, but almost starting to get her groove now, which is ominous for New Zealand, but they are still only one more wicket, say 16 for 2, let's say 20 for 2, 30 for 3. That's what we talked about before the innings.
Okay, Jacob Orham's getting carried away now in the commentary box. Stop it.
It's optimism at its best. It really is. But that's how the New Zealanders have got to think. It's almost trying to put 1 or 2 wickets onto that score, and that'll make yourself feel a lot better.
Hannah Rowe continues from the Adelaide Road end into Maya Bouchier, who defends that onto the offside for no run. The crowd getting into their work as well here at the Basin Reserve. It's a nice crowd for an Easter Monday here in Wellington.
Yeah, the weather, is it overcast or is it just high cloud or something? But it's not. It was supposed to clear off the forecast and be a nice fine afternoon, but not quite the blue sky I would have hoped. But you're right, the embankment's pretty full.
A few puffer jackets in the crowd, but that's all right as long as it's dry. Hannah Rowe comes in again to Bouchier, and this time she drives it a little bit uppishly towards the fielder at cover there. They'll get 1 run from it, not the tidiest of plays there.
Teaser there. Leading edge of sorts by Bouchier is trying to whip that away through the leg side. And it went flat to Susie Bates. Didn't carry, bounced in front of her, and that was the slight fumble or ricochet as she dived forward. Just bounced away into who had to, from mid-off, had to change her line, but an easy single for Knight.
Rowe into Knight now, who just turns that one square. Fielder will scamper in to cover that one. 1 run.
That's a little bit of the problem, is that New Zealand's playing their cards, swinging. They've got catches in place. They're trying to fire their weapons with their swing bowlers, but they need that to come off. They need wickets to show for this good bowling, or else it's almost all in vain, really. They need another 2.
Rowe coming in, 4th ball of the over. That will be wide down leg stump through to the keeper. My bright spot, my point of optimism there on what you were talking about, Jacob, would be, remember, the New Zealanders also got off to a tidy start at the top in terms of no wickets falling early on, and England were then able to contain them in the back end.
Yep. I think when you compare the orders, I just think there's a little bit more composure and experience to that England team.
Rowan this time, it's just cut nicely towards point. The fielders will chase it. The England look to run 2. It's going to be a tight 2, but good running in the end. As Gaze whips off the bails, but she looked to be safely home.
Yeah, I think she's safe. That's no problem, but whip them off by standing in front of them. We're going to see again in the replay. She's standing in front of the stumps. Oh, there's not a chance. I'm being harsh. But just the fact that Gaze was in front of the stumps and not the sort of side-on hybrid version, which, say, an Amy Jones does, but Gaze almost had to turn around to take the bails off.
Rowe into Bouchier, who plays that off her pads down to fine leg. They'll go through for another run.
Just an interesting way to take it. As I say, I don't think it was seeing the replay at first live. I thought there might have been a chance, but seeing the replay, Bouchier was comfortable coming back for that second. But I wouldn't have thought that's a great habit for a keeper to get into, where you're taking the ball in front of the stumps, chest on, front on, and then having to move your whole body to go back to the bails.
Last ball of Hannah Rowe's over now into Heather Knight. Gets it nice and into the pads, but it's turned away down to third man. They'll get a run from it. So Rowe, after her 3 overs, 13 runs, no wickets. England 23 for 1 after 6.
No time for dinner because the big game's on. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with Mick Delivery. Dinner sorted. And you won't miss a thing. That's a real win-win. Mick Delivery, delivering your Macca's favourites straight to your door. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Racing season starts now. Charge out the gates with $50 in bonus bets on us. Join TAB, deposit $10 and get $50 in bonus bets. Sign up at tab.co.nz. New customers only. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
You're with SENZ's coverage of the White Ferns up against England in the first one-dayer at the Basin Reserve, thanks to Resine, the paint professionals use. Jess Kerr into her 4th over from the R.A. Vance stand. Into the Knight, who pulls that one into a vacant area, just forward of square, and the fielder coming in from the boundary will collect that. They'll take one from it.
Yeah, not overly short by Kerr, but Knight is sweating on a wee bit. Maybe even just going with the swing. And a change for this over. As he goes, has come up to the stumps now. A la Amy Jones to the seamers for England, but Gay's standing up.
Jess Kerr in this time to Maya Bouchier, who tries to cut it away but just finds the fielder at point, no run.
Good, Jess. Here we are, Jess, here we are.
You can hear some good encouragement there from the Kiwis, who know how vital a good start will be to their cause if they are to get and stay and potentially win this fight. As Jess Kerr comes in for her third ball of the over, right arm over the wicket. It's full that time. And she's probably got away a little bit with one there as that goes to the fielder at cover, no run.
She's definitely got away with that. Although that is the wicket-taking ball as well, the full tops. But that was not the just below waist-height version. That was the straight to the middle of the bat, shin-height version that Bouchier has absolutely crunched. But thankfully to New Zealand's best fielder, Georgia Plummer, who showed great hands to get that easy as.
Kerr running in again to Bouchier. This time she tries to heave it away through mid-off, but the fielder is more than up to the task. No run again, so a tidy over so far from Jess Kerr. Just the one run from it, 2 deliveries remaining.
It's been a good start for New Zealand. I think after 7 overs, so if this completes it out with 2 dot balls, you know, you're looking at 24 for 1 off 7. They would have loved another one for sure, but at least England haven't got away.
Kerr, the wicket taker, right arm over, and this time she is pulled away by Bouchier, and no fielder is going to get that. Hannah Rowe was on the deep square boundary, but it'll just bounce before the rope and go over for 4. So once again, they're just finding that pressure relieving boundary when they need it, England.
Once again, I talk something up and the opposite happens. They're finishing with 2 dot balls, and that's just short of a length. But Bouchier just pivots on it. It's almost just like a flick as opposed to a pull, but it went a long way. One bounce.
Kerr this time with the last ball of the over, that's just played straight back to her. So that will be a dot ball to finish the Jess Kerr over. 5 from it. She has 1 wicket for 15 runs from her 4 overs so far. Heather Knight, 9 off 17. Maya Bouchier, 18 off 20. And England at 28 for 1 after 7 overs.
It's nice stuff by Jess Kerr.
First one was a nice
From that one delivery, Jess Kerr's been pretty good. 1 for 15 off her 4, and that includes that boundary in the last over, which was short of a length. And Hannah Rowe now comes back in for her 5th over as well. So New Zealand going just with the 2 bowlers so far through the power play. So welcome back, Ben Strang. Hey, mate.
Thank you. Thank you. And congratulations on that early wicket.
Thank you. We'll claim it.
Hannah Rowe continues from the Adelaide Road end, 8th over of the innings. Back of a length and just swivelled to pull it to fine leg for 1. Does Heather Knight. 29 for 1.
I tell you what's changed very quickly, although maybe Maddie Green's going back into slip now, but for that ball to Heather Knight, which last over Rowe had 2 slips, had no slips straight away, so they went from 2 to none, thinking it stopped swinging or we're not a chance in here. Maddie Green has gone back in here for Bouchier, though, back into that wide first slip.
Rowe, good length this, and well guided though by Bouchier to the third man boundary. She gets 1. A little bit of a hint of shape away from the batter.
Yeah, good shape. Just enough shape as well, but I reckon that was, while he was guided, she definitely opened the face. I think that went finer than Bouchier was planning, and I looked straight to Mealy Kerr at cover point, who had just removed herself from second, who had hands on head. I think she realises she might have been a bit premature. Now, I'm not saying it went straight to second, but it was close.
Heather Knight, this is 2 full from Rowe. She drives to mid-on but can't get it past the fielder for no run.
And that's the thing with slips. You know, you want to give yourself a chance, and even if it's a half chance, while there's still swing there, you are a chance. Just by Hannah Rowe's and Mealy Kerr's reactions. I think they realised that was potentially one of those premature actions to remove that second slip.
First slip remains Maddie Green, hunched over. This is back of a length and defended into the offside for no run. Kate Cross, when she was bowling from this end, the end that we've seen Hannah Rowe bowl from, opened up. She had the first slip. She had a gully in place for 4 or 5 overs that she bowled. Obviously, Amelia Kerr has brought in that second slip. Not so much gully. So clearly something that the English team saw in this wicket. Hannah Rowe again. Fuller on the stumps this time and just worked forward of square. They think about coming back for 2. Amelia Kerr does a good job of restricting that. England moved to 31 for 1.
Yeah, it's very much a preference. I mean, generally you sort of think about the faster the wicket, the finer the edge goes. And so you might be willing to have those 2. If you're having 2 catches, they might be slips. If it's a little slower, edges tend to fly off a bit squarer maybe. For me, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, to be fair.
Rowe to Boucher, and Boucher flicks this off the front foot on the leg side, just backward of square. Couple of bounces over the rope. That is a real shot of intent. Definitely got too much onto the legs, did Hannah Rowe. But England moved to 35 for 1 after 8 overs.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's a poor finish to the over by Rowe, who's actually been pretty good today. In fact, very good. Good swing, good control of it, but that there just getting a bit too straight. And it almost just takes the sting out of what was a pretty good over. The same thing in the last over by Kerr, who got pulled away for 4 as well. It's just got to try and finish these overs off. Squeeze them to 2 or 3 and over. If you get a 4, then suddenly that's a 7 or 8 run and over. And it's tough to defend 207 when that's happening.
Jess Kerr continues from the RA Vance stand end. This one on the stumps, defended into the leg side. Fine start from Maya Boucher, 23 off 22 deliveries. More than a run a ball. Not something any New Zealand batter seemed capable of. It was just with the way that England bowled and the way the pitch is played.
Well, I think yes, definitely a bit of that as well. But I think the form and confidence that she is in, how she's striking the ball. We didn't see too many clipped away like that in the New Zealand innings.
Kerr full outside off and driven by Knight, but can't get through the cover fielder.
Just that willingness to get a ball on your pads and actually go through with the shot with really good power. Only 2 bounces. Only bounced probably a couple of metres in front of the rope. But I think it's just a bit of a mindset maybe at the moment with Boucher, willing to take those sort of risks and hit the ball hard and in the air.
Jess Kerr 1 for 15 thus far. This is driven towards cover. There's a slight misfield which allows them to scamper through for 1. Heather Knight moves to 12 from 24. England 36 for 1.
Kerr still just continuing with that good line. Just not quite as much swing as early on as you'd expect as the ball gets a bit older and a bit softer. Decent fielding by Bates. As always, throwing herself around there at cover. And a concussion check because it bounced up and just hit Susie Bates in the head off her hands.
Interesting. We might take a short break while the physio comes onto the field. England are 36 for 1 halfway through the 9th over.
Dreaming of falling asleep quickly and having the best rejuvenating sleep you've had in years? A Temper electric adjustable bed from Bedpost is the ultimate lifestyle enhancement. Its preset 0G position that will transport you to the perfect relaxation zone with a flick of a button, positioning your body at 0 gravity, meaning you'll enjoy relieved muscle tension, improved circulation and breathing, all for the best night's sleep. Find a store near you and discover these amazing beds and mattresses at bedpost.co.nz.
We're back here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. SENZ's coverage of this one-day international brought to you by Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. The physio has come on and cleared Susie Bates of any concussion symptoms or anything like that. We did see on the GJ Gardner-Holmes replay how the ball just hit one of those used wickets and bounced up. Looked like it might have hit her in the neck or something like that. She also took a bit of a tumble while diving for the ball.
Yeah, jumped off her hands. Well, you're right. Hit one of the old foot marks on one of the old pitches, off her hands, then into her cheek. So not too bad, really, but as is protocol, everything needs to be checked.
So we're halfway through this 9th over. England 36 for 1. Jess Kerr continues from the RA Vance stand end. Back of a length, pulled away, well forward of square, in fact almost to mid-on, and comes through for 1, does Heather Knight. She moves to 13. Rather, that was Bouchier. She's moved to 24.
Good bit of fielding, Maddie Green again. Tumbling away to her right at mid-on. It was hit well by Bouchier, as is most of her shots at the moment, to be fair. New Zealand need that sort of fielding as well from her and Susie Bates, a couple of balls earlier.
Kerr tonight, full on off stump and just defended straight back to the bowler. Better line.
Yeah, although I wonder if that sort of ball there is the one Bouchier's attacking as well, you know, and just the player in red hot form in Bouchier, because that's pretty full. I know it's swinging, but just getting quite full. Knight just respecting it, just defending it back down the wicket.
Knight taps her bat a couple of times, then stands tall as Jess Kerr comes in. It's in the air, and it's gone! Maddie Green takes the catch at mid-on. It looked like a bit of a leading edge from Heather Knight, trying to flick the ball over the leg side. And another big wicket for Jess Kerr. England 37 for 2. Knight departs for 12.
Yep, big wicket there for the White Ferns, and a strange one as well. You don't often see a leading edge off an in-swinger that just keeps swinging down leg. Normally that's off a ball that maybe shapes away or seams away, but that one there, just leading edge as Knight was trying to clip it away through square leg, and simplest of catches to Maddie Green at mid-on, who we were just talking about her fielding. And Knight, the English captain, it was strange innings from her, but she's gone for 12. England now, that's the second wicket down. That's what the White Ferns needed there on 37.
And that, of course, brings in Natalie Siver-Brunt, who, as we talked about earlier, Jacob, this is her 101st one-day international. A batting average of 46.6, a high score of 148 not out, 800s and 20 50s in the format. Basically 1 in 3 innings she goes past the 50 mark.
So some stage in this 3-match series she'll do that. But a very good player, and we'll probably say that for the next couple coming in as well for England. So much experience, so much quality, but they're human at the same time, and if New Zealand can continue to bowl well and field well as they have been doing, just chip away. 37 for 2, next thing it's 50 for 3, then it's 80 for 4, and it's 207 can be a long way off if they keep getting wickets.
Speaking of experience and quality, New Zealand making a move here. Leah Tahuhu coming into the attack from the Adelaide Road end of the Basin Reserve. 94th one-day international, has 109 wickets in the format at 29. And she is bowling to Bouchier. A good length ball to start, good pace on it too, defended into the leg side, no run.
Had a little chat to Tahuhu before the game today. Gets her left knee heavily strapped. I think it's quite well known at the moment. She probably won't be able to get through every game for New Zealand. And at her age and with this knee injury, it's just going to be a quote-unquote management thing. But playing today, which is great news for New Zealand.
Tahuhu again. Just a really good line just outside the off stump, defended into the offside, and also a heavy length.
Yeah, and that's what I said to her from the other day. That 5th T20, I thought she bowled really well in terms of a line. And in the past, you probably knew Tahuhu as the fire, pacey with a bit of aggro, bounces, but not quite the radar at the same time with the accuracy, but seems to have brought it all together at the moment, and really good line so far.
First slip in place, a charge from Bouchier, but a shorter ball from Tahuhu, saw her coming, pulled it short, and she can't connect.
It's nice stuff. Great start, Tahuhu.
Bouchier undoubtedly trying to keep the throttle down, trying to keep the pressure on these New Zealand bowlers. There's a cover point and a cover in place, a real umbrella on that side, as well as the first slip. Tahuhu jumps, and this one is down the leg side for a wide.
Just getting that radar that I talked about a little wrong. It's funny when Tahuhu does miss, because of her action, she sort of falls away. When she bowls a wide, it's full down leg. She'll never bowl a length down leg or short down leg. It's always full down leg, just with the action. And she almost falls away and becomes quite slingy.
Tahuhu, big jump, and this is worked into the leg side, backward of square. One bounce over the boundary. Too far down the leg side, just as you said there, Jacob. And unfortunately, this one is just flicked away. That is too easy for Bouchier.
Well, off the bat, I wondered if it was going to be a chance. This drop kick, it has gone a long way behind square, but not quite fine enough to where Brooke Halliday is at fine leg. And couldn't stop the four either. Just too much power on the shot, just timing, just clipping it away with her wrist, Bouchier.
Back of the length this time and defended awkwardly into the offside by Bouchier. No run.
Yeah, it was awkward. Length ball. Hit right up on the stickers. Just surprising. We've seen her play a couple of pulls and hooks already, Bouchier, so it's not about probably the pace or the length. Just surprised her, maybe read it wrong. Just jumped up off a length.
Final ball of this over for Tahuhu. A good length. It's in the air. Could it be taken by mid-on? It's just over mid-on.
Go, Jess, go, Jess.
Didn't even really try to take the catch, Jess Kerr. But they come back for two. That is streaky stuff from Bouchier. She moves to 30 from 29 deliveries, and England are 44 for 2 after 10.
I can't find my favourite blanket or my best duvet or even my lucky socks.
That is unlucky.
Blame the socks.
You realised all those things will fit into a Samsung 8 kg front-load washer with a big load capacity and cycle options, including a super convenient 15-minute quick wash. Just $799 at Magnus Benro.
Wait, I found my socks.
Where?
I'm wearing them.
That's lucky.
Magnus Benro, 100% good luck.
Yes, but they're odd.
Farmers.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve. You're listening to SENZ's coverage of international cricket with Resine, the paint professionals use. Jess Kerr will continue into her 6th over. She's got 2 for 17 from her 5 overs thus far. And she is bowling to the new batter, Nat Silver-Brunt. Back of a length and defended into the leg side. And Anna Corbin, welcome back.
Thank you.
2 early wickets.
Yeah, good. 2 in the first 10 overs. I think the New Zealanders, they'll be pretty pleased with how this is poised, though England are ahead in terms of run rate at the same time. In the New Zealand innings, they were 30 without loss after 10. England, of course, 44 for the loss of 2.
Jess Kerr full on the stumps, just worked leg side, and they scampered through for a nice quick single. Silver-Brunt off the mark.
So you might think that the 2 wickets are a bit of a leveller. New Zealand were a slower start. Preservation of wickets. England will be disappointed to have lost 2 of the heavyweights. But Bouchier, she is looking in good touch.
Yeah, running at over a run a ball, 30 runs from 29 deliveries. Kerr into the legs, and this is worked leg side by Bouchier. They think about 2, but won't take it, just the 1 run. They move to 46 for 2.
Yes, you sense there's good urgency out in the field from the New Zealand team. They are chasing the ball down hard, collecting it cleanly. There's a lot of good throwing going on.
Jess Kerr has a ring field on the offside. This is pitched up well outside the off stump, 2 full, and a square drive for 4 for Nat Silver-Brunt. That's too easy for a batter of her class. Averages 46 for a reason in one-day internationals, and that's just a piece of cake for her, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a bit of a gimme in this sense of the game. Particularly, there's no protection out on the offside, and a sprawling Georgia Plummer tries to cut it off, but unfortunately not to be.
Jess Kerr-Fuller in the air, worked over mid-wicket. And this one runs away for 4 as well for Nat Sciver-Brunt. I don't think she was in full control of this one. It's just gone wide of the fielder at mid-on, but it's powerful and it runs away.
Yeah, Melly Kerr, she's stationed at mid-wicket in a stationary position, and she can put her hands out, but it's just too wide. Sciver-Brunt hits that powerfully, even though there's not the full control.
3 fielders out now. The deep cover has moved out. This is full and straight and driven straight back to the bowler. No run.
Well,
that is the end of the 11th over. England 54 for 2.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Racing season starts now. Charge out the gates with $50 in bonus bets on us. Join TAB, deposit $10 and get $50 in bonus bets. Sign up at tab.co.nz. New customers only. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
Yes, we're here at the Basin Reserve. SENZ's coverage of this first one-day international between New Zealand and England, brought to you by Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Leah Tahuhu about to begin her second over. There were 10 runs from that last over by Jess Kerr as England have moved to 54 for 2, chasing 208 for victory. Boucher preparing to face the ball. Short ball pulled into the outfield. Taken! Leah Tahuhu with the wicket. She's sprinting out to the boundary. Arms were raised in the air after taking the wicket. And that's a massive wicket. Boucher falls for 31 from 31. England 54 for 3.
Well, just when we feel they don't have an answer for Boucher, she's just charging along nicely. Next thing you know, they drop one back, and I do wonder if Boucher had noticed them put a fielder out at deep backward square. It was a bit of a setup, and she has fallen for it.
Massive moment in this game. And Macca's delivery of the day. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with Mac Delivery. The short ball plan, we've seen it work in the men's game for the Black Caps, and right here on this ground it's worked quite a bit actually for them. It's worked for the White Ferns, for Leah Tahuhu. Good pace. Almost caught her by surprise.
Yeah, well, this entire innings, you have seen the English sort of pounce on anything that's short of a length. But this time, they had the field in place, they had the setup, and Boucher has just beautifully timed that, but out to the waiting hands of Maddie Green, and she doesn't put too many of those down. They're a good fielding outfit.
The 19-year-old Alice Capsey is the new batter. Born in 2004. Can't believe we've got cricketers coming through born in 2004. This is her 11th one-day international. She's averaging 16 at this point. 133 runs from 8 innings. She prepares for Tahuhu to come in. High backlift. Defended into the onside, no run.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's just one player after the other in this English outfit. Capsey joined the tour and the team late with 3 others who enjoyed being involved with the WPL in India. So if that says nothing else, she's an exciting player.
They don't tend to sign people who aren't any good in the WPL, do they? So clearly a real talent for England. Tahuhu would love another here. Back of a length. Capsey has a go at it, but it goes past the outside edge. Tried to loft a cut over the point region, but couldn't get anything on it.
Ew, that one, I think Leah Tahuhu was saved a bit from a bit of movement off the seam. It's jagged back in toward the right-hander. Otherwise, that full flourish of the bat may have won the battle.
Alice Capsey presses forward, defends into the offside for no run.
think Tahuhu has started, really well. She's into her second over from the Adelaide Road end. She's an experienced head. She's had to step aside and allow the youth and pace of the likes of Rosemary Mayer and Hannah Rowe to take the new ball. And now she sees herself in a different role. First change and backing up the pressure of those opening seamers.
Still bowling at good pace as well. And this is a good length and a good line just outside the off stump. Again, defended to cover for no run.
And perhaps with her experience and diligence, the 50 over format, I think, works for her. She can run in, she can get into a rhythm, she doesn't have to try too many different things. She can play that old game of patient cricket.
Maddie Green sitting at first slip. Shorter ball, left alone by Alice Capsey. That is the end of the 12th over. England are 54 for 3.
Save with PowerPass this tax time at Bunnings Trade. PowerPass members have saved thousands of hours skipping the registers using self-checkout on the PowerPass app. And they've saved more money on a huge range of products with exclusive PowerPass pricing. Apply for PowerPass today at Bunnings Trade.
No time for dinner because the big game's on. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with McDelivery. Dinner sorted. And you won't miss a thing. That's a real win-win. McDelivery, delivering your Macca's favourites straight to your door. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve. We have a bowling change at the RA Vance stand. One Kerr for another. Mealy Kerr, the captain, telling her sister, that's enough. That's enough from you. I'll have a go myself. So we got leg spin for the first time today. She'll be bowling to Nat Siva-Brunt. She has got a deep cover out as well as a backward square and a forward square out on the boundary. And I guess we're going to get a chance to see if it'll turn. And this one looks more like the one that slides on and they work into the leg side for one.
Yeah, very sprightly Georgia Plummer, who's stationed at short mid-wicket, just off the block. And it will be her job to scurry around for anything that's around square leg, fine leg area.
Capsey yet to get off the mark. Faces her sixth ball, and this time she cuts but can only find the point fielder, no run.
Yeah, well fielded. You got Bezuidenhout just backward of point there.
Really good here, team, really good.
She's athletic. It's good to see Mealy Kerr into the innings relatively early. First change at this end.
Mealy Kerr tossing this up off the pad, but it looked to be going down leg. Alice Capsey gave a little shrug. Disappointed she didn't work that away for her first run.
And maybe the introduction of spin may very well be a plan for Capsey. They may have a plan to stationary in front of the wicket. You've got Susie Bates at extra cover, Georgia Plummer at mid-wicket.
Very full, Yorker length almost, and is missed by Capsey. No run.
And because it's been a relatively cheap over for Mealy Kerr, we see a Maddie Green drop back at long on.
Better length this time, and an attempt to work it to mid-on by Capsey. Can't beat the short mid-wicket fielder. No run again.
A good start here from Mealy Kerr. She'll be keen to get out of this over cheaply, if not a wicket.
Final ball of the over. Reverse sweep attempted. It's hit in front, and she's gone. LBW. Alice Capsey given out for a duck. She's consulting with her batting partner. Does she want to review it? They're having a wee discussion. She looked very adjacent to the stumps as she went for the reverse sweep. And she is going to walk off. That's it. Alice Capsey gone for 0 off 10 balls. Mealy Kerr brings herself on and snares another wicket. She's got 1 for 1 from 1. England 55 for 4.
Yes, well, I called it. There'd been 4 dot balls. Mealy Kerr just wanting to finish the over well. And 4 dot balls was too much for Capsey. She got bored and she dropped down onto the knee directly in front of her stumps. And as her batting partner agrees, it's not worth the review. Looks pretty plumb.
Danielle Wyatt is the new batter. She won't be on strike for this next over, but the 32-year-old plays for the Southern Brave in the 100. Her 106th one-day international, averaging 23. She has 200s and 5 50s in the format. But she'll get to watch from the non-striker's end for at least one delivery as Lea Tahuhu continues. Tell you what, they get Nat Sciver-Brunt. I mean, that's got to be the big moment if they can get her soon, right?
Absolutely. There's two world-class.
Full of belief.
There's 2 world-class batters out there in the middle at the moment. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But they've slumped. They have slumped. They were 54 for 2, and now we see them, the English, 55 for 4. Game-changing couple of overs.
Tahuhu from the Adelaide Road end. Good length ball driven to mid-off, no run. And just on the GJ Gardner-Holmes replay, they show that the LBW, 3 reds from the DRS, it was hitting near the top of middle stump. So certainly a good move not to be reviewing that one.
Yeah, fantastic start. A great first over from Amelia Kerr. I just think leadership suits her.
She's done a very, very good job for the Wellington Blaze, that's for sure. Tahuhu, a good length again, just worked into the leg side. They scamper through, they will get just the 1 run as Nat Sciver-Brunt moves to 11 and England are 56 for 4.
Fielded by the keeper. That one out by the square leg umpire toward the edge of the very large Basin Reserve block. So everybody in the black uniform is chipping in here, and you can sense their excitement and their urgency.
Danielle Nicol-Wyatt, she had scores of 21 and 9 in the 2020 series against New Zealand, both here in Wellington. Hasn't quite got going during this tour to date. Tahuhu, 1 slip in place, back of a length, that's reared up sharply. I think has that taken the shoulder of the bat and gone down to third man for a single, but that's a lot of bounce from Lea Tahuhu.
Yeah, that's come right up. It looks as though it's come right up underneath her chin, or threatening at least. And as she's taken her head away from the ball and taken her hand away from the bat, just left her splice in the shoulder of the bat to defend that down.
It's certainly not what you want first ball when you come in, is one coming up at your neck, is it? Tahuhu to Sciver-Brunt, defended into the leg side, and Tahuhu does the fielding off her own bowling, no run.
Lovely stuff, Lena.
I mean, the English, they will know it's important to rebuild here, and there's 2 capable players. I think if New Zealand can steal themselves another wicket sometime soon here, there will be big wide smiles.
Tahuhu, slightly fuller and worked into the leg side by Sciver-Brunt. Hannah Rowe doing the fielding. Has little misfield, but this could be trouble. It could be a run out. This is going to head upstairs. Hannah Rowe has fumbled out towards the boundary, and because of that, they've tried to come back for a second, has Wyatt, but Sciver-Brunt, she was left languishing at the non-striker's end. Do you think she's got home?
Well, I think this is pretty close here, Ben. And as you can likely hear the crowd as they see this up on the big screen, it looks that Sciver-Brunt is short of the line and will have to walk back to the changing room.
Well, kids, that's why they say never run on a misfield. Nat Sciver-Brunt out for 12 from 10 balls, run out by Hannah Rowe. Hannah Rowe fumbled the ball as she tried to collect on the mid-wicket boundary. Wyatt turned and said, let's take two then. Siva Brunt just slow to adjust, I guess, and left inches short of her ground.
Yes, well, they pushed hard. They pushed hard in the first run to put the pressure on Hannah Rowe out in the outfield, which of course did force the misfield. And as they turned, they believed they were turning to go back to safety. But when they looked up to see that Hannah Rowe had missed it, they then changed tact again, and Siva Brunt has failed to make her ground for the second run. They go, they stop, they start, they go. And Izzy Gaze collects it and carries it back to the stumps.
There's another Macca's I'm loving it moment for the White Ferns. More deliveries thanks to Mick Delivery. Hannah Rowe, the hero. 58 for 5 are England in the 14th over. To who? Last ball of this over. Cut away to point, no run for the new batter, Amy Jones. England in a spot of bother, 58 for 5 after 14 overs.
Every day.
Trying to choose new flooring or a new rug for your home? Choices Flooring Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home. Select your flooring styles or rugs from the thousands of colour, style and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can then see your favourites right in your own home. Send your favourite options to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote, and you're on your way to finding the floor you've been searching for.
Bounce back in the commentary box alongside Anna Corbett. Almost didn't want to come back, frankly, because in that last spell of Ben Strang's, 4 wickets have fallen since I was last here. England now 58 for 5. Jacob Oram probably wishes he was here as well, because he was predicting a fairly optimistic start, which now looks like he almost understated things. 58 for 5. England, the world number 2 side. Mealy Kerr back with ball in hand now, and England trying something a little bit different there, trying just to lap it back down towards fine leg. It won't make the boundary, but they will run 3 from it. Danny Wyatt off the mark there. 3 from the first delivery of Amelia Kerr's second over.
Yeah, just 2 full from Mealy Kerr on that occasion. And Danny Wyatt's able to access an unprotected area of the field. No power at all in the shot. It's just a lap shot, which they can run 3, while the New Zealand fielders come from far and wide to collect it just before it reaches the rope.
Mealy Kerr already has 1 wicket to her name, and she goes for a similar shot there. Desnat Siva Brunt tries to lap it back behind her. Only gets the 1 run from it, though. Jones, rather.
Amy Jones. No, Nat Siva Brunt has been collected up far more cheaply than she would have liked.
This is what happens when it's a whirlwind of wickets.
I know, it's all happened since I started at 10 overs, I have to say.
Yeah. The lucky charm, Anna Corbin in the commentary box. Mealy Kerr bowling to Danny Wyatt now, who has to swing it up but can only just nudge it really onto the offside for no run.
Well, it's interesting. We're well and truly into England's middle order here, and there are 2 very exciting, explosive players.
Kerr in again now to Danny Wyatt, and she is able to just play that one off her pads out to square leg, and they'll scamper through for 1 run.
Yeah, you just watch, Kim, the intensity of the running between these 2. They've batted together many a time, and they will know the way to get back on top, just to put pressure on the field.
Kerr into Amy Jones. That time she cuts it towards the field at just backwards of point for no run. Her 83rd match, Amy Jones. She's got an average of 26, so when we're talking about their middle order, it's a very tidy middle order indeed. 11 half centuries to her name, does the 30-year-old.
And Amy Jones, of course, the wicket keeper, probably the best going in the business.
Kerr bowls again to Jones, as she's tried to hit that one away, but again it can only find the fielder at cover. That'll go for no runs. So 5 from the Amelia Kerr over. She has 1 wicket for just the 6 runs. England 63 for 5.
Got a hybrid or electric vehicle? Hybrids and electric vehicles require regular maintenance. Pit Stop has always been at the forefront of mechanical repairs and servicing, and now they're even further in front by offering a dedicated service package for your hybrid or EV. So maintain your range capabilities, battery integrity, and keep your eco-friendly vehicle running smoothly. Book your hybrid or EV service today at Pit Stop.
Pit Stop. You come to the right place.
You're with SENZ's coverage of the White Ferns up against England. The first one-dayer at Basin Reserve, thanks to Rosine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. And so far, so good for the White Ferns. They have England 63 for 5, chasing 208 to win here in Wellington. Really, it has been a dream start for the Kiwis, Anna Corbin.
Yeah, well, I mean, up until about, 10 overs in, England were poised at 44 for 2, and now they have had a wee mini collapse, losing all of their top order to find themselves 63 for 5 after 15.
We are just in a drinks break here at the Basin Reserve, so I'll take the opportunity to go through some of those wickets. England, after electing to bowl first, now in their second innings, Tammy Beaumont, first to go, bowled off a rankful toss, it has to be said, from Jess Kerr for a duck. Heather Knight followed not long after, caught by Green, bowled by Jess Kerr for 12. Maya Bouchier made a good 31 before being caught by Green off the bowling of Leah Tahuhu. Alice Capsey was not able to trouble the scorers. Alba W bowled by Amelia Kerr, 0 runs off 10 deliveries, and Nat Siverbrandt, the victim of that run out, the last wicket to fall so far, to have England at 63 for 5. And we talked earlier about the need for the White Ferns to build scoreboard pressure if they were to have a chance. They have just gone out there and absolutely blitzed it.
Yeah, and it's that old belief in the one-day game that if you can string together 4, 5, 6 dots, then the pressure starts to mount. Part of that, I think, comes from the shorter format of the game, where it's just fast-paced and they've all got used to turning the strike over just so fluently. But now we've seen, 4 dots was faced by Alice Capsey in that opening Amelia Kerr, and she took a real risk and a real gamble, and Amelia Kerr came out on top with the wicket. So that's what the White Ferns, they need to continue doing. They just need to continue building that pressure, back-to-back dots. And you can see the urgency, you can feel the energy in their movement and their body language out there on the park.
We mentioned as well, England, they've only played 6 one-dayers in the last year. As Leah Tahuhu comes into bowl from the Adelaide Road end again to Danny Wyatt, who can just fend that one off to point, no run.
Yeah. What I think you'll see from this English pair is they're both aggressive players. They will still want to play their shots, but you will see them taking quick singles, trying to take the field on, and they will get the momentum of their innings going in that method. But, if New Zealand are up to the task, then they can bring those dots together, they can build that pressure, and we're game on.
Shaping into a crucial partnership, this one, between Amy Jones and Danny Wyatt. Both relatively new to the crease still, so a prime opportunity here for New Zealand. Leah Tahuhu with the bowl very short, too short in fact, that'll go right over the head of Danny Wyatt, and that will be called wide.
Yeah, that's a real effort ball there. Miles too short, and sails over top of Danny Wyatt's head.
I think that would sail over the top of Jacob Orham's head, to be perfectly honest. That much bounce to it. So Leah Tahuhu will have to bowl that one again. And she comes right arm over the wicket to Danny Wyatt. That time she's cut it square. It was in the air, but it's pierced the gap in that point region. It's gone all the way for 4 much needed runs for England.
Much needed runs, but streaky. It's gone past the fielders in the air. It's just lucky for Danny Wyatt that it has gone right between those two fielders at backward point and cover. Quite a square cover. They're quite close together, are those two.
Leah Tahuhu comes in again to Danny Wyatt, and this time she goes to cut again. Again, it's in the air, and it'll drop just short of the fielder backwards of point.
A really tough chance there at the backward point area. She's just had to dive forward. It's not really a chance at all because it's coming back up toward her as she's diving forward.
Georgia Plummer, that fielder, is in that backward point area. Probably the pick, really, of the fielders for New Zealand. So if she can't do it, you know it's a tough chance. Leah Tahuhu into Jones now, who just flicks that one off her pads behind her, heading towards final leg. Collected by Izzy Gaze, keeping, and they will run through for one run from it.
So you agree, you can see even, that one Izzy Gaze is fielded. They're all chipping in, they're all chiming in.
Yeah, buoyant sort of energy in the field, isn't there, at the moment for the White Ferns, which you would expect when you've got the world number 2, England, 70 for 5 at this stage. Wickets can certainly help bring a certain level of energy to a team.
Well, especially a flurry like that. But, they're out there together. They can rile each other up. They can put their arms around each other and do it together as a group.
Second to last ball of this Leah to over to Wyatt, who again is loving that cut shot this time. It'll find the fielder at deep point, but there's a misfield in the deep, and that will just trickle over the edge for 4.
Oh dear, one that Jonas will want to forget. There's not really any excuse for missing that. It's just gone straight between her legs.
Maybe was already thinking about the pick up and throw before she'd actually collected it. Leah Tahuhu at least can see the funny side of it. She's having a good giggle. Again, these are the things you can afford when you're 74 over 5. You can afford to have a laugh at the odd misfield at this stage of proceedings. Leah Tahuhu, and now for the last ball of the over, Danny Wyatt is cutting again. Back out to Fran Jonas, who comes off that boundary at deep point. This time she collects it. They'll run just the one, but a fairly expensive over in the end there for Leah Tahuhu. 12 from it. England 75 for 5 after 16.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Bunnings Trade is here to help you this tax time with 134 Trade. Call 0800 134 872 for on-the-spot product inquiries, fast quoting and on-site delivery. Tax time sorted. Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
You're with SENZ's coverage of the White Ferns versus England, the first one-dayer from the Basin Reserve, thanks to Resine, the paint professionals use. England 75 for 5 in response to New Zealand's 207. Mealy Kerr coming in to bowl her third over now to Danny Wyatt, who spin on pace. She's just loving the cut straight to the fielder at backward point, no run.
Yeah, she really is peppering it through the backward point region. Even though the field is set for that, she's prepared to take it on in any case.
Mealy Kerr in again. This one's straight and looked to kind of come off the pad, but no danger in any sort of LBW. She might have got a bit of bat on that.
Well, they're offering up the DRS review, but not needed. It's well and truly missing stumps.
Mealy Kerr gets work again, and this time Danny Wyatt tries to experiment a little bit, goes with a bit of a ramp shot to go behind the keeper, but it's collected by the fielder coming round, so they'll just get the one from it.
You get a sense that England, they don't want to be bogged down here, and so they're prepared to be assertive and they're prepared to take a few risks to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Trying the little scoop there is Jones. Mealy Kerr goes to Jones now, and this time she heaves it up over the onside. Two fielders running around to get to that ball. They'll get it back, and England will run 2 from that one.
Yeah, not really any timing in the shot She's sort of just ballooned or chipped that up over the inner field, wide of mid-on. But again, willing to take on.
Amelia Kerr, right arm over. This time it's hit away into the offside. The fielder will come in and collect that very tidily. So just the one run from that ball.
So we're really just observing, you know, we know New Zealand, they need to string together some dots, but you're seeing the fight here from England. They don't want to get bogged down at one end, so they're prepared to take some calculated risks.
Kerr in last ball of the over to Danny Wyatt, and she's bowled her. She has bowled her. A crucial wicket for New Zealand's hopes, and what do you know, it is Captain Fantastic Amelia Kerr who gets the job done, and Danny Wyatt will have to depart for 16.
Yeah, that one floats up above Danny Wyatt's eye line and it just keeps on going. It's the wrong in. It carries on and it barrels into the leg stump as Danny Wyatt fails to guard that one away.
Absolutely. One of the Macca's deliveries of the day. That More Cricket, Less Cooking, brought to you by Mick Delivery. What a time to make that breakthrough.
Oh, it's the perfect timing. Just as Jones and Wyatt were really trying to fight and be assertive and to get something going, Wyatt's made a mistake there. She has left herself unguarded, left the stumps unguarded, and Amelia Kerr just ready for the invite.
We waxed lyrical about the talents of the England bowling group earlier on today. Let's just give a moment to Amelia Kerr, who's bowled 3 overs, 2 for 10.
Yeah, I think, you know, she's really enjoying this occasion. And what's not to enjoy? She's young. She's experienced despite being young. She's playing in the capital in front of family and friends on her home turf and leading the White Ferns.
And now at the non-strikers end is Charlie Dean. So a slight promotion up the order, I think that is actually for Charlie Dean, the 23-year-old. But Leah Tahuhu will have ball back in hand, bowling to Jones, who cuts that away again to that slightly backwards of point region. They'll scamper through for 1 run, and Charlie Dean will come on to strike to face her first delivery of this innings.
Yeah, well, Charlie Dean played a fairly pivotal role in one of the T20s. She came in really late in the innings and she supported Heather Knight. And she, you know, Heather Knight, I was commentating that game and she seemed to be in a bit of bother. She didn't really know what to do. I'm sure with her experience she knows what to do, but she just seemed in 2 minds and stuck, and Charlie Dean came out.
Tahuhu into Charlie Dean there, who just fends it off onto the onside for no run.
And it almost felt as though Charlie Dean was the calm head in that partnership. She said, come on, you know, you've got this, you know, you've got the tools in your armoury. Just reset and get this back on track. And it was the game where, you know, New Zealand probably really shouldn't have lost from the position that they were in. So maybe that's her role here.
Tahuhu, right arm over the wicket to Dean. That time she's able to just fend it off into the offside. Easy one for the fielder in the inner circle, though no run again for Charlie Dean. 23 years old. This is her 26th match. Debuted actually against New Zealand back in 2021. High score of 47, an average just over 16. So she's not a bad batter, Charlie Dean, and like you say, potentially a calming influence as well. On strike now to Leah Tahuhu, who gets that one short. It rises up a little bit on her. Looks like it struck her in the shoulder. Maybe Charlie Dean, no run.
Yeah, not comfortable at all. Leah Tahuhu, she's dug that in pretty short and it just keeps coming at Dean's body, and it's got her just above the elbow of her left arm. That's uncomfortable.
But good bowling, you would have to say, from a New Zealand perspective, making sure she can't settle into her work. Like you say, she's been a calming presence in the T20s. As Tahuhu comes in again to Dean, and this time she cuts and she gets it past the fielder at backwards point, but another fielder coming in round from third man collects it on the boundary, so it won't go all the way to the boundary, but England will run 2.
Well, Jonas does well there this time. It's not going to have a repeat sure she'd appreciate if I just didn't mention it again. Let's try to do that.
Flair to who can laugh about it, so can we.
Yep.
That's the rule.
Well, so it's just changed. We did that back in our day. We got the teapots.
You get a lot of that at you, did you?
Teapots and a growl.
Fine post-match, surely.
Yeah, all gets forgotten when the result's all over.
3 runs from the over, 1 ball left for Leah Tahuhu, and tell you what, she's making the batters uncomfortable. Just gets that one high again on Charlie Dean through to the keeper.
Jones
through Jones, sorry.
Jones, uncomfy.
And England, 82 for 6 as they chase 208 to win here at the Basin Reserve.
Got a hybrid or electric vehicle? Hybrids and electric vehicles require regular maintenance. Pit Stop has always been at the forefront of mechanical repairs and servicing, and now they're even further in front by offering a dedicated service package for your hybrid or EV. So maintain your range capabilities, battery integrity, and keep your eco-friendly vehicle running smoothly. Book your hybrid or EV service today at Pit Stop.
Pit Stop, you come to the right place.
You're with the SENZ's coverage of the England and White Ferns thanks to Resine, the paint professionals that use. Tell you what, one thing about spinners, they come on quickly, they get into their work quickly. Amelia Kerr's already bowled the first ball of her latest over. That one was cut to point and they'll run through for 1 after the throw was a little bit wayward.
Well, it's at this stage of a game of New Zealand are right on top, and so it is important that they just sneakily get through their work nice and quickly.
Kerr into Jones. That one is defended onto the offside. They'll run through for 1 though, so that's good running from England, who very much need it at this stage of proceedings. They're 85 for 6.
And as we saw in the previous partnership between Danny Wyatt and Amy Jones, we now see Dean coming in and being assertive, although pretty uncomfortable in the last over against Leah Tahuhu, who is really hitting her stride. But they will look to minimise how many dot balls they face. They will want to keep turning the strike over.
Amelia Kerr just making some adjustments to the field. Leah Tahuhu finally just going a little bit wider as she bowls in again to Dean, but Dean can only find the fielder at cover. No run.
It just looks like a good toil out there.
Amelia Kerr, and again to Dean. And again, she can't do much with that. No run again.
It's a feisty wrong in. And that's the other thing that England have to contend with, is just such a masterful bowler. So many variations and pace, flight, wrong ins, and
penultimate ball of the over for Amelia Kerr this time. Dean lashes out at it, but the cover field has done very well there, just getting to it, parlaying the ball back to Amelia Kerr, and they won't get a run from it.
There's Susie Bates in there at a stationary extra cover. She's just on the edge of the block, and those shots there being struck at her very firmly.
Last ball of the over for Amelia Kerr to Dean, and tries to have a go at it again, but can only get it to the mid-off fielder Hannah Rowe there. 4 dot balls in a row for Amelia Kerr to finish that over. 3 from it. She's got 2 for 13 off her for England. 85 for 6 after 19.
Got a hybrid or electric vehicle? Hybrids and electric vehicles require regular maintenance. Pit Stop has always been at the forefront of mechanical repairs and servicing, and now they're even further in front by offering a dedicated service package for your hybrid or EV. So maintain your range capabilities, battery integrity, and keep your eco-friendly vehicle running smoothly. Book your hybrid or EV service today at Pit Stop.
Pit Stop, you come to the right place.
England, 85 for 6. Who would have believed it? Leah Tahuhu coming in from the Adelaide Road end to Amy Jones, who plays that one into the offside. Can't get it through the inner field though. No run.
Yeah, keep going with Leah Tahuhu. She is working her magic. She's trundling in and she's hitting it on the dime, and she's making these two English batters feel pretty uncomfortable at the crease.
6 over, into her 6th over now, Leah Tahuhu, who bowls game to Jones, and this time Jones gets it up and over. The field is at mid-on and mid-wicket. It'll fall safely into a bit of no man's land, really, and they'll run a couple for that one. So Amy Jones with some much-needed runs for England at this stage.
Yeah, a little bit of good fortune. I mean, she's just really ballooned that up over top of the mid-wicket fielder into no man's land, as Kim has said. But not convincing, not comfortable.
Leah Tahuhu, New Zealand's top wicket taker in the last year. She comes in again to Jones, who just defends this one into the offside for no run.
Well, you can sense the energy, you can feel that this New Zealand team know that they're in the game. They would have liked more runs than 207, but they really have got themselves into a very strong position here, and they will be feeling it.
Tahuhu bowling in again, right arm over to Jones, who cuts that away. The fielder coming in, though, from the boundary, deep point to collect that one. Just the one run from it for England. And then New Zealand is just doing a good job, I think, of just making sure they keep a lid on things, making sure that that constant pressure is being applied, so England never feel like they're really able to get settled into their work.
Yeah, it's a real, like I said before, a toil. It's like they're trying, we're trying.
Tahuhu that time goes game for a little shorter one into Dean, who ducks under it through to the keeper.
That's a beautifully directed bouncer. She's ducked underneath. It's gone over top of the leg stump. Well judged by the umpire.
New Zealand, remember, without the services of Sophie Devine and Rosemary Mair as well today. Mair would normally probably feature in this bowling lineup, you'd have thought, as Tahuhu comes in for the last ball of the over. And again, she's gone short. It's gone high on Dean, but she's managed to get something on it, sent it over the keeper. They'll run through for one run as Jonas comes round from third man to collect that.
I'm not quite sure what happened there. A little bit of everything, bit of spice.
We love a bit of spice, don't we, England? 89 for 6, 20 overs gone.
The land of the long white cloud, home of thoroughbred champions and the Karaka experience. New Zealand Bloodstock's iconic sails has for years unearthed the next generation of racing royalty. From blue blood thoroughbreds to other exceptional types, buyers converge on Karaka each summer seeking their next champion. Let NZB open the door to Karaka and experience the passion and expertise of New Zealand's top breeders. Your winning journey begins at Karaka, nzb.co.nz.
Welcome back to the SENZ commentary box to Jacob Oram, who's missed out on a lot of the wicket fun, actually. And here as Mealy Kerr comes in again from the RA Vance stand, and this time Dean tries to pull her. It'll just go out to the fielder running in from the boundary. They will run too, though, so good running from England.
Well, I've missed it up here in the box, but I've just been sitting downstairs with Robbie Kerr, Mealy and Jess's dad, and Jason Wells, one of the White Ferns selectors, and Roger Toos. It's the who's who down there at the moment of one of the board members for New Zealand Cricket, and we've been enjoying these wickets tumbling.
Mealy Kerr comes in to Dean, who cuts that onto the offside. They'll run through for one. No, continue with your name dropping.
Yeah, that's the limit. That's the end of it. But very excited watchers down there, of course. Fathers and selectors and board members. And it's been great. Every couple of overs appealing and wickets tumbling.
Kerr into Jones, who again just plays that onto the offside, forward of square. Player on the boundary, though, coming in to collect that one, so that'll be just the one run from it. 2 wickets apiece for each of the Kerr sisters so far.
Yeah, 2 for 54, plummeting to 5 for 58.
As Kerr comes in to Dean, and all she can manage to do is defend this one onto the onside. No run.
I mean, Mealy Kerr's been outstanding. That 10-ball duck for Alice Capsey with the attempted reverse sweep LBW. Danny White, wrong in from Kerr. The run out with Hannah Rowe into Gaze, that was an exceptional bit of work as well.
Second last ball of the over for Kerr, and Dean tried to get down and sweep it, but she hasn't been able to get any bat on ball. I heard a couple of moments, I think, out there in the ground.
Yeah, Dean trying to score, having trouble at the other end facing Leah Tahuhu, who's bowling with some good pace and getting some bounce.
Last ball now of Kerr's fifth over into Dean, and she gets back there, back onto her back foot and defends that one. Back to Kerr, who finishes another very good over, just the 4 runs from it. She's 2 for 17, England 93 for 6.
Imagine a deck where you can invite people around to enjoy the afternoon. The deck looks good and no one slips on the mould. Are you putting off your painting project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask the team at your local Resene colour shop for all the help you need on the best wood stains, prep and staining techniques for your project so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resene.
England continue to be in a spot of bother here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. This one-dayer against New Zealand, brought to you by Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. 93 for 6 are England as they chase 208 for victory. 21 overs into it, and we're having a little bit of a change from the Adelaide Road end. Leah Tahuhu's 6-over spell so far at an end, and we're going to get some spin now from Fran Jonas, who comes in for her first over of the day. She'll be bowling to Amy Jones first up. Comes in at the left armour. Jones cuts it away just to the fielder, just backwards of point for no run.
Big boots to fill here for Fran Jonas. Every bowler so far from the White Ferns have done their job. Even Rowe, who's wicketless, swung it, bowled in good areas, created some chances. Tahuhu, even though she's gone for 5s.
Jonas in again, and this time Jones comes to meet it and gives it a little bit of a heave on the onside, and there's been another misfield. We've seen a couple of those now in the deep. This time it's Maddie Green. It just allows the ball to trickle into the boundary rope for 4.
Yeah, slipped past it, weirdly. Jones pulling this quite a long way in front of mid-wicket. Maddie Green running around from that deep mid-wicket. Yeah, just slipped past it, and the ball actually bit her hip or her backside as it rolled past her into the rope for 4.
Jonas now back into Jones. This time she's driving it straight down the ground. There is a fielder, though, at long on who will come and collect that one. They'll just get the one from it.
So I was saying before about the bowlers, obviously the Kerr sisters have got 2 wickets apiece, Tahuhu 1, but I thought Tahuhu's spell was just as important as the wicket-taking spells. As I said before, bowled with some fire and good bounce. A number of balls were slashed away through point, which suggests might have been a bit wide, but he's sort of head height, chest height, almost catching opportunities.
Jonas to Dean now, who's able to just defend that one onto the offside.
So things were happening with Tahuhu. Well, 6 good overs. I wondered if she could have kept going, but this game isn't over yet, even though the White Ferns have done a great job to get into this position. Need to keep some overs up their sleeves.
Jonas into Dean this time. She plays it onto the onside through that mid-wicket region. Got the fielder coming in from deep mid-wicket round the boundary, Maddie Green that is, to field it back in. They'll get a couple of runs from that, will England. So 5 balls gone this over, 7 runs from it from Fran Jonas.
It's just a bit short. Jonas almost not trying to turn it. It's just that angle. And Dean's almost just played a whip through mid-wicket for 2 runs.
Last ball of the over for Fran Jonas to Dean, who that time tries a kind of sweep shot out again to that mid-wicket region. They'll run just the one. But it's been a decent over by England standards so far this game. They're 101 for 6 after 22.
No time for dinner because the big game's on. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with Mick Delivery. Dinner sorted. And you won't miss a thing. That's a real win-win. Mick Delivery, delivering your Macca's favourites straight to your door. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Racing season starts now. Charge out the gates with $50 in bonus bets on us. Join TAB, deposit $10 and get $50 in bonus bets. Sign up at tab.co.nz. New customers only. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
You're listening to SENZ's coverage of this first one-day international between New Zealand and England at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. Brought to you by Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Mealy Kerr continues. Full and played into the offside. No run for Charlie Dean. Charlie Dean struggling a little bit here, Jacob. 9 off 20 balls.
Yeah, she's got a work in over two by Tahuhu. A couple of short balls that she didn't like, didn't want to know about.
Mealy Kerr bowling those variations. The sweep is top-edged. Very fine. They'll come back for 2. If there was the person on the 45 in that circle there, that would have been a wicket. But both of those fielders are out in the deep.
Yeah, Kerr sacrifices that 45 position for 2 behind point, which is fair enough, being a leg spinner to right-handers. We saw earlier Wyatt and Sivabrunt played a few sweeps, just little paddles into that vacant area.
Kerr on the off-stump line this time, defended back to the bowler.
She's bowled very well, even that ball there. It looks kind of innocuous, just normal stuff, but it's just a brilliant trajectory, pace, and asking a lot, even a defensive shot of Charlie Dean. The one to wide, the wrong one, was an absolute beauty.
In the same area again, Charlie Dean attempts to sweep and gets this just backward of square for the single. She moves to 12.
Our captain's leading from the front, Mealy Kerr here. Not just drawing the runs up, but getting the wickets as well, which is exactly what was needed.
Into Jones. Jones defends into the onside. There's nobody at mid-wicket now inside the circle. So she just presses this just outside the circle and scampers through for 1.
Well, they just moved that mid-wicket to 45, hadn't they? We were talking about that gap a few balls ago. But that just opens up another gap. You can't have them everywhere, unfortunately. You can't pull your 12th on to plug a gap up.
This is Fuller, driven through the offside for 1 by Dean. England moved to 106 for 6 after 23 overs.
Every day, right across this great country, Kennards Hire help loads of customers and their customers enjoy the feeling of a job made easy. Like Cameron, who used a Kennards Hire mini loader to turn a simple dirt patch into the ultimate backyard sandpit for his sweet little triplets. Love it, girls? So, whether you've got a big job or an even bigger job, get that Ken-Oath feeling.
Kennards make your job easy.
We're at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. A lot of high cloud and a fairly cool day for the capital. Late summer, early autumn. Fran Jonas around the wicket to Charlie Dean, tries to cut, can't get it away. No run. I heard you talking to Kim before about some of the names you saw downstairs, and I did notice Robbie Kerr down there watching with intent as his 2 daughters were bowling. Fran Jonas again around the wicket, charges, pushes to mid-on, scampers through for the single and gets there. Fran Jonas takes the bails off before the ball's even arrived.
It's not out. You've got to wait for it, friend.
But I did notice, I felt like the most calm person watching this entire game was probably Robbie Kerr.
Well, he did appeal a couple of times when no one else was appealing, just hits the pads off Mealy bowling and he's starting to go up, actually standing up doing it as well, and had to get asked to sit down a couple of times to relax, but that's just how much he's into it.
Fran Jonas, shorter of a length, pushed through the offside for 1.
But so cool to, be watching your children out there play on the international stage, bowl, well, not bowling together, but in the same game at least. One of them's captaining the team, the best all-rounder, and the other one's an opening bowler, doing very well. So obviously very proud parent and living on every ball.
And Jonas, shorter again and again, pushed into the offside by Dean, just not quite getting the length right. 109 for 6.
No, I mean, we know Fran Jonas does bowl a bit quicker through the air and doesn't really slow it up to turn it. But if you're going to bowl that way, you can't afford to be short. It's just too easy to rock back and cut, drive, pull off that back foot.
This is a better length, and it's driven to cover. Much better length.
Yeah, did right. Yeah. You could tell straight out of the hand that was going to be better, and almost Jones hanging back a wee bit, so surprise for her as well. There's the length there for Fran Jonas.
4 fielders outside the circle at the moment, and this is lifted over mid-wicket. No real power or timing on it, and they will come back for 2. If it was struck better, it might have gone for 4. But Dean takes the 2. She moves to 15. England 111 for 6 after 24.
Trying to choose new flooring or a new rug for your home? Choices Flooring Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home. Select your flooring styles or rugs from the thousands of colour, style and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can then see your favourites right in your own home. Send your favourite options to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote, and you're on your way to finding the floor you've been searching for.
New Zealand racing through the overs with the ball here. 24 gone. England 111 for 6. They still need another 97 runs for victory. Tall order with only 4 wickets in hand. Millie Kerr with the ball in hand. Slightly too full. Driven back to her by Charlie Dean. No run.
This is Millie Kerr's 7th over. 6.1 overs. 2 for 22 so far. Bowled very, very well. I wonder how many more she'll have though. I would say this might be her last, or potentially one more and finish at 8.
Better length this time. Stayed low too, but well placed away to the cover point boundary for 1.
In England bat pretty much they bat all the way down, to be fair. Eccleston's not a bad batter. Kate Cross I've seen score runs. Not sure about Lauren Bell, but you sort of feel like one more wicket here, especially if it's Amy Jones. New Zealand would be well into it. So maybe Kerr's searching for that 3rd wicket for her.
Good length driven down the ground, cut off by Hannah Rowe, who wants to run out. A direct hit would have been an interesting question, but it's missed the stumps by a fraction.
I think it's out of her hits.
Go pressure here, team! Go pressure!
Just watching the JJ Gardner-Holmes replay. Hannah Rowe picked it up at mid-off and fired at the stumps. Gosh, it would have been a line call, wouldn't it?
Rowe did well. Quick release.
Kerr, back of a length, outside edge. But they get through for 1 as this goes to backward point.
It's good fielding there by Fran Jonas as well. Let's have another look. Definitely out.
Oh.
If it hits out close, maybe 3 or 4 inches, and Kerr knows it as well. But Hannah Rowe did well. Moved to her right at mid-off. Picked up and through from kind of the same position, so didn't waste time with any further footsteps.
Tossed up, Larongan coming back at that off stump. Worked to point for no run.
It's nice work, actually. As I say, quick release, and Rowe does have a strong arm. Long levers on her, but good technique. Got it away quickly. Would have been out. That could have been the turning point.
Already has the 1 run out today. Key run out of Siva Brunt. Fuller this time from Millie Kerr. A sweep shot well in front of square for 1 run. England 115 for 6 after 25.
The land of the long white cloud, home of thoroughbred champions and the Karaka experience. New Zealand Bloodstock's iconic sails has for years unearthed the next generation of racing royalty. From blue blood thoroughbreds to other exceptional types, buyers converge on Karaka each summer seeking their next champion. Let NZB open the door to Karaka and experience the passion and expertise of New Zealand's top breeders. Your winning journey begins at Karaka, nzb.co.nz.
Hannah Rowe is coming into the attack for the White Ferns. 25 overs have been bowled. England are 115 for 6. The seamer returns to the attack from the same end she opened the bowling front with. And Jacob Oram, you were just talking about how some bowling changes will likely change things up. Fran Jonas wasn't quite finding the links that she would have liked. Hannah Rose bowled 4 overs, none for 20.
Yeah, still interesting though. After 2 overs, Millie Kerr was only willing to give Jonas 2 overs, which is fine. That's what captaincy's about.
Full on off stump and defended back to the bowler by Jones.
I mean, this game, New Zealand has done so well. 115 for 6 England. Who would have thought with the quality in their batting lineup? And New Zealand has done a great job to get them to this point, but It's such a modest total in the first place. England are only, 90-odd runs away, so they need to keep taking wickets. Run rate's not going to be an issue. And maybe Mealy Kerr thought the seam bowling Hannah Rowe is a bit better option than Fran Jonas, who struggled with that length.
Back of a length pulled away, and the fine leg will clean that up. That is Halliday down there, I think. And
it's Brooke Halliday down there. So big job here for Hannah Rowe. She bowled pretty well in that first spell. Got good shape early on. Just lost it a wee bit. Got hit for a couple of fours by Boucher towards the end of her spell. But bowled pretty well. Just the 4 overs for 20. But if she can do a Kate Cross and get a couple of wickets here in her second spell, it'll go a long way to a White Ferns win.
And this is pulled away by Dean, also to Halliday at fine leg. They scampered through for another single. Charlie Dean obviously wasn't liking the Lea Tahuhu spell, the short stuff, the pace of it. Perhaps an early sign of a plan here to go short to her again.
I would have thought so, yeah. Not quite the same pace, first and foremost, from Hannah Rowe, but also just the aggressiveness of Tahuhu. You can see it just in her face. She wants a piece of you, and Hannah Rowe's a bit...
Full and driven back to the bowler, no run.
Not quite the same. And if you understand cricket, you'll know what I mean. Like just some nasty fast, even if the speed radar's not too dissimilar, just the nasty fasting, the energy they bring can almost put you off as they're running up.
When you see the eyes, you can see the eyes at the top of the run-up.
And the pace in their run-up.
This person wants to hurt me.
Yeah, I am in danger standing here. Tahuhu, who had that today, had a real good thing going on.
Hannah Rowe, 4 people out. This is full on leg stump. Looks like it's just somehow leading edge back to the bowler. Has it carried or not? It's muffled cries for a potential caught and bowled, but didn't look like it carried quite. Bounced just short.
Slow ball too, good bowling. Everyone's expecting that seam up with a bit of movement. Slow ball off cutter, and Jones just threw a shot similar to how Heather Knight got out earlier.
Again, this is down the leg side and pulled away. Again, Brooke Halliday at fine leg will clean that up and fire it in. Jones moving to 26. England 118 for 6 after 26.
Need a taxi? Call Auckland Co-op Taxis 09 300 3000. Catching up with friends, entertaining with colleagues and clients. Need a safe ride home after the party? Do it all with one call. 09 300 3000. Auckland Co-op Taxis, part of Blue Bubble nationwide.
Safe and reliable, so book your Blue Bubble.
Auckland Co-op Taxis 09 300 3000.
Welcome back to the Basin Reserve for this first one-day international between New Zealand and England. And England 118 for 6. We have a bowling change from the Kerr family end of the Basin Reserve. Jess Kerr opened the bowling, was replaced by Amelia Kerr, and now we're back to Jess Kerr.
And Robbie Kerr sitting at the stand at this end.
It's the Tawa Kerr end of the Basin Reserve. Full in the air, down the ground, very well played, but it won't run away for 4. A couple of bounces and then pulls up. Bit of a pitching wedge, but a fairly good shot by Jones, who moves to 28.
Well, it was full when it was straight, and so Jones decided to just go over the top of everyone. Didn't quite get the timing she would have liked. And as mentioned a couple of times already, it does get a bit slower as it rolls towards the Varn stand in, just with it being in shadow a lot of the time.
Jess Kerr full on the stumps, defended to cover, no run. Jess Kerr into her 7th over of this match. 2 for 29 with 1 maiden in those 6.2 overs. This is batted over cover for 4. Just waited on it. It was a little bit full, and then did a really good job, did Jones, to hit over the field. A few bounces for 4.
Yeah, full again by Jess Kerr, 2 full, and just a bit outside off stump. And Jones, who's been in now for a while, faced 33 balls now, able just to free the arms. First one didn't get the timing over the top of the bowler. That one over extra cover was well hit, and no one was running that down. So a good start to this over for Amy Jones.
Long on and Cow are both out. This is full again onto the legs and worked in between those two fielders. And Amy Jones gets 1 run. She moves to 33.
And now the field comes in. So Kerr, Mealy Kerr, that is, it dropped herself back out to mid-wicket. Maddie Green was at long on. They both come in now, understanding that there's a bit of a squeeze against Charlie Dean. Amy Jones is hitting it well. 33 of 34, not so well for Charlie Dean. So trying to create that pressure, dot balls.
Charlie Dean 18 off 31 balls. This is a better length by Jess Kerr. Just defended into the offside, into the gap, and Charlie Dean can scamper through for a single.
Here we are, Jess. Here we are. Finish strong here.
Partnership 47 now of just 59 balls. At the right time for England. New Zealand was well on top when that 6th wicket fell.
Kerr, far too full, a low full toss, driven down the ground for another single. 9 runs off this Jess Kerr over. England 127 for 6 after 27 overs.
Hi, Paul from Waterforce. As a customer, you want it all. The backing of a national operation with a local operator that knows your water needs. That's why thousands of Kiwis just like John Richmond have chosen Waterforce as their water management partner.
So I would recommend Waterforce for anyone else. They're just pros at what they're doing. They've made it pretty seamless and easy, really good to work with, and happy to compromise and change things to suit our system.
Visit waterforce.co.nz today to find out more.
We're back here at the Basin Reserve in Wellington. Coverage of international cricket on SENZ brought to you by Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Hannah Rowe and Mealy Kerr just having a wee discussion at the top of Hannah Rowe's mark about where they set this field. Amy Jones batting very nicely. She's 34 from 35. Charlie Dean on 19 from 32 as England are 127 for 6. They need another 81 runs for victory. 4 wickets in hand. And I think the big wicket here is Amy Jones. They want to remove Amy Jones as quickly as they possibly can. 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary. Short ball bowled and it's pulled out to the fielder at square leg. 1 run.
Interesting field set there. As you say, Ben, 3 on the leg side, mid-wicket, square leg, fine leg. Cover was back as well, so third man had come up inside the ring. And it was going to be short ball stuff, hoping Jones was going to play an uncontrolled hook, but all she did was just get it straight to ground and just the 1 run out to Maddie Green there at square leg.
To Dean now. Wider outside off, tries to cut through the ring field on the offside and can't get it through. No run. Charlie Dean 19 from 32 deliveries. Certainly hasn't been as free-flowing as Amy Jones. Had a good game, Amy Jones. Short ball again, pulled away in between the 2 fielders out in the deep at backward square, and they do come back for 2. Well placed by Charlie Dean. Moves to 21 and brings up the 50 partnership.
See Lee Kasparek down there on the field. Looks weird with no number or name on the back, doesn't it? Just this black shirt running around. I wonder who she's on for. I'm going to just go with Leah Tahuhu. And I reckon I might be right. Let's have a look here. And I don't know if that's a recurrence of a bit of a niggly knee injury she's got.
Good length ball. Looked like a slower ball as well by Hannah Rowe. Just defended back to the bowler by Dean.
They'll need Tahuhu back. Hopefully it's just a re-strapping of the knee or something. Might even just be a toilet stop, who the hell knows. But they'll need Tahuhu's overs back out there. She's got 6 left. She bowled very well in that first spell, 1 for 29.
Rowe from the Adelaide Road end, full on the stumps, and again defended back to the bowler. No run.
And another slow ball. Another slow ball, which almost became a leading edge of sorts. A bit too full, really, but going for that slow ball option again, Hannah Rowe.
This is a fine leg, a deep square, a third man and a deep point in place. Everyone else inside the ring. Shorter again on the offside and just guided to the third man boundary for 1 by Charlie Dean. And England are 131 for 6 after 28 overs.
I've always tried to make good choices for my family's future and their happiness. Having an enjoyable and safe building experience is about choosing the right builder. So put your family in safe hands and choose GJ's with their proven track record. In over 25 years of business and with close to 23,000 builds, GJ's has completed every home we've ever started, a fact we're very proud of. Make a wise choice and choose New Zealand's most trusted home builder. GJ's, here today and tomorrow.
Farmers.
Leah Tahuhu has returned to the field for New Zealand. Good news, as Jacob Oram would love to see her bowl another spell.
For sure.
Take it sooner rather than later. It was a quick, fiery spell, the last one. Jess Kerr resumes from the RA Vance stand end, and this is defended onto the onside for no run.
Yeah, most definitely Tahuhu's got to come back. I don't think she'll be far away either. I wonder if she just went off to get, like I say, some sort of re-strapping or something of lesser nature than a proper injury. And I think they'll be excited to have her back out there.
Kerr to Dean, and again defended to the fielder at mid-wicket, no run.
77 more runs needed. It's starting to get close. It's still advantage New Zealand, if I can say that. But when it gets close to sort of 50 and then under 50, that's when you'll start to get a bit nervy, because run rate is not an issue. Not an issue at all.
Good length this from Jess Kerr. She's starting to find her lengths here in this spell. Defended into the offside to cover, no run again.
The last wicket fell at 79. So we're now 131 for 6. So this partnership is decent here for England. It has stabilised their chase. They haven't had a wicket for quite a while. So if this continues, the White Ferns will need to find their...
Cover points moved out to the boundary, and this one is leg side from Jess Kerr and worked away for a single into the deep.
It's good fielding down there. I thought Charlie Dean was going to head back for 2, but Brooke Halliday did well running around from fine leg.
Brooke Halliday's come up inside the circle for Amy Jones as the deep square, deep mid-wicket and long on head out. Jess Kerr short of a length, and Amy Jones carefully tucks this into the mid-wicket region for another single. 133 for 6.
Really good, Jess. Really good, Jess. Close it out here.
Bit of a standstill sort of period of the match right now, isn't it? Runs aren't exactly absolutely flowing, but at the same time, chances have just been reduced for New Zealand.
Full on the stumps and driven to Mealy Kerr at mid-wicket. No run. England 133 for 6 after 29 overs.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Tax time is running out. Don't miss amazing value on our wide range of power tools, workwear and much more. Where you find a competitor's lower price on the same stocked item, we'll beat it by 15%. Conditions apply. See website for details.
England 133 for 6 after 29 overs. Amy Jones 36 from 37 balls, and Charlie Dean 23 from 42. Hannah Rowe bowling from the Adelaide Road end. She has none for 27 from her 6 overs thus far. Be hoping that with this very delivery that she can remove Amy Jones. Short ball, very short ball. Giving one for the over. I suspect that might have been given a wide, but it isn't.
I'm with you. That was very high. Hannah Rowe might have got away with one there. Obviously that short ball theory is what they're working with against Amy Jones, hoping she'll take it on and play an uncontrolled shot. But to me that was pretty high. I mean, Jones ducked but didn't need to. We just saw that from side on. That's a wide for mine.
You'd be a big fan of quick bowlers getting away with them though, wouldn't you?
Oh, it doesn't worry me, especially right now with New Zealand bowling.
Short and outside off. It wasn't a particularly good ball, but can't get it away, can Amy Jones? So that's a no run.
I think it's slower ball again. Hannah Rowe's changing everything up quite nicely. We've sort of bounced. We've seen slower ball. We've seen full stuff Yorkers. Almost just bowling a bit of licorice, all sorts. And not trying to be predictable. Not letting Amy Jones guess what's coming. And I like it. New Zealand's still chasing wickets here. They need to. As I've said before, run rate's not an issue. They're not going to restrict England in this chase. They need to bowl them out.
Just a length ball this time, defended to the fielder at cover, no run.
So I think Hannah Rowe at the moment is searching for a wicket-taking ball, which is not often what you want, really. You want to try and be as consistent as you can. But in this situation, you need those wickets. Hannah Rowe's almost trying to force a mistake out of Amy Jones.
Amy Jones gives the bat a little twirl, a la Kane Williamson, as she prepares for Hannah Rowe to come in. Another length ball defended to point, no run again. 4 dot balls in a row in this over.
Another slow ball as well. Just tell she just rolls her fingers over the ball. Just down the leg side of the ball. Takes a lot of pace off. There's 4 dots in a row. Coming to the end of her 7th over, sorry. Only on for 27 runs. No wickets, but has bowled very well today, Hannah Rowe. Coming in for Rosemary Mayer.
Shorter ball, pulled away very powerfully, forward of square, and gets 4 for it. That's lovely timing by Amy Jones. She moves into the 40s. She was onto that like a flash.
Well, and about the 5th time today I've called something and it's been the complete opposite. She has bowled well, but on that particular occasion she hasn't quite got the short ball up enough. It was only about chest height in the end. And Jones is in good enough form after 42 balls to find that gap. Not a huge gap. It's a long way away, but between Maddie Green at deep square and is that Brooke Halliday way out there, or Mealy Kerr at mid-wicket.
Fuller this time on the stumps and a lovely drive down the ground. That's as good as it gets. A stunning on drive from Amy Jones. She moves to 44. England 141 for 6 after 30, and after this break we'll be with Kim Downs and Anna Corbin.
The team at PGG Wrightson Turf are all about the delivery of high-performance turf grass solutions. They've been in the business for over 40 years, so they know what it takes to deliver a top-quality result for your needs. From pro sports turf and turf landscaping through to revegetation and erosion control, their highly skilled team knows every aspect of the turf and environmental markets. To find out more about how they can help with your turf grass solutions, visit pggwrightsonturf.com.
Well, England were 79 for 6 at one stage. They've now moved on to 141 for 6 with 20 overs remaining, needing just 67 off the last 120 balls. Amy Jones and Charlie Dean with a partnership so far of 62 runs. Anna Corbin back with me in the commentary box. Quite the fight back from this pair.
Yes, well, we felt the toil between the White Ferns and England when this pair were at the crease early on.
Mealy Kerr into her 8th over, bowling to Dean, who tries to cut it behind point, but that'll be collected by the fielder, no run.
And they've fought hard, the English. They have gritted their teeth and worked really hard to keep turning the strike over, and you just sense that the New Zealand team, they need to go back to patient cricket, build some dots.
Mealy Kerr will know that better than anyone. Again to Dean, who that time just turns it behind her, behind square. They'll scamper through for one run as Izzy Gaze collects the ball.
I think what I would have liked to have seen earlier on is a bit more pressure on Charlie Dean when she was early in her innings. She was finding it really tricky.
Jones on strike now, and she looks to play that with a straight bat. It beats the bat though, does Mealy Kerr, through to the keeper, so that's another dot.
Great turn and bounce from Mealy Kerr. Misjudged by Amy Jones. Just looks to defend, but the turn takes it away from the bat.
Jones on 44 as Mealy Kerr comes in again, and this time she cuts it forward of point, and the fielder coming in from deep mid clicked it. Just the one run from it.
Good to see Leah Tahuhu back in the playing field. Had a wee break off just after her spell.
Kerr coming in again to Dean, who again is getting it through that offside. Gets it past Susie Bates in the inner field. Maddie Green there to clean it up, and again they will run just the one. So 3 from the Mealy Kerr overs so far. 1 ball to come. England 144 for 6. New Zealand, you would think, in desperate need of a wicket at this stage as Mealy Kerr comes in for the final delivery of her 8th over to Jones, who, well, it wasn't convincing, but they will get 1 run from it as it just scoots behind leg.
Yes, well, the White Ferns, they do need a wicket. They get to come together for a drinks break, group together and work out some plans.
Yeah, much needed, probably a very timely drinks break at this stage. You would think we'll take a break too. England 145 for 6 after 31 overs, chasing 208 to win.
Time for a well-earned breather. Time for the drinks break on SENZ Cricket.
Stay in the fence, she says. Stay in the fence and it would look so much better. But you have to admit, you're not sure where to start. Are you putting off your painting or staining project because you're not sure how to do it? Ask at your local Resene colour shop for all the help you need on the best stain, paint, prep and painting techniques so you can get your DIY to-do list done. It's time to get decorating this summer with Resene.
SENZ.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Racing season starts now. Charge out the gates with $50 in bonus bets on us. Join TAB, deposit $10 and get $50 in bonus bets. Sign up at tab.co.nz. New customers only. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
SENZ. When it comes to farming, some things are easy to control. Oi, get back in there. But when it comes to climate change, it's a whole different beast. Overseer FM is a high-tech software tool that's designed to put farmers in control, to drive change by creating sustainable farms. In other words, it helps save the environment and your back pocket by taking the guesswork out of farming. Find out where your farm is at Overseer FM, and together we can help drive your farm forward. Overseer, choices for farmers.
England 145 for 6 at the drinks break. SENZ's coverage of this cricket match between the White Ferns and England, brought to you by Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. And it's been interesting times these last few overs while we've been sitting and observing outside of the commentary box. Anna Corbin, as it looks like Leah Tahuhu will now come back into the attack. Mealy Kerr relying really on 4 bowlers at this stage.
Yeah, there's really only been the use of 4 bowlers, 3 of seam, and Mealy Kerr herself with her leg spin. We've just seen the 2 overs from Fran Jonas, and you just sense she is throwing everything at this English attack, batting attack, in order to try and get the breakthrough. And we're getting to the clutch of the game where she's going to need more from Fran Jonas.
Leah Tahuhu coming in to Jones, who just plays that one totally onto the onside. The fielder at mid-on will collect that for no run. Jacob Oram was calling for a bit of nasty-fasty, hoping to get that out of Tahuhu perhaps.
Yeah, he was talking about, it's maybe not that much pace difference between Tahuhu and Hannah Rowe, but, Leah Tahuhu just has this persona. You can see it on her face when she runs in. She's in the fight.
Running in again is Leah Tahuhu to Jones, who defends that one back down the wicket. Again, no run.
And that's not to say Hannah Rowe, she wants things as well to happen for her. But I just don't know what that is. It's just that persona and that energy.
The role of the aggressor.
Yeah.
Really, at this stage, Leah Tahuhu, desperate to break what has been a very, very good partnership between Amy Jones and Charlie Dean. Comes in to Jones again, and this time she's pulling that one square. It'll bounce before it gets to the fielder. Maddie Green there, though. She'll collect it after a wee fumble out in the deep. And they'll get a couple of runs out of that, will England?
Yeah. No, not sure I'd call it a fumble. She's come running in at that to try and give her team a chance of a wicket, but there was not really any getting to that. It was too flat and hard, and she's put her body on the line to deflect the ball away from the boundary, saving 4 runs.
I'm put in my place. That's all right. Who comes in again? To Jones. That time it's just defended into the offside for no run.
Yeah, but that's great to see. It's going at her flat and hard, and that it's not easy to run at a ball that is dying, and there's a chance you may have to dive straight at it, risking your teeth.
Mouth guards for cricket players in the field. You heard it here first, folks. Tahuhu, second to last ball of the over, and at Jones, and this time she gives it a huge heave, and that will go all the way for 4, down by long on. Gee whiz. England and this partnership of Jones and Dean are going great guns at the moment. With that as well, Amy Jones will bring up a 50, a much needed 50 for England in the context of this match. That is absolutely massive.
Yes, England were in all sorts when Amy Jones came to the wicket, and she's been a busy player. She's been assertive, lots of running between the wickets in order to find her way to 52 not out.
Tahuhu, last ball of the over, and Jones will fend that one into the onside. They'll get one more run, so she'll be unbeaten on 53 at the end of her over. That is her 12th one-day 50 for Amy Jones, the 30-year-old. As England look to make a move in chasing down this 208-run target, they are 152 for 6 after 32 overs.
Trying to choose new flooring or a new rug for your home? Choices Flooring Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home, select your flooring styles or rugs from the thousands of colour, style and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can then see your favourites right in your own home. Send your favourite options to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote, and you're on your way to finding the floor you've been searching for.
You're back with SENZ's coverage of the White Ferns England one day. Amelie Kerr into her 9th over, and that is 2 full, and she has just smacked straight back over her head down to the straight boundary for 4.
Yeah, we're seeing Amelie Kerr persist. It looks to me like she's going to bowl out her overs, and I'd really love to see them get Amy Jones off strike.
Amelie Kerr back to Jones this time. She's defending off the back foot into the onside. That'll be no run.
Yeah, I think if I were on the park, I think I would want to get Amy Jones off strike, put some more field back, and then really push the pressure onto the other batter.
Jones remains on strike, and she is swinging it. She's heaved that over the fielder at mid-off. That'll go all the way for 4 as well. Just the one bounce, I think, before it went over the boundary. And Jones has all the time in the world to chase down this target, but she is not mucking around. Another 4 for Amy Jones, who moves to 61.
We see the change in the field after that shot. We have a long on has been pushed back. It's protection.
Mieleke into Jones again, who just works that one onto the onside. Good job of running those singles as well. They'll get one, and so Charlie Dean will come on to strike for the last couple of balls at this stage of this Mieleke over.
Yeah, but the damage has been done on this over. There's 9 runs from 2 to go.
So Kerr to Dean now, who's out cutting it, just gets past the fielder at point. There is cover there, though, sweeping round the boundary. So they'll run a couple, will England, in what has been a very productive over so far for them. 11 from it, 1 ball to come from Mieleke's 9th over.
Just get a sense that the batters have come together when Amy Jones got 50. Said, come on, let's do this now.
Last ball of the over for Mieleke again. Charlie Dean cutting again, gets it past that fielder in the point area, and again it's cleaned up by the sweeper on the boundary. They'll run the 1. It is a very good over for England, who are now 164 for 6 after 33 overs in their pursuit of 208 here in Wellington.
Got a hybrid or electric vehicle? Hybrids and electric vehicles require regular maintenance. Pit Stop has always been at the forefront of mechanical repairs and servicing, and now they're even further in front by offering a dedicated service package for your hybrid or EV. So maintain your range capabilities, battery integrity, and keep your eco-friendly vehicle running smoothly. Book your hybrid or EV service today at Pit Stop.
Pit Stop, you've come to the right place.
England 164 for 6 here at the Basin Reserve. Coverage brought to you by Resene, the Paint Kiwis Trust. Leah Tahuhu back into her work from the Adelaide Road end to Charlie Dean, who just plays that behind her on the onside, and that'll go for no run. England, this pair are making easy work, you would have to say, of the chase at this stage. But if the Kiwis can get a breakthrough here, we're back on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a funny game. There can be many twists and turns. The White Ferns, they just really do need to respond now. They need to come up with a plan.
Leah Tahuhu at the moment in charge of that plan, and Charlie Dean is cutting, but it'll just find the fielder in that inner circle. So again, no run. This is good from Tahuhu.
It is, and it's, if I'm out there, I'm squeezing Charlie Dean. I'm putting the pressure on her. I mean, she's quite capable, but she's the one out there, 28 off 49. It hasn't come as freely for her as it has Amy Jones.
Tahuhu into Dean once more. That one's shorter, and she's got that one just back up over the bowler's head. Fielder will have a shy at the stumps, but it'll miss, and they'll scamper through for the 1 run. So Jones now back on strike. And Anna, you were talking earlier about Charlie Dean coming in and just providing potentially a bit of a calm presence. When they came in, both batters were pretty new to the crease, but they've played it with a very cool head.
Yeah, and we thought that maybe Dean may have been elevated up the order, but she's come in ahead of Eccleston, which suggests so.
Tahuhu. And again towards Jones. This time she's pulling it backwards of square, and that one will get past Hannah Rowe, who dived to try to stop it but couldn't get there, and that will go for 4. Jones moves to 66, England 169 for 6.
Yeah, so even though she may not be the best batter in the England team, I get a sense that she has a calm head, that she will understand her role, a smart cricketer, and she's played that role here again alongside Amy Jones.
Right, well, how will Tahuhu respond to this one? She bowls it on a length that'll just go out to the fielder just behind point. So no run, which is a good response. Just the 5 runs from the over so far.
Yeah, I mean, Amy Jones, she's now looking extremely comfortable at the wicket. I don't think bowling short to her should be in the game plan now. They've got the protection. There's 3 fielders out in the deep on the onside. You got a fine leg, a deep step backward square, and a mid-wicket.
Last ball of the Tahuhu over to Jones, who hits that one back towards the bowler, and who can't just do enough to stop them getting the run through there, deflects it off, and they will scamper through 4-1. So there will be 6 from that over. Tahuhu has now gone through 8 overs, 1 for 42. Amy Jones, 67 off 59. Charlie Dean is on 29 runs. And England are 170 for 6, needing just 38 runs now to win here at the Basin Reserve with 96 balls remaining.
Busy making a crease in the sofa as you watch batsmen at the crease? Well, you won't want to risk leaving the couch because you might miss this ball, the next ball, or the delivery after that. Best get your dinner delivered instead. Macca's, we deliver.
Save with PowerPass this tax time at Bunnings Trade. PowerPass members have saved thousands of hours skipping the registers using self-checkout on the PowerPass app. And they've saved more money on a huge range of products with exclusive PowerPass pricing. Apply for PowerPass today at Bunnings Trade.
Amelia Kerr into her last over from the RA Vance stand. First ball went for no runs. Second ball already now. And again, Jones is trying to cut that away. It'll just make its way past the fielder at point, and so they will get one run from that to put Charlie Dean on strike.
Right, I feel this is when the White Ferns really need to take hold of this game. You got Dean on strike. Let's keep her at that end.
Amelia Kerr to Dean, who's able to, again, get him behind that and cut that away to the fielder just backwards of point.
I just think if they can string together, there's 3 balls left in this over. That was a dot ball. There's only one off it so far. It just applies that pressure everything at the moment as Kerr again goes to Dean. This time she gets it in front of point and out to the fielder in the deep, so they will get the one run off that to bring Jones back on strike. Just 36 required now. There's plenty of balls remaining. There's 92 balls to be bowled. Will there be a twist in this tale?
Certainly the fans here at the Basin Reserve will be hoping so as Kerr bowls it in, but that is just defended back by Jones onto the onside, no run.
And within the game, I think the English pair, they will know that this is Amelia Kerr's last over.
And her last ball of that over is just turned backwards, and the fielder at deep squares having to do a lot of work running around to get to that one. They'll run a couple, will England, so it's good running. Amelia Kerr's last over goes for 4, 2 for 46 after her 10 over spell. England 174 for 6 with 35 overs gone.
When it comes to farming, some things are easy to control. Oi, get back in there. But when it comes to climate change, it's a whole different beast. Overseer FM is a high-tech software tool that's designed to put farmers in control, to drive change by creating sustainable farms. In other words, it helps save the environment and your back pocket by taking the guesswork out of farming. Find out where your farm is at Overseer FM, and together we can help drive your farm forward. Overseer, choices for farmers.
England 174 for 6 here on SENZ. Leah Tahu, who bowls it full to Charlie Dean, who just whips that one off her pads. They'll get the one run from it here on SENZ's coverage of the White Ferns against England, thanks to Resine, the paint professionals use.
Just a quiet previous over from Amelia Kerr. Just the 4 from, but the English pair, they will know that she's a real threatening bowler and would have been happy just to see her off, only allowing her the 2 wickets from her allotment.
Tahu in to Jones this time, who's cutting it away, and the fielder will come in from the deep boundary there to collect it, but just an easy single for England. And really at this stage of proceedings, 32 more runs needed from 88 balls. That is all they need to do.
Yeah, there is some concern too that so far predominantly just the 4 bowlers have been used by New Zealand. Fran Jonas only contributing 2 overs so far for 13.
Tahu into Dean, and this time she tries to kind of half pull it, but it only gets up to the fielder at mid-on, so no run there.
Well, I think she got herself in a position there, seeing that it was short, but it was too far outside off. So she just needed to bat that down, keep herself safe. Yes, it will be interesting. It looks to me as though Amelia Kerr's really trying to get these wickets.
Tahu into Dean, and this time she cuts over the field, over the inner field and through to deep point. They will be able to collect that ball before it hits the boundary, but not before England add another couple of valuable runs to their total.
Yeah, she's kind of just sort of hit that on the up, just parried it up over the inner ring. And it's just trickled out toward the boundary, but no real threat of going all the way.
Like I say, New Zealand desperately in need of a wicket here. Mealy Kerr employing every bowler at her disposal that she thinks will be able to take one at this stage. As to her who bowls it in to Charlie Dean. Just flicks it round off her pads. Onto the onside there, and they'll get through for another one.
It's the funny thing about cricket, isn't it? It just takes one moment of magic and momentum changes in an instant.
And that will bring up the 100-run partnership between Amy Jones and Charlie Dean. Got to be a Macca's I'm Loving It moment. More Cricket, Less Cooking brought to you by Mick Delivery. A superb partnership from this England pair after the team were in all sorts earlier in the innings. And Tahuhu bowling to Jones, who just cuts it again, just forward of point rather. And they will get one run from it. So 6 coming off the Tahuhu over. She's 1 for 48 with 1 over remaining. England 180 for 6.
Need a taxi? Call Auckland Co-op Taxis 09 300 3000. Catching up with friends. Entertaining with colleagues and clients. Need a safe ride home after the party? Do it all with one call. 09 300 3000. Auckland Co-op Taxis. Part of Blue Bubble nationwide.
Safe and reliable. So book your Blue Bubble.
Auckland Co-op Taxis 09 300 3000.
England 180 for 6 here at the Basin Reserve, chasing 208. Mealy Kerr bowled out, so Jess Kerr will take over from the R.A. Vance stand. Right arm over the wicket to Jones, who just defends that safely onto the offside for no run.
Had however many overs from this end bowled by a Kerr. I think we should rename it.
Yeah, I think I heard Ben Strang say earlier, well, we can call it the Kerr stand, because Robbie's also the girl's father sitting in the stand.
He is. Kerr Corner.
Kerr Corner. Oh, I love that. Jess Kerr runs it again to Jones off the pads onto the onside. There's no one in that inner circle in that mid-wicket region. They'll get through for 1 easily.
Just the 27 runs needed from 82 available deliveries. And persisting with the same 4 bowlers predominantly, so really searching hard for that moment that's going to change the game.
A wicket needed and a wicket needed fast. Can Jess Kerr deliver? She goes full in this one, but again that is just fended off by Charlie Dean. The fielder coming in on the offside, no run.
And you do see now they are putting the squeeze on Charlie Dean. They have brought the field in. You got your stationary, extra cover and mid-wicket. A ring field other than a bit of protection out behind square.
Kerr to Dean, and she does hit it straight to that fielder at mid-wicket that Anna mentioned. Again, no run.
And what that field set does, it says you have to risk. If I can get the ball in the right areas, then it's up to you. You have to try and pierce the field or hit it over the top.
Just the 1 run from the over so far from Jess Kerr, bowling in to Dean, who plays it to the offside this time, but again finds the fielder in that ring.
As we get deep into the over, there's just the 1 from it. And I guess what they're saying, they're putting the cover fielder back out and saying, well, Dean, if you want to get up the other end and face the next over, go on.
Kerr to Dean, that is very, very full indeed, and in the air, but Maddie Green can't get around quite from mid-on to get a chance. Would have been very unfair to her there, so they'll just get the dot ball. Jess Kerr, just the 1 run from that over, 5 dots, so she's 2 for 39 after 9 overs. England, though, they're 181 for 6 after 37, looking well on their way as they chase 208 here at Basin Reserve.
Bring your space to life with First Windows and Doors and experience the versatility and excellence Kiwis have come to expect with a high-performing range of solutions for all homes. From entrance doors to windows, sliders, bifolds and thermally efficient options, it's your build, your way with First Windows and Doors. They're also proud to bring you Chiefs Chat with Beeve and Damien McKenzie on SENZ's The Run Home. Chiefs Chat with Beeve and DMAC, thanks to First Windows and Doors. Made for Kiwi homes.
England 181 for 6. Amelia Kerr has turned back now to Fran Jonas for a bit of spin. Jonas just the 2 overs so far. 13 from them from the Adelaide Road end, bowling to Amy Jones, who just hits that straight back to Jonas. Thank you very much for no run.
Yeah, easy as you like. Snack it back at me. I've got the hands for it.
An interesting move, this, going back to Jonas at this stage of proceedings, as she comes in again to Jones, who just plays that round the corner off her pads, and that will be, oh well, they looked for 2 at one stage. Amy Jones looked like she was interested in coming back for a second, but wisely, I think, was sent back.
Yeah, well, in the previous over, Dean got stuck. There was just the one off the over of the second ball, and Dean got stuck facing 4 deliveries. And I think, you know, that's a good plan. Put the stranglehold on at this end.
Jonas coming in to Dean, who again turns it around into that kind of between backwards square. Finally, Gary, it's collected tidily enough for a single.
Yeah, but that's the plan. She needs to adjust her line. That's not the line. It's too easy to just flick that off your pads into the leg side.
Jonas to Jones now, who just whips that one square, and again they'll get a couple of simple runs, which is not what the New Zealanders need at this stage.
Here we are, Fran. Come on here, Fran.
And at this stage, I mean, they do need to stop the runs bleeding and getting the 2 runs. I think I probably observed the English fielders coming off the boundary a bit more than what our White Ferns have done in this innings.
So Jonas again into Jones and just cuts that one, and there's a fielder to cover it at point, so there'll be no run.
I think Georgia Plummer and Maddie Green have really stood out in the fielding unit. They've put their bodies on the line. I think they'll be comparing bruises after the game.
Last ball of Fran Jonas's, the 3rd over. That's full and easy enough for Jones to hit onto the onside, get through for another run. So 5 runs from that over. Jonas, 18 runs, no wickets from her 3 overs so far. Jones on 77, Dean on 35, 186 for 6. Ben Strang will be with you after this.
No time for dinner because the big game's on. Get your Macca's favourites delivered with Mick Delivery. Dinner sorted, and you won't miss a thing. That's a real win-win. Mick Delivery, delivering your Macca's favourites straight to your door. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Racing season starts now. Charge out the gates with $50 in bonus bets on us. Join TAB, deposit $10 and get $50 in bonus bets. Sign up at tab.co.nz. New customers only. T's and C's apply. R18, bet responsibly.
Jess Kerr continues from the northern end of the ground. Back of a length and cut away for 1 by Jones, who moves to 78. England 187 for 6. They need 21 more runs to win. So you like this plan of strangling them, Anna?
Well, I think that they need to shut Amy Jones out of the strike. So that requires them to put the squeeze on Charlie Dean and keep her on strike.
On a length, and this is just worked away very nicely by Dean. She moves to 36 with a single into the leg side.
Yeah, but that does require bowling to your field set. So they've got the 2 deep out on the onside, or it's actually the entire onside other than a stationary mid-wicket, all back on the rope with a packed offside in a ring.
Jess Kerr to Amy Jones. Keepers up. Edged. Well fielded. Oh, and the wicketkeeper has Izzy Gaze has stood in front of the stumps as the throw came in. If she was behind the stumps, this looks like a certain run out.
It didn't look to be a run there. Fran Jonas has done brilliantly. It's gone to her strength side, being her left arm. But it seems as though Izzy Gaze has got herself into a muddle.
Kerr again. Defended into the leg side for a single by Dean. And just looking at that replay, it's probably a slight disservice to Gaze, but she was certainly out of position, but it would have been very tight had she been in the right position.
Yeah, well, of course, the non-striker gets a bit of a head start if they leave their ground as the ball is being bowled.
Is this a new thing where the keeper stands in front of the stumps rather than behind them when they're taking these, or beside? It's not something that I'd seen before. Kerr, back of a length, tries to hoik it away over the top of mid-on for 4. Jones moves to 83. She's just waited on that. And it's kind of a cross-batted baseball almost shot over mid-on for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, since Jones has got herself underway, it's just come with relative ease now. 83 off 75. Great strike rate. She had to work very, very hard in the beginning of her innings, and it's paying off now.
Kerr fuller this time and driven down the ground for a single by Jones, who moves to 84. That is the end of the 39th over. England 195 for 6.
What's tougher than tough? NHP's ISO range of industrial plugs, sockets and switches. With over 400 options covering 10 to 50 amps and 3, 4 and 5 pin configurations, NHP's industrial strength options range of plugs, sockets and switches is diverse and excellent value. IP66 and UV stabilized as standard with chemical resistant versions available. You won't find a tougher range for your industrial, commercial and domestic applications. Extreme temperatures, indoor or outdoor, NHP's ISO range is tough. ISO tough. Available at your local electrical wholesaler.
Fran Jonas to continue from the Adelaide Road end. England only require 13 more for victory. Jones is 84 not out. Her high score in one-day internationals is 94. Jonas full on off stump, just past the off stump. No run.
Yeah, you may have heard a wee cry from the crowd and the sound of the stumps breaking, but regrettably it's not for the reason most listeners are probably hoping for.
Just cannoned off Gaze's pad and into the stumps. Full again and worked fine on the offside, but can't get a run. They're taking the gamble. They brought an extra fielder in.
Well, there's not much to work with now, so as we've been saying throughout, they're really asking both batters now to hit through the field.
Full on leg stump, works down the ground in the air, but short of the person at long on. Gets one more. 85 for Jones, 196 for 6 are England.
This really has been an outstanding innings from Amy Jones. You know, coming in the middle order, your team's in strife.
Jonas just outside off, defended into the offside, no run.
And you wonder how much wicket keeping helps the batting innings. You know, she would have been out there 50 overs wicket keeping, or not quite 50 overs, picking up the pace.
Leg side, full toss. Dean is frustrated. She couldn't do more with that. That is a dot ball, and she is wondering why she didn't put it away to a boundary.
Well, just the one off this over so far. So probably a little frustrating for the batter.
Last ball of this 40th over, down the leg side, and it's wide, so it's not the last ball.
We will see another. We will see another.
Just looking here, Amy Jones, as I said, top scorer in one day is 94. She's 11 50s. Fran Jonas onto the stumps, and that's a dot ball to end her over. Only 2 off the over. England are 197 for 6 off 40. So Amy Jones, 11 half centuries in her career. High high score of 94, and it has been a heck of an innings for Amy Jones as we have a wee substitution, a little change in the bowling with our expert commentator, Anna Corbin, taking a well-earned rest, and Jacob Warren coming in.
Oh, wow. Things have changed since I was last here. Unfortunately, it's going so well for the White Ferns. It started so brightly in this first 15, 20 overs. Fought hard, bowled well, took their chances. And England 79 for 6. And it is now still 6 down, but 197. But England has played well, Amy Jones in particular, and Charlie Dean stuck around. She's been a little bit vulnerable at times, but Amy Jones has been so good. And this follows up an absolute masterclass with the gloves behind the stumps as well. Good day for her.
Leah Tahuhu comes on from the RA Vance stand end. Bit of extra pace, and this is just worked into the leg side by Amy Jones for a single, moving her to 86. England to 198. They're 10 runs away, and they've got 59 balls to do it.
Yeah, they should do it unless New Zealand bowl them out. It's been a very, very professional partnership by these two. We didn't probably expect these two to do this. If you thought chasing this title, you would have thought a Sivabrana at night or a Beaumont at the top.
To who, good length ball, just defended back to the bowler. Yeah, Dean, 37 from 67 deliveries. Amy Jones, 86 from 80 balls. Her and Boucher, the only ones who've managed to score a run of ball really in this game.
Yeah, and coming in at 7 as well. What a luxury that is to have your keeper batter, who could be a genuine batter, at number 7.
This is really well worked off the back foot through third man for 1 by Dean. Waited on it well. 199 for 6. 9 runs needed.
Just 3 balls left for Tahuhu, who was great in her first spell from the far end, from the scoreboard end. Potentially went for a few in his second spell, but chasing wickets needed to happen.
Tahuhu, back of a length, cut strongly to forward point, but no run.
2 more games in this series. Well, this game isn't over either, Jacob, to be fair. I've already given up, haven't I? But 2 games up in Hamilton, Thursday, Sunday. And I think with Devine hopefully coming back, there's still some positivity in here for the White Ferns.
Tahuhu, 2 balls left in her spell. This has worked forward of square. They will scamper back for 2. Really good running again from England. Jones moves through to 88. 7 required for victory.
Well, she can still do it. She can still get to that 100. A couple of 6s. Win the game, bring the 100 up.
Wouldn't that be special?
Oh, that would be great for her and England. I'd just put that on the end of that sentence.
And she goes for it. Oh, and she's dropped. She's dropped it mid-on, and it will run away for 4. I think it's Jess Kerr who was throwing up a right hand and tried to take that catch. Hasn't been able to pull it in. So Jones moves to 92. England 205 for 6 at the end of the 41st over.
Hi, Paul here from Waterforce. Keeping your lawns, gardens, parks, subdivisions, sports fields and golf courses looking green and lush is what we do best. We're also experts in improving water quality so it's safe to drink and use. We help a wide variety of residential and commercial clients around New Zealand to use their water as efficiently and effectively as possible. Waterforce offers custom design solutions for your individual needs and supplies the best quality products and equipment for the job. Download our home irrigation planning guide to get started at waterforce.co.nz.
One last roll of the dice. Fran Jonas will continue from the Adelaide Road end. England needs 3 runs to win. It is Charlie Dean on strike. She's 38 from 68 deliveries. England 205 for 6. Full just outside off. She tries to work that through the field. Can't time it. No run. The big thing New Zealand have missed out on here, right, is Susie Bates with a well-made 50. Bazurdenhout at a start of 35. Amelia Kerr got to 24. No one's kicked on.
Absolutely, just not enough runs. I think the bowlers deserve a lot of credit for taking this.
Short outside off, pushed forward of point, and it will run away, and it will just get to the rope. And England have won the first one-day international between England and the White Ferns here at the Basin Reserve by 4 wickets on the back of a tremendous partnership between Amy Jones and Charlie Dean. Terrific performance by Amy Jones, 92 from 83 deliveries. And Charlie Dean ends up with 38. Jacob Oram, this is the Amy Jones game. She's been absolutely tremendous today.
She's been brilliant. She really has. That partnership was brilliant for England as well. And saying that, though, New Zealand bowlers toiled away, in particular that first 15 overs where they had England, or 20 overs, I should say. They had England 79 for 6. They couldn't break that partnership. Dean played well in support of Amy Jones, who finishes on, like you say, 92 off 83. That's a strike rate of 110. And then they do it easily when you look at it, 42nd over. But it wasn't that easy. New Zealand fought well. They just didn't have enough runs. We said halfway through the New Zealand innings they were going to need about 250, 260 plus. And that would have been a really good chase from here, but not to be. And England win this first ODI comfortably.
We're going to throw soon to the interviews with the players out on the field. New Zealand players and the 2 English batters are coming from the field at the moment. So we'll just wait for those TVNZ interviews to take place. But New Zealand made 207. And as Jacob Oram mentioned, they looked well in with a shot of this when England were 79 for 6 after just 16.6 overs. Well, that's 17 overs, isn't it?
Yeah.
But Tammy Beaumont was out for a duck in the first over. Maya Boucher, she hit the ball well, 31 from 31. That was a big wicket for Leah Tahuhu, out caught in the deep. Heather Knight was out for 12. Jess Kerr again taking the wicket, caught by Maddie Green. Nat Siver Brunt, very dangerous, only made 12 from 10 balls. But that was a fantastic run out by Hannah Rowe from the deep. Alice Capsey couldn't get going. She was out for 0 from 10 balls. Amelia Kerr having her plumb in front. Amelia Kerr also got Danny Wyatt with a lovely wrong-in through the gate, out for 16 off 13 balls. And then Amy Jones and Charlie Dean. Amy Jones, 92 off 83 deliveries. Surely a man of the match performance, player of the match performance, after also exceptional glove work behind the stumps. I think she kept up for all but about 10 overs of the innings.
Yeah.
And Charlie Dean, not her best performance with the ball. She was expensive, but she did take 3 wickets, and then she ended up with 42 not out from 70 deliveries. A fine performance for her as well. And England, in the end, deserving winners of this game. So as I say, shortly we will head to the interviews with TVNZ. But Jacob Oram, what other things that New Zealand need to work on as they head into these next fixtures in Hamilton?
Well, I think just like we touched on before, just more runs, which is obviously very basic. But when you consider that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of their players got through to double figures, they have got starts. In fact, a couple others, Green and Halliday, both got 7 and 6 respectively, which isn't a lot, but it shows you got started. They faced 23 balls and 13 balls respectively, Halliday and Green. So you've got 8 of your top 9 players either facing a good number of balls or scoring double figures and getting yourself set. Susie Bates, anyone getting on to 50. And to me, that suggests that it's not about getting started. These English bowlers aren't unplayable. They are able to put pressure on, restrict the scoring and that sort of thing, but they're not unplayable deliveries. And I think it just shows that this New Zealand side needs to turn those starts, no matter how small they are, even if it is a 7 or an 8 or a 15 or a 20 or a 50 by Bates. That's not enough. And 207 was never going to be enough today. We probably expected the runs to be knocked off. I said earlier, and it's easy to say, by someone like a Beaumont, Boucher, the form she's in, Knight, the captain, Siva Brunt. It was left to number 7 and 8 with Jones and Dean. But just for New Zealand, they need to find a way to score more runs. They need another 40, 50, 60 runs. And then with the way their bowlers are operating and rolling at the moment, I genuinely think they have an option. They wanted to bat first, so they could put runs on the board. Mealy Kerr said at the toss, get runs on the board, put pressure on. We know how much that plays a part in women's cricket. And they had a chance today. They just didn't have enough runs to really nail down that pressure.
So where do the runs come from? Because I guess a lot of the criticism in recent times has been that they have to so heavily rely on the likes of Mealy Kerr and Susie Bates. What do some of these other batters have to do to take that next step, to start getting these 50s, get these bigger scores?
Well, I think the bottom line is there's a quality difference between, say, a Kerr or a Bates. There's a, and this is no disrespect for some of the others, but the reason Kerr and Bates have been around forever and have great averages and strike rates and have scored hundreds for New Zealand is because they are that good, and somehow those other players need to learn to step up. I'm a firm believer in that if you can do something once, you can do it again and again and again. It becomes a mental game then. And we have seen from Green or Halliday, even Hannah Rowe in the middle order, Izzy Gaze the other day from the T20, we've seen they can do it. It's just a matter of doing it more often than not and over again. And for me, that comes down to just that consistency of preparation, never being complacent, all of those lovely cliches, and just understanding that, 20's not enough, 30's not enough. Whatever you've done to get to that point, you need to keep it going because you actually need to get 60, 70 or 100.
Looks like Amy Jones is coming over to talk to TVNZ, so we will head to that interview in just a moment. Just having her photo taken with what looks like the Man of the Match award, well deserved. As we said, she made 92 from 83 deliveries. Also had a stumping, 2 stumpings in the game. Extremely impressive with the gloves behind the stumps.
She was brilliant, wasn't she? Behind
Superb.
the stumps. A real example of how to keep standing up to seaman spin.
That interview is just about to get underway. Let's hear what Amy Jones has to say. It's taking a little longer than we expected. Just getting the countdown in a second. But as I say, 92 from only 83 balls. Let's listen now.
Player of the match, Amy Jones. Fantastic day with the gloves. I think it was 96 not out. You're going in at 5 for 58. What's going through your mind chasing down 208?
I think, just trying to keep it as simple as possible and focus on each ball at a time. It sounds very simple, but yeah, I think if I knew that if I did that, me and Dino would build a good partnership.
You were positive in your approach. You didn't mind going over the top. Was that sort of your method that you thought was going to be most successful to chase down that score?
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously, trying to be as positive as possible, and when the ball was in my area, just back myself. And otherwise, when they bowled good areas, which they did in clusters, I think, just sort of respecting the good ball as well.
Where do you rate their innings in terms of your career so far?
I think fairly highly, to be fair. I think done a bit of work on sort of, mindset going into run chases. It's been an area that I felt like I could do better, and pleased that that sort of work paid off today.
I have to ask about the keeping. It's been sort of challenging here with that extra bit of bounce. How have you found it?
Yeah, first game here, had a shocker. That was one of the hardest I've found it, to be honest. And then, sort of got used to it over the next couple of games, and then really enjoyed today, up to the stumps when Crossy and Nat are nipping it around, and the extra bounce. That's when I enjoy keeping the most, so that was good fun.
It was an awesome day, both with bat and the gloves. Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, what a day out, Amy Jones.
We're now going to hear from the New Zealand skipper, Mealy Kerr, after a somewhat promising performance, but they just couldn't quite get across the line. Here we go.
Mealy Kerr, this is the joys of being captain, to have these interviews. I'll take you back to the batting. You set up a really good foundation with Susie Bates and Bernadine Bezuidenhout, and then a collapse from there. What do you put that down to? Was that England's relentless bowling?
I think it's a bit of both. Obviously, we got a good start. I thought Susie was outstanding and set the platform there for us. And we lost wickets and clumps through the middle there. I thought Kate Cross bowled very well on that wicket. There was enough in it. If you bowled a good length, then we didn't really have any answers to, I guess, their changes of pace and variation. But at the end of the day, if we can scrap a little bit more to try and get to 220, 230, I thought potentially after the start we're in a position to get 250 plus, and but then you look at the bowling side of things, and one more wicket and maybe we could have defended 200.
Was there a moment that you look back on that bowling innings and you thought that was our moment that we could have taken as a New Zealand side to try and win that?
Yeah, I think there's always moments, and it was probably when Dean and Jones walked out to bat, and it was kind of one more wicket and we're right in the game and we get into their tail, and unfortunately we couldn't get that one wicket, and I thought they both batted incredibly, especially Amy. That was a huge partnership for them and won them the game. But on another day, if you have a little bit more luck, some inside edges or top edges go straight up to your keeper or whatever. But their partnership was outstanding. We didn't have any answers to break that. All the best in Hamilton. We'll see you there. Thanks, Marto.
Bring in Heather Knight. See, when you win the toss, it's not so bad, is it? You look at that bowling performance for a start of Kate Cross and Nat Sivabrunt. They were able to get the ball talking. At the halfway mark, do you say, tick, fantastic performance with the ball?
Yeah, I felt like we were in a really good position. I think the Seamers in particular bowled really well. It was a pitch that suited them, suited their wobble balls, managed to get a little bit of movement. How unlucky was Kate Cross, by the way, not finding the edge. I don't know how many times she beat the outside edge, but she also got a bit lucky with the umpire's decision to pick up those wickets, but she certainly earned that luck, I think. Nice to have her back. She obviously hasn't been around the group, so she's desperate to come into the one-day squad and make an impact, and she certainly did that. And Nat, she's not used to bowling 10 overs all the time, but she's a proper athlete, and I thought she was outstanding as well with the ball.
It was a far cry coming from India to Wellington, but she did awesomely well. When you're sitting on the sideline looking at that partnership between Dean and Jones, what's the thoughts that are going through the team's mind then?
Just how much Dino's improved her batting. She's gone away, had a little change in her backlift, and has really tried to move that side of her game forward, which is really pleasing to see her get the rewards for that. And really pleased with Jones as well. I think she was really disappointed after that 30-20 it was, where she wasn't able to sort of be around to finish the chase. So she made some brilliant reflections after that, and to see her implement it so quickly was a really nice thing. And a lot of us didn't move for the last couple of hours. Actually, we were a bit nervous, but I think the way they soaked up pressure and was able to sort of build a little bit of partnership rebuild, and then put the pressure back on the Kiwis, I thought was a brilliant lesson for us all.
Fantastic fighting win. We'll see you in Hamilton.
Nice one. Cheers.
Well, there you go. Amelia Kerr's words, and then the English skipper Heather Knight. And I thought it was interesting how Amelia Kerr said about their batting performance. They certainly thought 250 was on at periods there, and then with that final partnership of Dean and Jones, they just batted too well.
Well, that's the game there, isn't it? Not enough runs for the White Ferns, and then that partnership takes it away. And that's kind of what you're saying, or we're trying to say about what the White Ferns need, is that big partnership. Now, they don't want it to be when they're 6 down, obviously, the White Ferns. But if they can get that from the top of the order, or even a player from the top in the middle order, and have that partnership of 120, 130, something like that, someone kicking on with players batting around them, they turn that score of 207 into 250, and that's when their bowlers, who have been performing well all summer, will be able to step up and put a lot of pressure on. That creates wickets in itself, and then I think you're seeing the White Ferns with a win or two under their belt.
Just reiterating, New Zealand have lost this first one-day international against England at the Basin Reserve. New Zealand made 207 in the first innings. Susie Bates, the best of the batters, with 50 from 74. Bernadine Bezuidenhout also made 35 from 62. Those were the best of the scorers. It was a terrific bowling display from Kate Cross. 2 for 24, including 3 maidens in her 10 overs. 47 dot balls. She put a strangle on the New Zealand batters. It was quite sublime. Lauren Bell, 3 for 41, and Charlie Dean, 3 for 57, the best of the wicket takers there. And then in reply, England. Maya Boucher got things off to a good start, 31 off 31. England were in a spot of bother, 79 for 6 in the 17th over. And then Amy Jones, 92 not out from 83 balls, and Charlie Dean, 42 not out from 70 balls, combined for a mammoth partnership to steer the team home for a 4-wicket win. So England victorious in Wellington in this first one-day international. They now head to Hamilton for the second and third ODIs.
Anna Corbin, just your initial reaction to that result?
It's an all too familiar feeling. Getting ourselves into winning positions and just seeing it slip away. Like I say, I mean, there were periods of that game where New Zealand were right in the match. And it's just, I guess, a little heartbreaking, having been a former player, just to see that slip away. But an absolutely outstanding, nothing to be taken away from the English team and the depth that they have in their batting order. What an outstanding innings from Amy Jones, well supported by Charlie Dean, to steer England back on the right course and get them across the line.
Let's talk about New Zealand's batting because ultimately 207 runs, bowled out with about 10 balls, I think, still remaining in their innings. Not what they would have been hoping for at the start of the day's play, let's be honest. How do they look to build on that now going forward into these last couple of ODIs in Hamilton?
Yeah, well, I think Jake Oram has hit the nail on the head, really. You do need someone in your top order to score big and have a couple of really promising, like high contributions, two good partnerships, I think, which, or even one really big partnership to take the game away, to chalk up the runs and to put up a defendable total.
Yeah, some interesting numbers in that New Zealand batting effort there. Ben Strang mentioned earlier Susie Bates and Bernadette Sodenhout, the pick of the batters, 50 and 35 runs respectively. Next up, it was Mealy Kerr, the captain, who had 24 off 36, and level with her, the extras with 24. So that goes to show what came from the middle and lower order. So Georgia Plimmer chipped in with a very good 17 actually off 24. Maddie Green had 7 off 23 before she was caught and bowled by Lauren Bell. Brooke Halliday wasn't able to hang around long, 6 off 13 deliveries. Izzy Gaze, 18 from 23. Hannah Rowe had a couple of good boundaries and looked to be getting into her work nicely before she was dismissed for 16 off 20 deliveries, caught by Heather Knight off the bowling of Nat Siver-Brunt. Jess Kerr only managed 9 off 11. Leah Tahuhu, 1 from 2 deliveries. Fran Jonas not out with 0, but like I say, when your extras are level with your third best batter in terms of runs putting on the board, it's not ideal.
No, that's less than ideal, and even I think the English will that'll be an area of their game that they'll want to improve on. They bowled a really diligent line, they bowled very straight, and they didn't allow New Zealand to free their arms with any width. So basically, New Zealand needed to work most of their runs off their pads, and those extras came from the odd, well, when I say odd, 27 odd times that the ball drifted down the leg side. There were no offside wides throughout the entire innings. But, Susie Bates, she'll be disappointed. You saw how disappointed she was when she did get out. And, and then just not enough from the rest of the order. Lots of little starts, lots of looking promising, but, there's too much tentative play. There's too much not really acknowledging where the field is placed. So lots of little chip shots back to the bowler or into an in-close fielder for dolly catches, or just hitting it straight down an outfielder's throat. I think they need to think more about that.
When it comes as well to defending that total, we talked a bit during the game about the decision that was made to primarily use 4 bowlers. So Jess Kerr had 10 overs, as did Leah Tahuhu and Mealy Kerr. Hannah Rowe bowled 7. Fran Jonas, in the end, was into her 5th over when the match was won. Do you think tactically that was the right call
Yeah, I don't mind that. When you know that you're not going to strangle them in terms of run rate, you do have to bowl the bowlers that you get the sense are going to extract the most from the wicket or be the most menacing and give you a chance of taking wickets. And, you know, I back Millie Kerr in that decision to bowl the bowlers who had shown a bit of fight. You know, how uncomfortable was Charlie Dean early in her innings against Leah Tahuhu, who was, you know, running in and charging in and digging it in short and getting it up into her chest and her grill. She wasn't comfortable. And maybe I think New Zealand missed a trick there as well, that it was just a little bit too easy in terms of the field settings for Charlie Dean to get off strike. I would have liked to seen a bit more strangle going on.
Yeah, perhaps a series of what-ifs to come out of that one, because they had them in such a good position at 79 for 6, but then unable to really, well, I guess the saying goes, they could put the foot on the throat. I'm just not sure that they were able to press down once they had it there. And look, in this sport, because there are 2 matches left, the series is very much alive. And the White Ferns will know more than anyone that they now need to learn from this. So what do they take out of this one? What are the keys for them, for you, Anna, to take out of this one as they now look forward to what is a must-win match against England on Thursday at SEZN Park?
Yeah, well, they've shown that they can make a good platform. They can preserve wickets and they can set themselves up. I would love to see the New Zealand batting order being a bit more fearless. Like, it's almost as though, oh, now I have to do the job and I'm a bit scared to get out, and so I'm tentative. And so if they can instill a belief in each other and wrap their arms around and believe that one another can do the job and do that without fear, that means it gives you a freedom to play, you know, a bit differently and hopefully have greater success. I think that the fielding side and the bowling side, they looked a good unit today, and they did get themselves into a fight. They got themselves into a winning position, and they really just needed like one more to really get into the tail and put the nerves into that English camp. So there's a lot of good things to take from it. It's just, we really do, you know, I really believe in this group of New Zealand players. They're not that inexperienced. You know, there's Maddie Green in the middle order, who's been playing for a long time now. Halliday. There's depth as well. You've got Lee Kasprick sitting on the sideline, Rosemary Mayer, who's fierce and has worked so hard on her game. And New Zealand A have just won a hard-fought series against England A. So there's more there, and a lot of those players in the New Zealand A's have been swapping in and out of this New Zealand camp. Your Molly Penfolds, you've got Jensen, who was captaining a good portion of that series. Lee Kasprick played, Georgia Plimmer played, Kate Anderson is in that group as well. So, you know, there's good cricketers in the group, and I do just think that it's belief, it's that little bit of magic, it's that union and the teamwork together.
Well, it will be interesting, won't it? And always makes up for an interesting part of the narrative, how they then bounce back, having had England on the ropes in this one, but not being able quite to seal the deal. You were with SENZ's coverage of the first ODI between the White Ferns and England in Wellington. Kim Downs and Anna Corbin here, just with our final thoughts on this first one-dayer, England winning by 4 wickets. It sounds more comfortable than it actually was for them. The White Ferns really in with a chance there had it not been for a mammoth 130-run partnership between Amy Jones and Charlie Dean. And credit to them, because when they came to the crease, England were in absolute all sorts, and they dug them out of a large hole. Our coverage thanks to Resine, the Paint Kiwis Trust, as we now look ahead to the second ODI at SEZN Park in Hamilton. And Anna, I'm already really looking forward to this one, because I think it'll add a bit of fire to the bellies perhaps for the White Ferns, knowing they could have had this one. What do you expect to be different once we get to SEZN Park?
Well, there is the possibility of introducing Sophie Devine back into the mix. Of course, she is one player. There's a couple of players who can actually, you know, take a game away from their opposition single-handedly. So that's an exciting prospect. I imagine she'll be back for at least one game, if not both. And there's also, you know, do they give Rosemary Mayer a try? You know, she has been really menacing with the ball. She can get a bit of movement off the seam, and she's a lot quicker than her stature presents. You know, she's quite surprising. So that's exciting. There's always a good wicket there at SEZN Park. It's a beautiful ground, and they can take a lot of belief out of the position that they got themselves into today.
And that's the thing, isn't it? In terms of the response they have to take from this, you can either get down on yourself because you lost the game, or you can go, look at the position we put ourselves in, we can build on that.
Absolutely. You can say, look, we're only one breath away from actually beating a world-class team, or actually going, do you know what? We're a world-class team too, you know, and we just actually need to get out there and prove it. I think that's a really exciting prospect. And, you know, okay, it's 1-0 in the series. It's a 3-game series. If they can fight back on Thursday and chalk up a win, then it's anyone's.
Yeah, and we have seen the quality of England just time and time again through the T20 series as well. They are the world's second best one-day unit for a reason, in spite of the fact that they haven't been playing a huge amount of one-day cricket in the last year or so. And I think we just saw evidence of that today, because lesser teams would have gone down and out once they were 79 for 6.
Oh, absolutely. And there hasn't been a lot of one-day cricket out there on the world circuit of recent times. They are preparing for a T20 World Cup in Bangladesh later this year. The one-dayers, they're really about that ICC championship, the rankings, and the qualification for future World Cups. Which makes it exciting, because they're actually, rather than sort of meaningless series, there's something to play for. You know, it all mounts up to something. Back in my era, there wasn't this ICC championship. There weren't points or rankings and things to earn. So, you know, every game counts, every series counts, and that's an exciting prospect.
You heard it from Anna Corbin. Every game counts. And boy, are we looking forward already to the second one-dayer at SEZN Park in Hamilton.